what's it called? The Florida like Everglades or some shit like that. And then like this guy like actively like yoinks fucking crocodiles out of water.
This game, I can already tell you, is going. Omega. More on the challenger side, though.
Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen. It is I, Xylophone, joined together by none other than Mr.
Loco!
A little bit slow there, loco.
Yeah.
Anyways, heading on here. Okay, so we're here today for the EUSL Season 3 qualifications. Teams that go through today will be playing a separate tournament 3 weeks from now to secure themselves a spot in EUSL. I'm excited to see what we have today, loco. What about you?
Yep, I'm excited to see the damage comp abusing. This patch has been disgusting. But, I'm excited, man. I just love OS. I love this game. So let's get it.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully we get some amazing Omega Striker games here today to cast, to watch together with our audience. Thank you everyone for joining us here on stream. And let's talk a little bit about the teams today that we'll be seeing right off the bat. So our first game coming into game, today we'll have Turkine's Cats versus the Diagonal. Turkine's Cats being the most likely being the favorite ones to win here because Turkine and Spring, two players here, have actually been playing together for quite a long time, supported by their goalie of Kitty Bagel.
Yep, absolutely agree. And then on the other team of the Diagonal, the D, Crystal Core, Lukey, and Dax, who's a bit more, individual players pairing up, I believe.
Yep, that you would be right indeed. There's three players here trying to form themselves a team, trying to make a name for themselves here and secure themselves a spot for EUSL. Today we'll be playing on over in Night Market. As you can see on the stream, we have the players picking and banning here of the characters that they're going to choose to play.
Yep, and we see the Awakenings as well. We got Spark of Agility, Deadeye, and the bans going to Kazan from TC, and Diagonal opting for the Finny ban, which is pretty normal with that Deadeye. And yeah,
I mean, that is like great and all, right? But look at like the start that we have here, man. We got Deadeye. We already got a Ivy on the board. We already got a Kai on the board here. Just gonna be so much damage here coming out of the side of Turkine's Cats here, and we'll have to see like what Diagonal chooses to fight back with here, right? They got that Asher, they got that now to potentially help them sustain a little bit more, and they choose to pick up the Estelle here, actually, as we're going on here into Night Markets to potentially make use of that Deadeye that they're given here.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm excited to see how the Now is gonna handle the damage comp, because damage comp just, I don't know, man. It is so difficult to beat in this patch, like with Stinger and Stinger and Stinger again.
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a really tough game for them to go into here. We did say that the Turkine sets here are most likely going to be the favorites of this current first game of the season. But hey, we'll have to see. Maybe Diagonal pulls out a little something and wins their way through this one.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Could be anyone's game. I'm just excited to watch it. But just basing it off the picks, with the Awakening start, I would say I favor TC's lineup a bit more, because they can utilize that damage a lot more, and they got a lot of coverage as well. So,
I mean,
I don't know
there's all of that, and then I mean, yeah, it's very dependent here, right? Because like we know that Omega Strikers is a game that unfortunately has a decent amount of RNG into it, and we do have a Spark Awakening to start us off here, and so we might be seeing a really scary Spark game potentially. Like we have to see like which team gets that first opening set, right? Like I really do believe that whichever team is capable of securing that first open set, potentially picking up that Spark of Focus, potentially picking up that Spark of Power, is definitely going to be in a position here to steamroll this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And can't forget the Spark of Resilience, which is a great combination with Reverberation. Those two are like two peas in a pod. And really nice build, especially that a lot of Asia players abuse. But we're jumping into it, Xylophone.
Okay, we are indeed. It's exciting to see what the players have for us in this season of EUSL. Into Night Market here, we got the Julie, the Estelle, and the Kai. And we'll just have to see what the play. Oh, sorry, no, not Estelle. What am I talking about, man? Okay, but anyways, we got Amy, the Julie, and the Kai here on Turkine's Kittens. Return to Brazil being Turkine, just in case any of our viewers are not aware. And yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what the teams have here in store for us.
Yeah, I'm excited. I wanna see some Giga Blast KOs, Amy KOs, Juliet KOs. And then of course we have the KOs on the other team. Asher might get some now Deadeye procs potentially, but I think
maybe
Spark. I feel like that.
And like what do you think is happening on the other team here? Do you think we're seeing an Asher goalie or a Estelle goalie? I'm in the favor of something more like an Estelle goalie.
Oh mate.
Wow. Okay. We are both wrong. Actually, I'm wrong on 2 times. Actually, we got a now goalie here off Crystal Core.
Yeah, but come on, like you got some Asian players that play now goalie.
And oh my god, immediately already Spring Maestro picks up a kill on the top side with that cyber swipe. Return to Brazil here, picking up oh my god, picking up a second kill actually, along with the barrier as well in a power play position here. They pick up the second barrier, and Crystal Core already in a 1v3 situation. Not a good place to start. And there's a third kill already from Return to Brazil. What are you doing to all of them? Oh my god, Hurricanes Kistons already picks up the first goal of the game.
That was a very fast start.
Oh my god, what a fast start today.
You got a healer, but you can't stop insta KOs with now, It's brutal. It's brutal, man.
It is indeed. And like, especially again, we did say like, Turkine's Kittens definitely seems to be the favorable team that are gonna win this. And it really, really does seem to be the case here. Already picking up 3 kills here on the board and the first goal as well off the set.
Yeah, but, the Diagonal is not backing down. They got the barrier advantage. Never mind Caster's Curse.
No, Caster's Curse, as per always. Kitty Bagel here, unfortunately, losing out on his second barrier, being shoved over here by Dex, being supported by the backside of Crystal Core, but Crystal Core can't hit that strike shot just yet, though.
Yep, and the side of TC is trying to get that second barrier, trying to get their second point, but Diagonal's doing great to hold on right now. Never mind, Caster's
Never mind, as we say that again. Caster's Curse, return to Brazil here after Kind picks up the second barrier here and looking for that gold as well. Oh no, there goes Spring off the side by a primary from the Asher here, and there comes the core flip, looking for the goal, but no, it doesn't go in just yet though. Lucky Mana tries to go for the stun, but Dex does not shoot it in. It is fine though, as Lucky Mana picks it up with a Rose Rob on the bottom.
Wait, it's completely even, I thought TC was like gonna run away with it with that first point,
I mean, I still think TC are most likely in a position here to just win the whole game. And indeed, I might be right here as Kitty Bagel with an amazing Giga Blast picks up a kill of his own here on the side as well.
Yeah, what a great ability usage to get that KO. And now, the Diagonal did great to hold on. Didn't lose a barrier in the 3v2. Oh no!
Oh my god, another kill already in the hands of Turkine as they pick up both barriers here, and the Julie so ever lurking on the front side here, looking for that goal against the now, and they do not get it just yet. Oh my god, what a nice defense here from the now. And oh no, there goes the goalie. The Kai is gone. Kitty Bagel no longer on the field.
Was that a Dorito?
That might have been a Dorito, actually. Spring Maestro here, picking up that core flip, looking for the core flip, hits it, but denied by a Dorito here on the front side. Alright, as we go back into a little bit of a stalemate here, but definitely a power play position here for Turkine's Cats as they pick up another goal.
Wow, great dash punch, just abusing that ability usage, abusing that common setup that Juliet's do, and it's 2-1 to TC.
Definitely, and we are gonna it's definitely gonna be like a really, really strong, really KO heavy oriented meta that we are looking at here, as Kitty here unfortunately loses out on one of his barriers, but it's Spring Maestro to have picked up one on the other side as well.
Yeah, Crystal Core still holding on with Core Flip, so it should be good being able to get that second barrier hopefully. But
and Dex trying to go for a kill here on the top side, but does not succeed on it just yet though. Return to Brazil so low at the top here. Looking to die? Maybe not, as he goes for the orb, but denied by Dex on the bottom.
Something I also want to point out is that the side of TC, both of their forwards have gotten pummelers. So getting a KO is such huge value to their speed.
Exactly, it is indeed. And as we see here, there's just so much damage being thrown all around the board. Dax here though with a core flip on the bottom side, and it's an angle that Kitty cannot read. What a goal! And we are not gonna be looking at a total annihilation here of set 1 of Night Market.
Yeah, we're neck and neck tied 2-2 in just the first set. So that just lines up to be a great game, but you know, the first set is the most impactful, especially with that spark, like you said before.
Exactly, and that is true. And look at that, Crystal Core already so low, but heals themselves up with that now ultimate. Return to Brazil. No, what was that? Pops a core flip, but does not get a barrier with it. It's fine though, as Spring has their own barrier on the back end here. Kitty Bagel potentially looking to walk up here as well to hopefully use that core flip in a more aggressive style to attack. Never mind though, they don't even need it as they pick up both barriers, looking for the set here, and it's Return to Brazil to send it in.
And that was such a big momentum swing. TC just completely dominated there, and they didn't even get a KO to utilize the pummelers.
Exactly, and here
Spark.
it is. Spark, but no, it's the 1-2 punch that the Juliet here wants. There's just such a strong pickup here for this team. And there's just, I mean, what do you do here in when you're on diagonals, right? You got Prize Fighter, you got Super Search, you got 1-2 punch, you got so many things to deny, but not knowing what to actually deny here. Looking really, really tough here for diagonal.
Yeah, I mean, even with the extra, like, stagger that you get from the Spark, they're mainly dying to, like, insta-KOs. So it wouldn't really help that much, but we do get size on the Asher, kind of to fight back, but I mean, look at Amy and Juliet with the Awakenings.
I mean, it's just such a tough position here for Diagonal to come back against Turkine's Kittens. Here comes the Aimi turret, followed by a Juliet ultimate and a dash and a strike as well to pick up the second barrier here already. It really does look like it's going to be a crush here for the Turkine's Kittens.
Yeah, it's really not looking good. Return to Brazil, trying to get the core, trying to get that goal.
Oh my god, it's Spring actually that picks up a kill on the top side. A cyber swipe and a 1v1 against Crystal, but no, Return to Brazil doesn't set it in the first time, but the second time is what they need as it goes right past Crystal.
Yeah, mate, second time's the charm. That was not the best of goals, but you know, got back to it, got back around, finished the job, and that's what you want to see.
Definitely, and a piercing shot here on the top side to pick up the barrier, but never mind, they pay with their life and a second barrier here actually. Spring and Return to Brazil showing amazing what's it called, team play here on the front as they try to pick up a second kill as well as both of the barriers. There's a punch here from Return to Brazil. That Fiery Fist does not drill it in right yet though. Return to Brazil really low here on the top, but they are looking to keep their life as they stay alive here on the front side, avoiding all these damaging abilities that are being thrown out by the enemy team. And oh no, as I say that though, Caster's Curse, 1 kill, 2 kill on the board. Spring with a core flip, but does not find anything with it just yet though. Wins our 1v1 topside against Lucky Mana, tries to go for the bubble, but does not get it. Kitty Bagel here with the core flip. Spring, Return to Brazil here back on the board and almost losing out on the goal barrier as well.
And now TC doesn't have any energy, and Crystal Core having a full flip. They gotta make
but Crystal Core actually being low here, being bullied out by Return to Brazil. The Julie looking for the kill here on that now. Oh, Crystal teleporting to the bottom here to pick up some health for themselves, but it might not be enough though. Actually, scratch that as the red team is on the attack.
He just saved it from the Asher ult. That was an insane save. What?
Absolutely crazy, and oh my god, who is crazy? He's Return to Brazil. Turkine strikes it right past Crystal. What a red core.
Brazil! That was a great 1-2 punch red core. I'm pretty sure it was a 1-2 punch. But,
yeah, it should have been 1-2 punch. I mean, nothing else there can really like just give that Juliet the ability to do that much power here on that core, right? Anyways, the Aimi turret here coming in, looking to pick up the barrier, but not yet though, as they continue their little bout here on the front side.
Yeah, and it's going exactly like you said. You know, TC were the favorites, but especially after that first draft, even though it wasn't a spark take, it's just the damage priority, and it's disgusting, man.
Exactly, definitely, and like not only that, but like we really see the difference that TC brings here into this tournament, considering like we did say that TC is a team that in between at least Spring and Turkine, the both of them have been doing amazing playing together for like a really long time here, at least compared to Diagonal, right? As we say that though, that synergy comes in, 1 barrier, 2 barrier, looking for the goal is Kitty Bagel as he tries to send it topside, but he's faced with 2 opponents, sends it down to Return to Brazil with Spring, and there's the dash punch. What a play!
Oh my! And I feel a spark of power coming. Oh,
It might be indeed, but it's Kitty Bagel here to start us out.
Oh, I'm wrong.
And no spark of power. Wow, Loco. I mean, you know, like we all hit wrong calls sometimes, right? But there is that specialized training and that extra special here for that Kai, and he looks to be holding off. Cast to last. An interesting pick if you ask me.
Yeah, maybe utilizing that eject button a bit with the cast to last, but you know, definitely not taking the specialized training. So relaxing a bit with the damage comp, opting for more core control because maybe they got enough damage. But yeah,
I mean, do you really need even more damage already with that Deadeye already in your arsenal? Return to Brazil here, denying that build different, as well as picking it up for themselves here. Looks to try gets kills, and oh my god, get a kill they do! Spring to save their life and assist with that kill on the bottom side as well. That's one barrier already. Spring picks up the second, and both of the forwards here on the offense picks up the goal as well. What do you do in this situation?
I mean, it's just return to Brazil with the support of the eject Kai and then the Amy turret, and then of course Spring covering an other area that the Amy turret isn't covering. So it's just covering so much space to let return to Brazil just absolutely
No. As we say that, so return to Brazil tries to go for a back pass here, but Kitty does not catch it. Spring and return here, unfortunately losing already both their barriers. It's Dax and Crystal teleporting to the front, and no, the Giga Blast does not find its mark, sends the core into its own goal. How unfortunate.
That was a bit sus from return to Brazil trying to hit that back pass. But you know,
I mean, it was, but like game's game, you know, you expected his goalie to be able to pick that up. And what is picked up though is another kill yet again from the side of Turkine's Kittens. Return to Brazil looking to bully out the goalie here. Never mind, looking for the kill possibly on Dex, but does not pick it up just yet though. Goes on to the top side here for that offense. Picks up one barrier, is Spring Maestro looking for the second. Return to Brazil with a dash punch, but does not find anything.
Oh no, but it got past Kitty! No, losing a barrier!
Oh my god, it's just such a tough position here for them to be in. Never mind though, as I say that, Caster's Curse, they pick up the second barrier. Dex tries to go for the kill, but not enough power means that kill does not fly through.
Wait,
and oh my god! Return to Brazil and Spring, what are you doing to them? That's 2 kills on the board. Looking for the barrier here with that Imi turret as well. What are you doing to them? Return to Brazil looking to bully on the front side here. Picks up that second barrier. Looking for the goal and they pick it up.
Ow, you can't defend that. All 3 of them were attacking Crystal Core. You can't defend it.
Like, it's just an absolute annihilation here.
No.
No, and oh my gosh, he's saying that though. They pick up both the barriers already. Spring Maestro almost loses his life, but saved out by Kitty Bagel. What a nice Giga Blast to deny that Asher. Spring goes forward here, looking to play the position of the scorer of this team, but it's Luki Mana to pick up the second barrier here for Diagonal as they try to find themselves the goal to potentially save themselves from an annihilation.
Yeah, and if they manage...
Kitty, what are you doing? Kitty! Oh, Kitty!
A miscommunicated high five.
Indeed, might have been. Kitty accidentally missing out on the strike there. A little sorry ping out there for his teammates.
Yeah, unfortunate. Can happen to anyone. But you know, they just want to end this match. They just want to win it, you know?
Exactly, and I really wasn't expecting such a fast game to happen here today. But Kitty making up for that misplay already with a kill onto the Asher here. Dex losing his life, and in a 3v2 situation, it's just such a tough position here for Diagonal to clear it out. He has returned to Brazil, but Dex is back on the board.
Yeah, and even if if the Diagonal clears it one way, you know, they have the eject and the Amy to just cover
exactly. Oh my god, return to Brazil with yet another kill here. That Juliet really showing to be a problem here for Diagonal. Return to Brazil sits on the front side here to potentially help with the attack, but no, it's Kitty yet again fumbling a second barrier here. Spring Maestro though with that core flip looking to use it on the offense, but it's Return to Brazil that's low here. That core flip comes out and denied by Kitty Bagel. It's Crystal Core's attempt to score.
You do not want to lose this set if you're a TC. You do not want to lose this set.
Really don't want to lose this set because this is a chance for them to come back if you lose this. Return to Brazil being bullied at the front here. Doesn't get a chance to regain all that stagger. It's Kitty Bagel and Spring Maestro to potentially end this up for this team. However, though, it's Dax that almost has their core flip as well. There he goes. Return to Brazil set out of the map. But no, Crystal, what are you doing? It's core flip coming up here with Kitty Bagel. Does not get the core, but unfortunately, it's Dax on the attack now. Kitty Bagel tries to send it away. There's the core flip, and they're looking for it, but no, it's Return to Brazil back on the board here, looking for that final goal, looking to end out this map and this set here.
Don't speak too soon, don't speak too soon. It's still neck
don't
and neck
speak too soon. You are right, it's neck and neck. Here comes the Dorito as Return to Brazil, looking on the front here again. Oh my god, somehow the Asher does not send it in. There comes the ultimate from the Estelle, the piercing shot, the core flip. Crystal keeps them in the game.
Oh, but that was so hectic. That was too hectic for me. No. And Dax,
Oh
your
my
MVP.
god, Loco, what just happened?
It's coming home. You know, that's what Diagonal is singing right now. It's coming home. And
It might be
you
indeed.
know?
And oh my god, that big fish right now looks really, really scary here. Combined
With
together
the
with the might
re-
of the Colossus, Dax really looking to scale this game. Denied is the Among Titans from the IME here to potentially look to not give it over to the enemy to scale that Asher even more.
Yeah, absolutely agree. But Juliet does get away with a spark. No, opting
No.
for the slot
A
machine
recovery
take,
drone, actually.
you know?
Actually, like,
I think they
it's
just
pretty
left it
interesting
stuck.
here. I did see, what's it called? Adrenaline's Rush here actually on the board. It's interesting that the
Oi!
Juliet does not pick that up. Oi! Somehow, Spring losing his life to the Asher Ultimate.
Yeah, Dorito and the Ash Ultimate. It's a whole feast,
Dax
mate.
picking up the second one here, and we might be looking at a
no.
comeback here for Diagonal. Loki Mana with the piercing shot. Timing is a little bit off though, as Return to Brazil is back on the board.
I mean, they're making the comeback, you know? It's working. They got the barrier advantage right now, and it's looking really good for the Diagonal.
They are indeed, and now you really must be thinking, if you are a TC fan or if you're TC in this situation, it might have been a big regret giving them this set here. Return to Brazil looking so low on the top, hopefully gonna lose his life soon. But no, fighting back against Dax. Dax loses out all of his stagger, but Return to Brazil with that recovery drone saves out on his life. Almost dying here a second time, but no, a little bit of a bug here actually. Stagger not showing the right amount. Crystal Core teleporting to the front, but no, it's Return to Brazil with a core flip here on the backside. A defensive core flip, and no, piercing shot pierces through. Luki Mana with a goal.
It pierces through all three of them, the whole of TC going on defense, but it's not enough to stop the stunning primary, and oh my, it's intense.
Oh my god, and it's just such a tough position to be here in. What's it called? STC now, right? Like, it's still possible here for them to win this game, but oh no, not if Kitty Bagel plays like that though, giving up both of the barriers. It's Dax that picks both of them up, and Spring Maestro forced to use the core flip, but Return to Brazil picks up a kill here in the front. There comes the Fiery Fist, picks up one barrier. It's Spring for the second. Looking for the goal here is Kitty Bagel walking up with the core flip. No, what are you doing, Kitty? Unfortunately, missing out on that goal. Here's the Dorito to send it forward on the bottom, piercing shot to try and send it through, but not just yet. It's Dax versus Spring on the front side here. Spring hopefully looking to buy a bit more time. And no, Crystal!
Whoa.
What was that? Crystal!
My mouth is zipped. My mouth is zipped. Alright?
What just happened?
My mouth is zipped, bro.
Oh no! Crystal giving out a free goal here. It's Loki Mana to pick up a barrier but lose their life in the process too. Spring, one barrier, two barrier, and it seems to just be the team of today as yet again TC picks up another one, and we are back to match point.
The momentum switch of last point was so wild. Hopefully their mental wasn't like affected by that misplay, but I feel like it was.
Hopefully not indeed. I mean, oh my god, yet again it's Spring picking up another kill here on the board. Dax already looking so low, being bullied out here by that Juliet. They are looking here for the second goal barrier, but doesn't get it yet. It's Dax though that loses their life in return. Crystal Core forced to defend 1v3, 2v3 here though, as Spring picks up the second barrier. Looking here for the final goal is Spring.
Oh no, it's not looking good for the Diagonal.
It's not indeed, and Spring Maestro picks up their core flip here, pops it, sends it in the bottom, tries to go for an off angle here as Return to Brazil just composes themselves here to potentially look for the last goal, but no, dies off at the bottom to Dex, and it's Spring with the refrag! What a kill, Spring!
A refrag is crazy.
Oh my god, dude, like, what do you do in this situation as Diagonal? There's just so little to do. You're at barrier disadvantage. You're at, like, man disadvantage as well. Is Brazil that picks up yet another kill. Here's looking to stand off Crystal Core, but they can't get the call forward yet. It's Spring Maestro to try and win out the 1v1s against Luki Mana. Wins it up, but it's Crystal Core that wins out the second 1v1 though.
Yeah, so many
and oh my god, Spring yet again! Another kill! What a game! What a first game, Loco!
They got spawn killed. Dax has just gotten refragged, got spawn killed, you know. Oh my. Wow.
Wow. I mean, there's just so much to dissect there, isn't there, Loco? So many KOs, so many misplays,
Oh my.
unfortunately. But overall, what an amazing performance here by Spring and Return to Brazil.
21 KOs. What?
Holy,
And that was not
that's
even 20
disgusting.
minutes.
That's
That's-
disgusting.
That's like
El-
1 KO per minute, like faster, bro.
That's 11 goals on the side of Turkine here, dude.
That
What do
is
you even
like-
do?
That's an egoist right there, bro, you know?
Holy! Turkine's cat moves on to the winner's side here. As unfortunately, Diagonal gets dropped to the loser's bracket.
Yeah, I feel like that momentum switch, you know, the Diagonals really brought it back, but that one fumbled, like, moment, I feel like that really, really changed the momentum. And
It
that
probably
was-
did. Like, the mental of Diagonal must have been, like, so tough there after that one fumble, right? Because that's not something that should ever be happening, you know?
Yeah, I mean, game's a game, you know, at the end of the day.
Yep, at the end of the day, it is Turkine's cat here moves on to the next round, and yeah, I mean, just what a crazy performance! Like, we do talk about that Juliet right here, like being that star player, being the scorer, like picking up the kills here and there. But the thing is, like, so much props to Spring as well. Holy, 10 kills on the board.
Yeah, I mean, bro was just farming KOs the whole time while also backing up Return to Brazil and while also intercepting as many passes as possible to make Kitty's job easier.
They were indeed, and like, I think honestly, like, this first game here is gonna set the precedent for what we are going to see going on forward today. Local.
Yeah, I mean,
I just really feel like we're just in such a heavy KO meta here, right? But yeah, definitely. Anyways, we will be back very, very soon, guys, onto our second game where I believe actually we have an NA team here, potentially, of Era's Kitten Club looking to qualify for EUSL this season.
yo,
Oh, that's a game that I want to see, dude.
absolutely agree, absolutely agree. You know, you watch them on Twitch on the bestie slot, and now's
Definitely.
the real deal. Time to cast.
I mean, yeah, we'll have to see indeed. Anyways, we'll be back, guys, for our second game of the night, day, wherever you guys might be. Yeah. And we are back with our second game of the day here. We got Era's Kittens Club, which, like we said again, local, is an NA team here trying to get themselves into EUSL, which is going to be a really, really interesting team to keep our eyes out here for. And I don't know if you noticed, but there's a familiar name in the lobby right now.
The GOAT!
The Golden. I mean, okay, it's a bit of glazing from us just because we know him, but we got Yankate here on no iPhones, you know, Yankate, Yotsman, and the Child against Soren, NXZD, and Cardbox.
Yeah. I mean, you got to say the full team name. Not everyone has an iPhone.
Oh my god! Of course. Anyways, looks like we got Atlas Lab here with Heavy Impact and Spark of Resilience starting us off, and yeah, we'll have to see what the teams have in store for us. Actually, yet again, another IME pick here coming out from the side of Era's Kittens Club, and oh, sorry, no, not from Era's Kittens Club, but actually from yeah, the iPhone team.
Yeah,
I guess like not the iPhone team in this case, right?
Sure. You're hurting my brain right now. You're hurting my brain.
This team's name is hurting my brain, that's for sure. But yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be pretty interesting seeing a NA team here come in and try to win it all, right? Because like it's such a tough position to be in. Because yes, they might be like really good players here, but they are coming in with a high amount of ping, which means they're definitely at a disadvantage here going into this next game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's playable ping, but at the end of the day, higher ping is higher ping, right? There's like nothing you can do, and there's a lot of interactions on the core field or Atlas Labs that requires you to be as quick as you can with the reactions, and ping does not help with that. So
yeah, definitely. I mean, it's gonna be a really tough position for them to be in, especially like just like going into a bit of what we personally know is Yankate is a really strong goalie, man. Like he's a really strong goalie, really I would say a more defensive orientated goalie, but he does flex around quite a bit.
Yeah, I agree with that. More on the defensive side, that can flex, but we need to talk about the picks, you know, the Awakenings you mentioned. It's right. Another Spark, Heavy
Another
Impact.
Spark and Heavy Impact. Like that's the one I want to point out here. A Heavy Impact game, dude. Like, oh my god, man, the damage slop of this meta is really gonna put me to sleep at this point, I swear. But yeah, gonna look like it's gonna be another heavy KO game.
Yeah, and look at that. Almost everyone on Heavy Impact except for the Child and NXZD. So.
Yeah, definitely. The Child opting for that resilience here to potentially stay alive as that X. Soren here actually, I think fat fingering maybe the dash right off the bat. And oh my god, it's Yodsman to pick up the first kill here. Yankate on that Marco with the secondary buff, tries to buff up his team and almost loses out his barrier, but not yet. Not to Cardbox it is.
Yeah, and this Marco pick is going to be very, very strong in those 3v8 situations. Oh my, no!
Child picks up two barriers here, looking for the goal, but denied by that ultimate coming out of Soren here. Yankate with that secondary buff here, looking to buff up his team, but it's the Child that bullies out Cardbox and loses out all that stagger. Yotsman somehow sending the call forward by Cardbox teleporting to the backside here.
Yeah, and
oh my god, Soren! Almost losing out the goal, but managing to save it up just in time, though, is Soren on the back end. Yotsman and Child both here almost picking up their core flip, and it's Yankate here to constantly put up those Marco buffs for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking good for iPhone. They got 2 flips and the barrier advantage.
They do indeed, and Cardboard box looking really low on the top side here, losing out, and Iluba to Child just scaring them a little bit. Yotsman here to send a call right past NXZD up to Child. Child sends it to the black hole in the middle, but does not get it though. It's a call flip down from Yotsman to send it up.
That was a really clean goal. I really like that because Yodsman passed back to Jan. It was a bit of a risky pass, but you know, it looked really nice and clean, and then the Child hit it back at the black hole. Scored the goal, and you know, it's really clean.
And like early on, you can already see the teamwork here coming out of the no iPhone team as Yodsman, Child, and Yankate look to be playing so much passing plays here. It's NXZD to refrag his teammate here on the top end. It's Yodsman though at the bottom with a cyber swipe to pick up the second, to pick up the barrier here. Yankate sends it forward with that strike shot, but Cardbox cannot miss that one as Yodsman wins out the 1v1.
Yeah, Yoldsman is popping off right now. Nice pass to the child, but the child does not catch it. Coming back to Jan, and it's looking really good.
And
for
oh
him.
my god, he had another kill. It's Yodsman and Yankate to pick up a kill here together. Child has the core on the top side in a 1v1 against Soren. With that core flip, Soren wins it out, and right past Yankate it goes. Yodsman up to your Chow, but Chow does not pick it up just yet though. Here comes the Marco buff. Chow looking with that extra special here, trying to pick up the core, trying to pick up the goal, but does not get it in just yet though. He's spectacular as Yodsman sends out the IME turret, picks up the core flip here, looking on the back end, but bullied out by NXZD.
And Yoldsman really has to get this flip out. Look at the damage!
No, can't coming from Yankate here. Unfortunately, Yodsman loses out on their life, but Child here, holding off in the midfield, denies any potential for the team of Era's Kittens Club here to score.
Yeah, and they just really need to make it count, but they didn't do anything with that 3vx situation, just keeping core control. Really well played from iPhone.
Exactly, and just like really well played overall from Child, but oh my god, NXZD and Cardboard picks up a goal.
Was that a Dorito?
I believe that was a Dorito. Might have been a Dorito that was not well seen, that goes straight past Yodsman.
Yeah, just, you know, caught them off guard, slowly went through to the goal, and really well played from Era's Kitten Club, and that's what you want to see from, you know, top level.
Exactly, and oh my god, Child already picking up 2 goals here, looking for the goal, took up 2 barriers here, sorry, looking for the goal as well, unfortunately wasting out on that core flip, tries to send the core over to Yodsman, but Yodsman with a cyber swipe does not pick it up just yet though. NXZD using out the fiery fist, and Chow clearing the black hole in the middle.
Yeah, and Era's Kitten Club is not backing down. They got another. Oh no, the flip!
Oh no! Another flip is out yet again, but it does not find anything. Cardbox looking so low on the top here. Potentially Chow might be looking for that kill, but no. His eyes are on that goal as he sends the call to the top here towards Yodsman. So much pressure here. Yankate walking up as well. Sends it over to Chow, but denied by the Asher ultimate. Up to Yodsman. Yodsman looking to send it forward here through that midfield. But it's Child to pick up yet another kill. NXZD tries to go for a kill to swap out and equalize here, but cannot find it. It's a back pass over to Yankate, but Yankate does not pick it up. Yodsman with a call flip on the front side, tries to look for it, but no, it's Child to win out the 1v1.
Wow, and that was really well played from the side of not everyone has an iPhone, and they played that 3v2 really well. You know, they utilized the back pass, even if it didn't connect. The fact they utilized that open space is really good.
Exactly, and like honestly, if you're on the side of Era's Kittens Club here, like what do you do in this situation as they lose out one barrier to an unfortunate misplay? But it's Child here looking for that second. NXZD picks up the core flip, but can't seem to use it just yet as Cardbox gets bullied out on the top side.
Oh no, and it's another 3v2.
Yankate takes our own barrier. Yankate takes his own barrier. Unfortunately, looking to lose the second one here. It's NXZD picking up the second one. Yodsman looking really low on the midfield here. Tries to send it back towards Yankate, but being bullied out by both NXZD and Cardbox. Chaldo looking to make a play here on the front side against Soren.
Yeah, and Yodsman is back to that almost full HP. Never mind! Denied by the black hole.
Mine is the black hole. Denied, and Yodsman here on the attack on the front side. Oh my god, almost bullied out by Soren and NXZD, but an amazing elusive to keep themselves alive just a little while longer. Oh my god, almost losing out their life yet again. But it's the Child that picks up a kill in a 1v1 on the front side with that buff Marco secondary. Cardbox equalizes with a second kill on the back end. It's Cardbox to look to pick up a goal here, but denied by the Marco out.
The Cardbox does have flip. They can get the goal.
No, it's denied by Child. No, what are you doing? NXZD, what did you just do to this man? It's an amazing dash play to send it right past Child.
Did that get moved by the X primary a little bit? Or was that?
Don't know, but I believe it was NXZD that actually striked that. Like, it was a dash strike, I believe, and what a play, honestly speaking.
Yeah, came back, scored the goal, and, you know, really well played from Era's Kitten Club, and it is tied 2-2. Really good game so far.
Exactly, and like, look at honestly, whichever team that wins this here, I think, frankly speaking, wins it all out. But like, I'm really looking at the red team here of Yankate to potentially, you know, scale a lot better, considering the fact that they do have that Marco. It's just such a tough pick to fight against. Chow picks up yet another kill on the board. We really talk about this damage meta. We really talk about this KO meta here from all these teams. Yankate and Yodsman. Yankate almost getting his core flip. Boxes off NXZD on the front, a little bit of support from the back, and it's the Child that almost dies here on their team though.
Yeah. Almost, but still hanging on. And something I want to point out is that you have an X with no power additions yet. And, like, you're going to be at the disadvantage with an X that has no power additions, and they're still making it 2-2. So this is really, really good for iPhones.
I'm not even gonna lie, I actually thought the blue team of Era's Kittens Club here was gonna demolish, but no, it looks like Yodsman here to pick up a second barrier, actually, as the Chow looks up at Cardbox for another kill.
Yeah, and NXZD boxed up by Yan. Yan going for a goal-scoring opportunity. Oh, wait!
And NXZD misses out the kill on Yakate, but it's Yods to pick up a kill of their own. Cyber swipe into a pass to the child, and he gets the goal.
Yeah, the child scoring the goal, and Yodsman as your very well-deserved set MVP. And we got
oh
more
my god, I'm
damage.
already looking at that Deadeye, man. Like, does it get any better than that? The Deadeye, the prize fighter, the missile prop. Yodsman with a whole arsenal to pick from here.
Yeah, we get the reverb going down onto the X, which I mentioned before, the resilience plus reverb, great combination. We got the size on Asher, which is always good, Monumentalist, which is absolute biss on now.
Oh.
We got more speed on the haste. Julie
Oh my
Deadeye.
god, Yods, what did you just do to them? Yods, Yods intentionally not picking up that Deadeye and denying the prize fighter forces NXZD onto that Deadeye.
Can you even make a proc if you get dash range?
I mean, they can, but like they need that dash range first of all. But it's Charl here with a kill to pick up the first barrier of the round already. Yodsman up to Charl and Charl down to the barrier.
Oh, no.
Soren cannot win out with the ping, loses the 1v1 unfortunately to the child.
Yeah, and the child just slotting it in, getting the barrier, getting the goal, and really great touches. And yeah, it's really looking like iPhone's game. The thing that really makes it worse is that Marco buff plus the
god,
ping.
another kill from Yodsman! What are you doing to them, Yodsman? The child looking to win out a 1v1 here on the top side. Not yet though. Buff by the Marco on the back end. It's Young Kate that sends that out. Child here, another cyber swipe here from the top from Yodsman as Chow looks to bully out with the X Maximus, but does not find anything just yet. It's up to Yodsman though. NXZD trying to bully them out, but not enough damage. Core flip here on the top from Yodsman. Second flip, third flip here, but no, nothing is found just yet. And if anything, it's iPhone that's looking really low here, loses two of their lives.
And now it's Jan's moment. It's Jan's moment.
No! Soren unfortunately losing out on the second barrier. Yankate somehow managing to get that one.
And just clutched the 1v3. That was just well played from Jan. Really unfortunate.
Not only does he like win out that 1v3 and keep his barrier up, but he also managed to somehow pick up the enemy barrier as well. Puts his team in such a big advantage here. Coming back is the Chow and Yodsman. Yodsman looking for a cyber swipe to pick up the kill here, but he does not get it just yet though. Young Kate standing on the bottom, tries to follow up with a primary, loses out his barrier to Cardbox, but Cardbox here unfortunately having to walk back and not be able to use that core flip in an aggressive position. It's Cardbox though with a secondary drone to potentially look to use that. And oh my god, walking forward here with that core flip, but NXZD cannot pick up the core. And no, nobody can pick up the core. Core gets slotted in, and Yankate unfortunately does not save that one.
That was a bit of an awkward goal, but you know, game to game, happens in every game, and really unfortunate from the side of not everyone's iPhone, especially after that amazing clutch, but they're still holding on, they're still fighting, and they answer back with a barrier.
It is indeed a barrier down, and they're looking for that second, which is the Chow. Somehow managing to deny the core flip away from Cardbox. Cardbox as well looking really low. There's the damage slot being thrown on the back end here. The cyber swipe, the punch, the X Maximus. NXZD tries to fight back, but to no avail.
Yeah, and the damage is just unreal. NXZD has to try their best to stay alive. Does get an orb, but the barrier's fallen on the side of Erikin.
No, Soren almost loses it out, but the primary to save it just in time, though. It's Cardbox on the bottom here to potentially look to win out their 1v1s against Yodsman, but it's NXZD to win it out just in time, though. Chow here walking on the forward, tries to go for the bell ringer, but does not find anything with it just yet, though. Bullies out by both the enemy forwards, and no! So many slow cores! What is this game?
Back to back, you know, that's so unfortunate, but as soon as the Marco buff got popped, that goal happened. So, you know, maybe the Marco buff applied to the core, You know, sped it
Oh
up
my
a little.
god, Card Box already so low HP here, being bullied out by Yoatsman. The Chow picking up a... Sorry, no, it's Yoatsman that picks up a barrier, but NXZD to fight back. Unfortunately, Soren uses out their core flip as well. Not a really good time to use it though, but they are in a power play position here to potentially look for that barrier. They can't convert yet though. It's such an unfortunate situation as the Chow returns from the dead.
Yeah, and really well played from not everyone has an iPhone to hold on in that 3v2 situation.
Would you say Chow has been reborn there? No, because he's the child.
my mouth is closed, bro.
Anyways, it's Young Tate here to pick up a second barrier for his team, and Yoatsman winning out the 1v1, and Card Box cannot catch that one.
Yep, and what a great goal. You know, the child, and then the parents of Yoatsman and Young Kate.
You know, with Chow's parents of Young Kate and Yoatsman, you know, Chow rises up yet again, rebirthed.
Yeah,
Looking back for vengeance. But yeah, it's this spark of strength heading over to the Chow, and what do you honestly do in this situation, man? It's a double... Oh my god, I just realized as well. It's a double scale. Not only does that mean they have so much more damage here with that spark of strength, right? More stagger just reverts over to that reverberation, which gives even more cooldowns.
Yep, I mean, this X build is disgusting, but they do get Stagger Swagger on Soren, 1-2 punch on NXCD, and more cooldowns on Cardboard Box. So
but the one that really seems to be needing that Stagger Swagger here is actually Card Box, as they continuously gets bullied out here by both the Chow and Yoatsman. Yoatsman with that sharp eagle eye, honestly, constantly keeping out with, being able to pick out all these kills off the side. Who isn't able to defend though is Young Kate, as he loses a goal and loses one of their forwards as well. Yoatsman looking to keep the core in play here, but no, it's NXZD and Card Box looking for that goal.
Yeah, and the child has been taken out. Oh, yes!
The Dorito takes out Young Kate. NXZD looking for the score here, and it's the Now Mine that picks it up instead though.
It's a reversal. It's a reversal, man.
It might be a reversal indeed, but again, just because one round has been a flop here for this team does not mean it's over. Like, again, that's just so much damage, so much scaling that's happening here on the side of no iPhone.
Yeah, and I mean, those were some
like you see just happened right there. Card Box is gone. It's the Chow to pick up yet another kill here. Yoast to send it forward, and Chow wins out the 1v1s against Soren. Soren can't do much about that one. It's Yoast with a core flip here, but not even needed as Chow slots it in.
And that was a great glitch pop pass from Yoatsman to the child. And I mean, I think they just scaled better with the Awakenings. That's really all I could say.
And the fact that Yoatsman already has 2 prize fighter stacks here and is holding on to that adrenaline rush as well, it's just such a tough position for Era's Kitten Club here to be in, right? NXZD to try and punch out Young Kate, but Young Kate just elusives that one away. Goes for the dash punch and the elusive to pick up the kill here on the Chow, but that's not the one that you want to be targeting though. It's Yoatsman that's the real problem here. Ultimate here coming out from Young Kate with that extra special. It's Yoats to deny the potential for a play and for a conversion off of that kill.
Yeah, but not everyone has an iPhone is holding on so well.
Double kill here. One on the goalie and one on the forward as well. NXZD loses his life for a kill. The one that loses out here the most though is not iPhone, as Yoatsman, unfortunately losing out the 1v1, loses a barrier. The Chow tries to keep him in play as Young Kate walks back. Card Box here on the top with the core flip, looking to use it, but denied by the Chow, denied by that Mako out.
Yeah, and it's still in the favor of Era's Kitten Club with the 2 flips on the side of their team.
It is indeed, but just look at how tough it is for them to even get the call forward to use that flip. It's Card Box that wastes 1 flip, and the second one from Soren here. Child and Yoatsman on a tear. And it's Child to pick up yet another goal. Strike shot here from Young Kate to send it forward, and it's Yoatsman. What a goal!
The Asa primary just not able to catch that. It just drifts through. Great.
And it's just so unfortunate. Like, I feel like a lot of these losses here is due to ping, but like, what do you honestly do in this situation? You can't really complain about that at this point, but what you can complain about is the fact that no, Soren just lost both barriers to an unfortunate angle. It's Yoatsman that keeps the core in play here, and Child to end us off here on Atlas's lab. An absolute domination from no iPhone.
Yeah, and I mean, not everyone has an iPhone. Just played so well in the clutches, so well in the offense, and just played really, really well. But of course, we have to mention that Errors Kitten Club, really difficult to play on that ping disadvantage.
It really is. And like, you can see in the way that they play as well. Like, while yes, it's true that Child here is the one that's scoring all the goals, we have to talk about Yotsman. The amount of damage pressure that they keep throwing out, the KOs that they just get off the side, like so much amazing ability usage here out of Yotsman to pick up the kills, pick up the barriers, assist Child with getting these goals, and just yet another layer of what's it called? Another layer of making it so hard for Eras Kittens Club to fight back here is Yankate sitting on their back with that Marco secondary, with that Marco primary. Like, what do you even do? That's an extra projectile you need to watch out for. That's more speed that you need to watch out for. Also, the fact that he picked up that chrono boost just makes it so tough to fight against.
Yeah, even more speed, especially with the ping disadvantage. Speed is so hard to go against. And then, of course, Jan getting the extra special Marco ult, which is just gonna be even harder to break through.
That's true as well. Like, every single time you see Chao and Yotsman go down here, Yankate always had an ultimate up. It was never a situation where it was ever uncomfortable for not everyone has an iPhone to play against, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they just played really, really well. Once again, unfortunate with the ping disadvantage, but what can you do, you know? Game's the game.
Indeed. Absolutely. Like, such a hard position for them to be here. But yeah, actually, I just saw someone in chat pointed out not everyone has a good ping. Very true, specifically for this game. But yeah, congratulations to your winners of Chao, Yankate, and Yotsman as they move up in the bracket and look to qualify themselves for the EUSL.
Yeah, really well played. Love that match. Shout out my boy Jans, you know.
Hey, not too much glazing here, you know. Just,
if I knew them, if I knew them.
If you knew them, but I feel like we don't know him, right?
Yeah, it's an anonymous glaze. Anonymous glaze, you know?
Indeed it is. Anyways, we'll be back again with another game, a best of 3 coming into you tonight. Oh, tonight for us at least. But like tonight to afternoon, that's not a real word. Anyways, we'll be back very, very soon with a best of 3 here to secure one of our slots here of today for for the EUSL qualifiers.
Yep, absolutely.
And we are back local with a best of 3 here coming in live for you guys. We got BBB versus this is the part where I should have done my research before hopping on stream.
Shadow Spark.
Shadow Spark, you are
It's
right
the next
indeed.
Spark, man, in the edition, you know?
Oh,
Let's get in that
true.
one.
The next Spark in addition. And yeah, we got a best of 3 here. BBB choosing to pick up Taiko Temple, or Shadow Spark picking up Clarion Test Chamber here, with us potentially ending on Atlas's Lab.
Yep, another Atlas Lab game, but then we're starting off with 2 new maps we haven't seen today. Or not new maps, just new for the tournament. And we have Taiko Temple and Clarion, and, you know, you can't survive in Taiko Temple with the drums when you're staggered, and you can't survive in Clarion with all the environmental issues that it generates. But
Exactly.
something
Just
into
like
the draft line.
Clarion being one of those maps that you just constantly have to keep evolving the way that you play, right? Like, it really showcases a team's ability to be to just change the way that they play on the fly because of all the different quirks of the map.
Yeah, that's why I like it. It's like one of my top rated maps because, you know, you're always getting something new and really fun map. But we're on Taiko, you know, we're on the drummers.
And
we
let's
see
look at
one
the
of the
picks here
band
real
members.
quick. Yep, well, let's look at the picks here real quick, actually. So we got a IME ban, actually, which, holy, finally, man, with all the chaos going on, finally IME gets removed from this rotation here.
Yeah, I mean, freak character, man, freak character. Then the Kai getting banned as well. Not sure if that's a Kai forward or a Kai goalie that's being banned out. But we do have the Among Titans start and the build difference, so there can be some crazy size builds.
Yeah, definitely so. And it looks like both the teams are looking to abuse those sizes here. Or if anything, they just might go triple Among Titans here and just opt for that extra speed around the board, right? But we got a Rune, Kazan, and an Asher coming in here. My personal guess, that Rune might be picking up that Among Titans with both his teammates looking for that size. We know how oppressive Kazan is with size. We know how oppressive Asher is with size. And not only that, right? But the fact that this Rune of BBB can pick up that Among Titans and look for that extra speed for more places to place his pillar, more places to relocate the teleport. It's just going to be so scary for the enemy team here of Shadow Spark to fight against that.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And back to the Among Titans, like size being really good on Kazan and Asher. If it is Asher goalie, they could even take Pauldrons and then lose a bit of size, which gives the Kazan just full size. You know, 2 Among Titans buff plus build different on Kazan could be crazy.
Definitely, indeed. And not only would that mean that this Rune and this Asher only get that get that buff of speed, right? But the small equalization of the size as well just makes it a little bit more easier for them to win out their strike balls.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And then on the side of Spark, Shadow Spark, I feel like it would be more of a triple Among Titans. I know Zentaro does scale a little bit with size, but not usually the main take for Zentaro players. But, you know, I don't watch this region a lot, so, you know, might be a size build for Kazan.
Definitely, indeed. And maybe we're looking at that Octavia pick here to potentially look to abuse all that speed that they're going to get, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with Among Titans, Flow State, and Octavia just being the fastest character in the game. And, hey, it might be Octavia goalie, you know? I'm a believer. Woo!
But maybe not. I mean, I feel like you might be coping a little bit too much, hoping for something like an Octavia goalie here. But hey, we'll have to see what the teams have in store here for us. I personally believe it's an Estelle goalie. I mean, looks to be so at the very least, right? But hey, who knows, right?
Yeah, but you know, I've had my fun on Octavia goalie. I've seen other people have fun on it. You gotta bring it to EU, man. I'm telling you.
True indeed. Maybe we might see it, but the players are here today to win. So, you know, while we might be having a little bit of fun on a pick like that, I don't think it's something that we'll see. Definitely, though, something that I am worried about here on the side of Shadow Spark is the fact that they seem, if they choose not to abuse this Among Titans and build diff pick here, they might just get absolutely demolished because we have been seeing it all day happen so far. We have been seeing so many like just examples of KO being on top here in this current meta, you know? Like it just might be like tough for them to fight back against something like that.
Yeah, I feel like with Taiko Temple, you could argue it's more core control focused because drums can save you and you can get the core to your forwards instantly. But it's also a little bit KO focused with if you're staggered, you're not surviving, you know?
That is true, that is true. Like with the constant amount of drums being sent around, it's gonna be like really tough for them to survive. But hey, like if a player can get lucky or 2 times, you know, like you might just survive with the drums, in fact.
Oh, we see the Kazan goalie going out. You know?
Interesting, actually. That's really interesting coming in here. But yeah, I mean, Kazan goalie is really, really strong here, actually. Not only like do you have that Kazan goalie, right? But like, we know how strong Immaculator is on that Asher. We've seen Immaculator on that Asher before. Really, really strong player. You know, with that extra size buff as well. Like, they just look to absolutely demolish like that position here, right? It's actually Nitran, the only player here of that rune to pick up among Titans for their team. Immaculator and SwiftZ both picking up the build different. Look at how big they are already starting off the match.
Yeah, that is just the powerhouse pauldrons and the built diff, but we got so much speed on the side of Shadow Spark.
We do indeed, and I'm actually, what's it called? Again, you know, me not doing my research ahead of time, but I'm seeing a couple very interesting names, very strong names. It's Fang on the back here with that piercing shot to send the first goal in as we're yapping, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like the side of Shadow Spark is the more experienced side, the more favored side in this matchup. And I mean, look at them abusing the speed, you know? Like slick kicks and mom boots with among Titans.
Definitely, but then like at the same time though, we do say that they might be like more favored slightly here, but look at how much more scaling BBB has here as they pick up the second barrier already here on Taiko Temple. SwiftZ wins out a 1v1 against Screamouts on the back, and it's Immaculator to try to pick up the goal against Fang, but not just yet though. It's Nitran Immaculator in a 2v1 here against Fang. Lamacraft tries to come in here for the support, but is not there in time. Lamacraft being bullied out and killed on the side here. It's Immaculator walking up with that core flip. Pops it, doesn't get it though, but it's fine. Picks up the goal on the side as Fang does not catch that one.
Yeah, and instantly answered back. As I said, one team more experienced than the other, you know? Just instantly countered that statement, and it looks like it's going to be a good match.
Exactly. Oh my god, Immaculator with a second kill already. That size and that damage coming into play here. It's SwiftZ on the back, unfortunately losing our 1 barrier, but sends it forward to Immaculator. They are on the attack yet again as he wins our 1v1 against Lamacraft, the banish, and no, it's Fang that sends it all the way on the other side.
Yeah, really nice defending from Fang, finding those clear angles, but nice defense coming out from BBE.
Oh, it is indeed, but SwiftZ loses out unfortunately on that second barrier. Casters, because yet again, as Screamouts and Lamacraft pick up that second barrier, Lama looking for the kill here on the bottom, but it's Screamouts to try to pick it up with that slash, with the slice and dice, does not pick it up though. 2 core flips here on the front for Sparks, and oh my god, they didn't even need it. Screamouts pops his core flip, but does not pick it up, picks up the goal though. It's Lamacraft.
Yeah, a Scream not catching the call with the core flip, but did manage to get a stun onto SwiftZ and Nitran, which could be partly of why the goal went in, and really well played from the side of Shadow Spark.
Exactly, and it's such a tough position here for BBB as, what's it called? Oh, as I say that, though, they already got the first kill and the first barrier on the board. It's Lamacraft here to try and deny the plays from them. Unfortunately, losing out on that flow state, SwiftZ sends it forward to Immaculator. Lamacraft looking for a kill on the top side, but does not pick it up just yet, though. Nitran here does pick up that second barrier. They look for the goal as SwiftZ constantly walks up with that support.
Yeah, Triple B doing really well in that 3vx situation, managing to get 2 barriers from that advantage.
Exactly, like actually being able to convert that kill, which is also important. Sends it up to Nitran, which teleports up there. Lamacraft denied of the flow state yet again, and SwiftZ unfortunately losing out all the abilities, forced to use the core flip, but sends it into the Taiko drum, loses out his own barrier, and it's Screamouts from the top. Ayai dash to pick up the last goal of the set.
Yeah, and Scream just absolutely capitalizing on that unfortunate moment from SwiftZ, just getting the barrier with the Taiko drum. Really unfortunate.
Oh no.
And Oh,
Oh no, it's a cast to last Octavia game. This is gonna be a tough one, Loco. It's gonna be a tough one.
It's they get more damage, you know. They get more damage.
I mean, you are right. We are in a KO meta, right? So like that means they win, right? Because they have more damage. But it's true though. What's it called? Immaculator here picking up that 1-2 punch already. You know, not even needing that 1-2 punch earlier to pick up all these kills. Hopefully being able to use that to shut down this Octavia, shut down that flow state. It's Nitran that tries to banish out Lamacraft, but does not catch it though, losing out all his health and all his Elu bar at the same time though. Nitran with a nice pillar picks up the first barrier, looking for the second, but no, gets sent back with a teleport. Immaculator looking to win a 1v1 out here on the bottom. Asher in that strong position as they pick up the second barrier. Nitran and Immaculator looking to put an end to this set, or end to this round.
Yeah, really well played from Triple B, but I'm sure that Shadow Sparks is going to answer back.
And oh my god, Swift Z! The size!
Wait.
Swift Z steals it away from Lamacraft, and Immaculator wins a 1v2!
Just dribbled it to himself with the primary that caught Fang's clear and just really great goal.
Oh my god, Swifzy, what was that? And it's Nitran with the banish and the double pillar to look for the kill and damage onto Lamacraft. Lamacraft looking so low already. Tries to use that flow state, tries to use the ultimate to kill Immaculator. But it's Scream Mouths 1v2! What are you doing to them, Scream?
This person has just absolutely cooked on the offense with Zentaro. You know, the cooking character.
Holy man, Scream!
Yeah.
What an amazing show of skill as Screamhouse gets really low here, forced to use that core flip to stay alive, but it's Swifzy that looks for the kill and picks up their own core flip, but it's Immaculator, the shover on the other end that almost dies out here though, picks up one barrier before their death hopefully, and Swifzy here on the back end, winning our 1v1 against Lamacraft. Immaculator walking up to help his teammate.
Yeah, Shadow
picks up the second barrier actually. As I say that, Swifzy almost losing out the second barrier, but tries to win it through Swifzy. Tries to win it through Screamhouse. Nitran with a really nice pillar on the back end here with that support. Those pillars are just forcing so much pressure onto the red team here as Swifzy picks up a kill of their own.
And Scream is out of the game.
Immaculator picks up a kill on Fang. Oh my god, Swifzy and Immaculator looking for the goal on the top side here, and Lamacraft cannot deny that 1v3.
Yeah, really well played from Triple B. Immaculator bearing their fangs into Fang, sending them off the map.
Holy Immaculator, what a kill. That was so important for this team here as they look to pick up the second set here. Nice banish coming out from Nitran, but the pillar denied by Lamacraft here. Unfortunately, Immaculator has to use their core flip here to try and stay alive, but Nitran and Immaculator both looking for that second barrier here together with Swift Z on that support.
Yeah, and the damage is just doing so much for Triple B. You know, Scream just getting KO'd, I think, 2 times in the last point.
Exactly, and this Asher just being so scary and so hard to win against. No, never mind though. It's Scream that wins out the 1v1 against Swift Z. The pillar cannot do much, and Nitran too small to pick up the core.
Really unfortunate. Shadow Spark just instantly turned it around, and you know, the core drift off into the open part of the field, and you know what's going to happen if that core drifts away. The Octavia.
Exactly. A banish here on this bottom side of Scream, but no damage to follow it up though. Swifzy here tries to get the kill onto Llama, but does not pick it up just yet though. Nitran tries to clear the core out, cannot clear it out. It's Scream that picks up a second one. The banish, I believe, picks up its own core. Oh my god, Swifzy, what did you just do? But never mind though. Scream and Llama absolutely demolishing the defense here.
Yeah, Scream and Llama destroying the triple player wall of BBB, the Triple B wall. And Llama getting MVP once again.
The Triple B war is crazy, but yes. Llama getting MVP once again. So many good awakenings here on the board. Just such a tough game for them to win against here. Like, we thought it was going to be a turnaround for BBB here, but it might not be as the prize fighter gets denied from Immaculator.
Yeah, really nice deny coming out from Lamacraft. Really have to deny that. Another spark going down onto the Zentaro of Scream. More speed going onto the Kazan goalie Swifty. More primaries for Immaculator Deadeye, which is more damage for Fang. And Nitran with another spark to hopefully counter Scream in future drafts.
Exactly, and Scream just putting so much work on the board here as he picks up one barrier here. Oh, never mind, didn't pick up any at all actually. Somehow accidentally saving out the barriers here for Swifzy.
Yeah, and look at the damage. You know, damage is just flowing around everywhere. Look at Nitrun, look at Llama-Craft. Really
Exactly,
low.
and we did talk about BBB being the stronger damage team here in general, right? But there's just so much more damage being thrown onto them by the side of Spark. Immaculator loses out 1v1 against that flow state. Llama-Craft keeps it up. Lindron tries to deny it with a banish. Immaculator tries to go for a kill on the bottom. Nevermind, picks up the barrier though. Swifzy, oh my god, Llama!
What a
Llama,
crazy
what a primary! Oh my god!
Unreal. Llama-Craft just getting to the spot every single time with that constant speed on the Octavia, you know, even without flow state. Just fast.
It looked like they were still being able to clear that as well. I doubt Swifzy would have lost if not for that primary. Scream picking up a first barrier here, looking for the second. It's Llama with the flow state, with the ultimate here on the bottom, but denied by a pillar. There comes the core flip, there comes the second core flip. No barrier for Immaculator as they lose out on all their energy. Nitrun tries to go for the kill, but it's not enough as Llama gets saved out by Scream.
Yeah, really nice save from Scream, but took a lot of damage saving Llama-Craft in that situation.
Indeed, and just Scream is just putting in so much pressure onto Swifzy here. Wins out yet another barrier. Immaculator looking for one of their own, but gets damaged out by both Scream and Fang. Picks up the barrier, but loses their life in return. It's Llama-Craft on the attack here now.
And you have an Octavia.
Oh my god, double vanish! Nidrun! And they picked up a barrier as well. Nidrun looking to score here, looking to hold a bit more time for Immaculator to come back. And there it is. Immaculator is back as Nidrun scrambles to find the core on the bottom side. And it's Scream that tries to play a 1v2. And unfortunately losing it out, but it's fine as they are yet again on the attack with Llama. And oh my god, Scream! Oh, that almost went in, but Swifzy, what a catch though!
It's going back and forth, back and forth. Llama-Craft has flip now as well.
Llama-Craft has flip, and as well as Scream, but he gets banished out. It's fine though. Scream loses out his core flip. Tries to go for a play here on the front side, but it's Immaculator.
The core was too fast for Scream. The constant red core and Immaculator just slotting it in. Wow, that was
what a game, dude! What a play, dude! Holy.
That was a crazy point. Really well played from Triple B.
Exactly, it was. Oh my god. Immaculator here looking to win out the 1v1, but keeps losing to Llama-Craft. That Octavia speed just proving to be a problem for them. Looking to put damage onto Llama, but no kill just yet though. It's Nidrun that tries to kill Scream, but puts more damage onto Llama. Llama has to back off here on the offense.
Something I want to point out is that Nitrun has been way more consistent with the banishes in this set.
Oh
but
no!
They lose the barrier.
No! Just as you say that though!
I didn't say anything.
Oh my god, Nitrun unfortunately not winning out the 1v1 on the top side is Scream yet again to pick up more goals for us.
Yeah, and they really want to close it out. Getting another barrier! Oh no!
Oh, Immaculator being able to pick up one barrier here on the backside off of a red core. Looking for the second one, but it's Fang with a core flip on the back here though. Banish here coming out from Nidrun, looking to try and deny that play from that team. Llama building up that flow state and he's flowing all over the place, but loses it out as Nidrun and Swifzy do amazing dribbling here past them.
Yeah, both goalies with flips, so they will be holding on quite well.
Oh,
but
no! Yet again, Scream! Scream! What are you doing to them? Manages to win out yet again against Swifzy. Scream almost has his core flip. Here is Llama-Craft looking to keep on to that flow state, but banished out by Nidrun. Llama cannot keep that flow state up, and it's Immaculator and Nidrun here on the 2v1 against Fang. Nidrun unfortunately teleports away. Llama sending the core forward towards Scream. There's the core flip. No. There is the goal!
And Scream slotting in the final goal to give Shadow Spark the first point in their best of 3. Wow.
Oh my god, Scream! Holy, what are you doing to them? Scream is just winning every single 1v1 on the board. 1v1s, 1v2s, it does not matter. Scream is up to the board, dude.
Yeah, and I mean, even with Swifty's red cores, you know, with the Kazan pick, you have Llama-Craft speed catching it, you have Fang Estelle range catching it, and then you have Scream just being that menace on Zentaro 1v1s.
Exactly, like with such a high win rate on the front side with Scream, the little bit of support that Llama and Fang are giving him just allows for so many wins here on that Zentaro. Like, what do you even do against that? I mean, like, you can just say, like, just win strike wars, right? And literally, I think that's all you have to do here, because Scream is just winning so many of these 1v1s, and Swifzy, unfortunately, is struggling against them.
Yeah, I mean, it was really unfortunate. Another thing I want to point out is with the midfield of Nitron when he's playing the Ruin, you have nothing that can, like, guarantee the strike war win, you know? And that's really, really difficult against an Octavia midfield.
Exactly. It's just such a tough position to be in. Not only the Octavia midfield, but the Estelle goalie of Fang as well. Like, there's just so much pressure there. And again, like, our highlight player here is definitely Scream. I mean, Lamacraft has the most goals here, but again, it's Scream that's the highlight player, just winning so many of these 1v1s with the support of the back end here. Like, can this team, like, ever lose?
Yeah, I mean, Scream played out of their mind, especially against the crazy size Kazan goalie, which is really awkward for a lot of forwards to face. But, you know, Scream doesn't care what the goalie's playing. Just slots it in.
I mean, we'll have to see, hopefully, coming into the second game here of Clarion Test Chamber. Now is really an, a showcase of the wits and the abilities of these players to adapt to what they have to play against, with that constant rotation here of Clarion Test Chamber.
Yeah, and we might be seeing more KOs, especially with more damage from all the situations. You know, the orb that makes you stronger, all cooldowns back. You got the poison goo. You got the invis. You got so many things on this map, man.
Exactly. There's just so many things for these players to have to rotate around. We're coming into the pick and ban phase here. Spark starting us off with a... Oh, look at the awakenings, actually.
Oh
my god.
Blast. Reverb.
And an interesting awakening set here, I would say. Glass especially being the standout pick here. I mean, you know, we are in a KO. We are in a KO-based meta here. But hey, after looking at all the speed that Spark brought here, they might just look to abuse that even more. And it's BBB that somehow bans out their own rune.
That's interesting. Maybe there's a secret Ruin player on the side of Fang Scream Lamacraft. I'm not familiar with all the picks, but Ruin is definitely a very powerful pick on Clarion Test Chamber.
I mean, Llama clearly showing their ability to midfield really strong here. And I might be wrong, alright, I can't remember, but I believe quite a while back, I have spotted Llama playing that rune. And oh boy, is Llama a really scary rune.
I want to see it now.
I mean, we won't get to see it, unfortunately. Not unless we get a third map here, hopefully. But it's Kai that first gets picked up here by Spark of Shadow.
Yeah, really good pick. And then we got the Estelle and the Atlas. I assume that's Atlas goalie, not Atlas forward, coming out for BBB. And another thing I want to mention, back to the glass cannon, it is a really good pick because you get that speed, you get that damage in the damage meta. But on a map like Clarion Test Chamber, there's so many, like, forms of the map that can hit you and just remove that buff instantly.
Exactly. Oh my god! What is that? Do you see that, Loco? It's an era pick! Oh my god! Oh no! The last time we saw an era pick, it did not go well. But hopefully Spark knows what they're doing here. Era pick for Spark, along with that X. Oh, it's a full Maelstrom team. Look at that. We got a lore team on our
we got the lore team. Let's
on our
go.
hands here, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, it might be Era goalie. You know, I'm someone who heavily favors Era goalie over Era midfield. I feel like you can do more on the goalie role, but you know, either role it works, and it's actually an interesting team comp. You know, that works well. You know, it's a lore team that works well.
It is, but like, it might be tough as well. Like, yes, we do know what Scream is capable of now on that forward pick, which I assume will be the X here, but is that support gonna be enough, you know? Like, we do talk about the fact that Scream is just winning all these 1v1s. But if Llama starts struggling in the midfield, if Fang starts struggling at the back end of as the goalie, like might they potentially like just lose this out? Because Scream's never gonna get the core in that case, right? And if Scream never gets the core, he can't do Scream things.
Hey, he might not be making plays with core, but he will be punching people, you know? That's the character he's playing, you know?
That is true. That is true. But again, like it's gonna be so tough, right? Because having to fight against something like an Atlas as well that can heal himself, that can keep him and his teammates alive, it's just, is this really the right pick here going into Clarion Test Chamber? Yes, we are in a very damage-heavy map. We are in a very damage-heavy meta, which is true that X might be able to like put out all this damage for them, but that era might be a misplay here. Like it might be a really big misplay. And I use the word might very heavily here because we'll have to see what the team of Spark here chooses to bring with us. Like chooses to do, you know, with that era.
I don't know what they can pick up or cook up. Yeah, it's the era goalie. And the Llama
looks like your wish is coming true. Looks like your wish is coming true. It's that era goalie with the Kai midfield. Yeah, I think this is something that is going to definitely be a lot more comfortable to see this team on, because Llama on that Kai is just capable of putting in so much more impact here, you know, like on that midfield with that Kai, potentially, you know, even just playing as a second goalie for Fang.
Yeah, and I mean, Llama just came from playing a speed character, so you might as well hop on another speed character, you know, since you're used to it. So. They
have their own speed with that blazing piece, as well as the buff from that era. Just so much speed across the board here. Oh. Every single player on Reverb except for Fang. Yep. Fang opting for that extra speed here off that glass cannon, already starting out the round with a with double buffs here on the bottom side. It's Nitrun to lose a lot of their health as Scream yet again picks up a barrier.
Yeah, and the first map we're in is the Bounty Castle, and they're answering back Triple B with a barrier of their own.
And Llama struggling here a little bit in the midfield. Unfortunately, there goes the second barrier for Fang, but they pick up a kill on the top side. It's the Era Tornado. Scream looking for the second one. Oh, Swifzy! What was that? The core got caught in the barrier. Holy, Llama with a barrage here on the forward. Swifzy with a nice core flip to send it up, but it's Fang in a 1v2 now. Never mind, the core goes back on the front for the attack. Scream looking for that dash, looking for that bell ringer though. Fang on the back end here with that core flip, looking to use it soon for their defense. Llama tries to barrage it through, but cannot get through that expense. Oh my god, Scream!
And Scream is still showing up even on the X pick, and that was a difficult map for BBB, especially with Atlas going on the Bounty Castle.
Dude, like, it was so unfortunate what happened to the Atlas there with that secondary. Like, Swifzy just couldn't do much against that. But we talk about all that damage here, and that damage is what we're seeing. Llama and Scream already losing all their health. Immaculator looking to bully Scream even more here on the front end. It's a core flip from Llama as a kill gets picked up off the back from Fang. Oh, sorry, no, gets picked up from Nitrun, actually. My bad.
But Fang does have flip, but there's just a barrier.
No, unfortunately, Fang does flip, but it doesn't get through though. The whole team here really low on elusive overall. Immaculator almost picking up that core flip, being healed up by that Atlas on the back end here off Swidzy. Nitrun with that core flip looks to win out the 1v1, but loses to Llama Craft. Holy! Passes the call forward to Scream, but it's two core flips they have to fight against here. Immaculator with the first one. Nitrun looking to use the second one here with a piercing shot on the front. Does not get it in. And here comes the Era Tornado. And they hold on just a little while longer, but Llama Craft!
I mean, Llama Craft just popped off their barrier and goals, like... insane.
Holy, we did talk about that Era pick potentially being really weak here, but it's Llama to put in all that work here to ensure that that Era pick is working out for this team.
Yeah, and it is working out for this team so far.
It is indeed, as they pick up yet again another barrier. Looking for the second one here is Scream with that Axe Maximus. Down from Fang to Llama, as Llama sends it forward with a Giga Blast, but does not pick up anything just yet though. Scream here with their core flip, looking to use it anytime soon. It's Llama with the blazing pace, comes forward though. Fang passes it to Scream as the bell ringer picks up the second barrier. Fang losing out the second one, and oh my god, almost losing out his second barrier here as well. Llama drills it forward with that barrage, two core flips, and no! Swifzy loses out the 1v1 against Scream!
Oh my... It's just so difficult for BBB to defend, because Swifzy he manages to defend when you have abilities, but Atlas abilities take so long, and if the core stays there, it's so difficult to keep defending.
Exactly, it is indeed. And already, the spark of resilience going to Lamacraft. They are already, scaling, and it's just so tough for this team of BBB to come back, right? Like, recovery drone already going over to Scream. He's gonna win more 1v1s. What do you do in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, you got more damage with the rapid fire, you can pump out more abilities, more damage with the heavy impact as well, but is it gonna be enough to stop Shadow Spark?
And it doesn't look like it as they pick up their first barrier, though. Actually, they come back on the attack. It's BBB to pick up a second barrier here on the back end. Lamacraft looks for the barrage and somehow gets the second one. Scream on the front end. X Maximus as he punches his way through. Lamacraft tries to send it up to Scream. Scream doesn't catch the call. But it's Llama to drill it in. Swifzy cannot catch that one.
And the cutting off of space from the team of Shadow Spark is so perfect. Scream in the top, Lamacraft in the middle, and covering the bottom with the barrage. Just really well played from Shadow Spark.
Scream and Llama just putting up so much pressure here on the front side, and Swifzy cannot find an answer. The piercing shot from Nidrun to try and save it out, but it's not enough. Swifzy unfortunately misses out on another one, and second set looks to be going to Spark yet again.
It's too much pressure. Look how far Fang pushed up as well. You can't clear the core past midfield. Oh wait, the turnaround!
Oh my god! Immaculator almost loses his life to the Era ultimate. Fang here keeping up both his barriers in time though. Immaculator trying to go for that barrier but cannot find it. Unfortunately, Fang just doing such a good job. Lamacraft is back here on the board. Call flip from Swifzy to pick up the first one. Call flip from Immaculator. Look for the second, but he does not find it just yet though. Scream almost loses his life to that piercing shot to the ultimate by Nidrun. But it's Fang to keep the core here in play on the back end. Immaculator so low, being bullied out by Scream.
Yeah, and now they're keeping up the core control on the side of BBB, and they can't
They pick up the second one already. Scream looking for another one as Llama with that support on the back end passes it to Scream, and Scream finds it yet again. Oh my god, what can this man not do?
And the synergy, you know, the first game it was really back and forth, but the synergy of Llama, Scream, and Fang have just skyrocketed, you know? They've taken control of the game.
And it's just so tough now because, like, the Kai gets that chrono boost. What do you do to stop Lamacraft here? It's just so much pressure. Like, yes, you can kill him, but like, clearly Fang is just doing an amazing job of holding off as well, even after Llama dies. BBB needs to find an answer, and they need to find an answer fast if they want to keep themselves in this tournament.
Yeah, we do have more damage on the Zentaro. We got healing on the Estelle, more damage and more range on the Atlas, but Swifzy doesn't have more cooldowns, you know, and that's going to be really, really difficult with the core control coming out from Shadow Spark.
Exactly, that's true, and all this damage already coming through onto Immaculator, onto Nidrun. Swifzy already forced to use the Atlas ultimate as Scream picks up yet another barrier. It's 3 defenders here on the red team. Lamacraft struggles to pick up the core on the back end here, unfortunately losing our 1 barrier, but gets it forward though. Scream tries to pick up the second one, tries to pick up the kill here onto Swifzy, but it's an Era Tornado being sent forward. Llama losing his life.
Really nice Air Tornado from Fang, but loses the barrier back, and it's a 3v2 for BBB.
It is indeed, but look at that. Scream immediately takes the place of that midfield here and stands in the way of Immaculator. Immaculator so low already with Lamacraft back on the board. Being guided by the bottom is that Era Tornado with the core. Scream walking up, picks up the gold, picks up the orb here, managing to get a core flip here from Fang, but denied by Immaculator. Does not send it forward, but it's inevitable as Llama here keeps sending the core forward, tries to get it to Scream with that core flip.
Yeah, and they can't break through on the core flip. Oh my god!
Scream and Llama!
What?
What a passing play! Holy shit, dude! Llama was in the shadow. I believe he wasn't seen.
Shadow Spark
Llama
in the shadows.
Not seen, dude. Llama doing an amazing job hiding in the bottom there in the shadows. Picks up the goal.
Yeah, and BBB can't break through this midfield duo of Fang and Lamacraft. It's just too powerful.
Exactly, it's just so tough for them to like win out here. Like Nitrun unfortunately just cannot win these 1v1s, and just all the extra speed that Fang is putting out, all the extra damage. Never mind though, Caster's Curse! Nitrun with a goal of his own!
Absolutely solos it in the top lane and punishes Fang for trying to ping pong with him. And what a great goal. They're coming back.
BBB here are trying to come back with a core flip advantage here. Actually, they are on the bouncy map here, so it makes it a little bit tough. Forced to use one core flip already. Swifty holding on to his, but loses a barrier in return, though loses the second barrier. It's Scream yet again. Scream his name as he looks to win out this game. Closes out this map for us here.
And it's really not looking good for BBB.
It looks really bad as they're forced to use the second core flip here. Scream picking up his own core flip, looking to get the kill onto Swift, but never mind though, stays alive as he gets bullied out by Swift here on the back end. Lamacraft with a back end dribble here does not get it through, but it's Llama that actually puts so much pressure here on the back, even like just playing that goalie role for Fang essentially. Scream with a core flip, tries to go for a play, the dash into a strike, but does not get it through. It's the Banish! Never mind, it's the Barrage! Swifzy does not win that one.
Lamacraft just slotting it through fast enough before Swifty could cast that secondary, and it's just looking like game over for BBB.
Exactly, it is the Giga Blast here from the top on Lamacraft to pick up that barrier. Scream on the bottom here, pick up the second one. Bang with the core flip, goes through, and it's Scream. Scream his name as he's your champion of today. The absolute destruction from this team is amazing.
Yet the side of Shadow Spark absolutely demolishing in every part of the field, not giving BBB a single chance to beat the Ember Monarchs. What a game!
Holy! Not only did they win with a lore team here, they won with Era. Like that's the most like fascinating thing to me here, right? They won with Era of all things. Scream really just proving his worth here on this team, winning every single 1v1, every single 1v2. Like what can they do?
Yeah, I mean that was an annihilation. There was a glimmer of hope with that one goal from Nitrun, but it just wasn't enough. I don't know how you can compete against Scream, Lamacraft, and Fang, just cutting off every angle and just constantly feeding Scream.
Exactly. It's just such a tough position for them to be in here. And holy, like just did you see that? Like the core flip from Scream down into Llama from the shadows? Like,
yeah, that was.
How do you even read that?
That's
how
like
a. How do you even read that?
It's an introduction to the Shadow Sparks, you know? Scoring from the shadows. Like...
Scoring from the shadows is the Shadow Spark. Indeed, it is. I mean... Oh my word! What an amazing day of Omega Strikers we've been given here by this team, and. Holy, big shout out to Scream. Wow, just wow. Like, I'm at a loss for words here.
Yeah, I mean, like, that was disgusting. Like, that was a crazy, disgustingly crazy game. You know, like, What can you do, Barry? What can you do? Game is game.
Exactly. Like Nitrun, Immaculator, and Swifty unfortunately not winning it out. Good luck next time around though. Scream, Llama, and Fang landing themselves a position in, I believe it's next week's tournament of
it's one of the weeks.
EUSL. It's one of the weeks coming up, that's for sure. But yeah, holy, what an amazing day of Omega Strikers we've been given here today, local.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you to EU staff for letting us cast this tournament, and thank you to the chat, of course, as well, Xylophone, right? Like, the chat was...
Indeed. Big shout out to the chat here for, like, showing up to support. But, like, yeah, I mean, you know, stick around because we might be gone, but it's not done for you guys yet, as we're going to see more games here being casted by our other lovely staff here of EU, as, you know, we continue our EUSL open qualifiers here of the day.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And the other matches, I'm sure, will be as action-packed as this one.
Hopefully it is. Hopefully it is, local. Anyways, it's been Xylo and Loco, and we'll see you guys next time.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more EUSL qualifiers. I am here this time with Jay. How's it going?
Too bad.
Hey, good to hear, right? And we had our first winner side matchup a little earlier. Pretty dominant showing from Shadowspark, but this time we're going to be having Not Everyone Has an iPhone versus Breakthrough. Spec training Spark of Rezo start in Aten City. How do you feel about this?
This is a pretty interesting start. I expect a lot of Spark takes here, as Aden City not normally known for a KO map. In this kind of meta, can definitely still any map can be a KO map. But with the Spark of Rezo also counteracting that, I think your only kills you're going to see are really like knockback kills. So it's definitely going to be interesting. I think there is just going to be a lot of Spark takes here.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty relatively tame start. So yeah, everyone's just going to opt for the scaling. And Not Everyone Has an iPhone on this blue side. Interested to see what they pick, right? If I recall, in their previous game, Jan Kate was playing this Mako, and then we had an Aimi X, I believe, on the forward side. X, not traditionally a great pickup on this map, and while a great user of spec training, most likely going to see something like the Zen Erasmus.
Yeah, you definitely want those more mobile brawlers here. And even like these melee goalies that have been like extremely good are not as useful on Aten, you know? Like your only range is really strike shot. So you see a lot more range goalies on this map, even in this really strong melee goalie meta. So I'm curious to see if we'll see a lot more like ranged picks here, those like self-sustaining brawlers. It'll definitely be interesting to see.
Yeah, we're probably going to be looking into most likely stuff like the Kai goalie, the Estelle goalie. Knowing that Atta is on the red side, though, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him pick up maybe that Mako or opt for like the Rune goalie or... I don't know. Okay, how do you feel about Kazan goalie on this map? I know you played with Moffin.
I've played a lot with a really good Kazan goalie, and although we didn't specifically play this map very often, I think Kazan goalie is actually pretty good on this map. Hook covers, like, if you get one size awakening, your hook is covering half the barrier, and that's all you really need to cover.
Yeah, that's fair, right? Atta, one of the most known Kazan goalies in EU, so wouldn't be surprised if he opted to pick it up, right? This time joined by Lucas and Kami, right, to make that breakthrough team. So we'll have to see what ends up getting picked up. Lucas being well known on the Estelle, on the Kai, very good characters on this map, for sure, right? Not just in the goalie position, also in that midfield position. So I want to see if Not Everyone Has an iPhone opts to ban one and then first pick the other.
Yeah, that would definitely be an interesting draft strategy here, as it's different starting awakenings.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, I think there's technical issues, so we reran the draft. It's timeless twin drive. Quick bans coming through. Rune banned away from Atta. Respect ban indeed. And then the Aimi banned away from Yodsman.
Yeah, so the Rune ban on timeless start makes a lot of sense. I think Rune goalie is actually really good on this map. And the Aimi ban, of course, making sense with the timeless and twin drive. So much you can do with like your creations there, or with twin drive with like your blink range. Aimi just has so much coverage on the field. It makes sense to ban it away here.
Yeah. Now, as for this first pick, right, this does leave one of Estelle or Kai open. The Estelle is picked up, likely for Yodsman, but it could go over to Yankate. It is answered by the Rasmus for Kami, so that's another one of those great picks. And there it is. That's the Kazan goalie for Atta. Not surprised by any means.
Yeah, the Kazan goalie here will definitely be the thing to look out for. It is not the best into Estelle, because Estelle a lot of times can just hit stun you, kind of like mess up your strikes and stuff, as you are kind of relying on your pointed strike a lot. But with the twin drive, you know, able to switch forms a lot, able to use your dash pretty often, and can get a lot of value out of that. It'll definitely be interesting to see here, as we do see the Kai get picked up by Not Everyone Has an iPhone. So getting both the Kai and the Estelle, like the premier picks on this map.
Yeah, very powerful. And then also a double deny away from Lucas. And I think Lucas is also familiar with playing stuff like the Aimi, which is also banned. I'm interested to see what Lucas even reaches for with being that far down the midfield pool, right? No Rune, no Aimi, no Estelle, no Kai. Probably going to... Yeah, no Drakkar either, right? That's the Drakkar likely for Brack or the Child. So Lucas will likely opt for something like this maybe now. I'm not familiar if he plays the Juno, but yeah, okay, there it is. There's the Juno.
Yeah, Juno makes a lot of sense here with Twin Drive. You just have so much coverage, and if you get a Dash Awakening, like, you're spiraling out of control.
Yeah, I'm sure Jay is very excited to see a Juno, see how they pilot it. Happy to have you point out any fun little plays that they make. Both of us Juno mains. I mean, not so much for me anymore, but I used to be Juno main for a very long time.
I mean, it's not even me anymore. I never get to play this character, but I do love some fun Juno gameplay. Especially if this Twin Drive, there's just so much that you can do, so many cooldowns. You basically have pre-nerf Juno with Twin Drive. So. Yeah,
that's fair actually, just because of how much they have had to nerf that secondary for being so good. So interested to see, is Lucas going to be opting for just some sort of baseline, yeah, okay, this is Juno, shove through corner and we play, or are we going to be seeing more of these tricky plays, right, which we've seen, I think, pretty much only really from Donkers in this region, who is probably the big Juno guy in the region. But we'll have to see, right?
Yeah, to get into this matchup, you know, Atten City, not a map you see often. So it's exciting to get to cast a game of it as we start to load into the game here. It'll be interesting to see if this basically triple midfield comp can break through this Kazan goalie.
Yeah, triple midfield comp definitely can, right? Kazan does struggle, especially I think with multi-hits too, right? Kai, Drakkar, both picks that in theory Kazan should struggle with, right?
Yeah, this is basically how you beat Kazan goalie, is you just spam midfield picks that have a ton of multi-hits and like shut down any sort of hooks or strikes. You basically just want to outrange the Kazan strike, and not a lot of brawlers can do that, so using these like extra midfielder comps is really good into it.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's just up to the pilots to see how they fly this plane. And looking at the awakenings, right? Twin Drive for literally everyone. And then Magnetized Souls on the side of not everyone has an iPhone, while we have double Slicks for Breakthrough.
Definitely interesting here. You know, kind of the fall of Mag Souls happened for a little bit with the nerfs, but a lot of people are still picking it, as it is still very viable.
Yeah, I myself am still very much Mag Souls enjoyer. But the Slick Kicks will definitely have this power in those interactions. Missed jump out by Lucas means the first barrier is the price to pay. And Kami looking to dribble back, trying to answer for a barrier of his own. Greatly cleared out by Yankate. And now on this offense, it's looking bad for Ata. A great clear out by Lucas up to Kami. And now Kami is looking to go on a revenge arc. Still well saved out by Yankate. And now it's looking pretty even.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive here by Yankate to hold the barrier, as the pressure is still on the side of Breakthrough for a little bit, but not everyone has an iPhone. Pushing up slowly here, getting it past Lucas, but a good clear out by Ata.
Yeah, still no barrier. Flip burned out by Lucas. Answered without a flip from Not Everyone Has an iPhone. Great hook out by Ata. The child with a flip. A great pop-up from Ata to save that one too. Flip out by Kami. Takes that barrier. And now it's an open net for both sides. A good slime up to the top side. Yodsman with the flip. Where does it go? It gets hooked by Ata. And Ata has this flip now on the defense for the child's attempts. And Yankate looking to clear it. The slime not catching anything. Lucas needs to be careful with his life. But it's Brack who finds the rebound. Ata's dash not fast enough.
Yeah, impressive offense here by Not Everyone Has an iPhone. They were able to also hold the barrier for 2 full flips on the side of Breakthrough, which is just such a difference maker here, as holding this Atten barrier is incredibly difficult. But Yankate doing a very good job of holding it down with the Kai here, as Brack is slowly pushing up, trying to get this barrier atop with flip as well, but this 3-man defense is doing a good job of clearing the core for now.
Yeah, doing a great job. I mean, both sides, honestly. Another great pop-up out by Ata, holding this so well. And there it is. The Drakkar pays the price for standing too close to the edge. Kami getting a great first, or great only barrier here. Pass down to Lucas. Lucas looking to take this goal. A flip burned late by Yankate, but it's enough. Kami trying to look for that goal. Doesn't yet find it. Ata doesn't have his flip anymore either. But Lucas finding the rebound off of a great jump strike.
Yeah, good jump back, putting it basically straight through Brack, not really expecting it, as the shotgun does go wide here, and A pretty well played point by Breakthrough with Kami also having the flip, and they immediately take the barrier here as Ata just keeping the core pushed forward. Kami pushing up a flip here. Does use it. Yankate will put it away for now, but a good attempt with the hook, but Yankate is able to get the clear.
Yeah, very good attempt, and now Yodsman needs to be careful. He has this flip, but may have to use it on the defense. A great Molten Bolt to take that barrier. Now Yodsman is waiting for this offensive flip. Good clears, cutting the pass out by Lucas. It goes to Yodsman. A great hook out by Ata, and now Lucas has this flip, might be able to use it for the rebound. Has to get it past Yodsman and the Child. It goes right to his own slimes, and now Brack is clearing it, and he's getting it forward. Kami pops the Whiplash, doesn't really have anything to do with it. And it just keeps getting cleared. Neither team able to find purchase.
Yeah, very back and forth in the middle here, but Breakthrough has been having most of the pressure this game, which is really dangerous with this comp, right? In order for, like, not everyone has an iPhone to break through this Kazan goalie, they need to get, like, a little bit farther up, but Ata is able to just clear it right before it gets anywhere dangerous, as Luke is trying to push the core up to Kami, who has flip here, uses it, and converts off of it. What a conversion here.
Yeah, what a conversion out by Kami. And one thing I want to ask you, right? How do you feel about Juno ult on kickoff on this map?
I think this is actually one of the less useful maps for it. You kind of want to use it as you're a little bit more pushed up on the offense. You kind of use it in center field more than like in the corners on this map. So a lot of times you are really hard pressed to use it on offense. I think it's like, kind of useless in the midfield and defense on this map.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, fair evaluation. And we do see one barrier taken in the meantime. Ata having to defend this pretty roughly, and now with Kami down, this 2v3 is not very favored for them either. A great press the point from Ata to save it for longer. Lucas, he's keeping the core forward. He's buying so much time for Kami to come back. And Ata with these strikes, it's so good. But there are still two flips on the opposite side to potentially even out this set.
Yeah, Lucas doing a very good job of keeping the core up during the penalty kill here, pretty much, as Ta able to strike it up to Lucas here, who is pushing up with Kami, but with the two flips on the side, not everyone has an iPhone, they should be able to hold this barrier for a long time. As they're slowly dribbling towards the corner, hook gets put out. Ta is running out of cooldowns here, but does still have that flip. And as Kazan goal, you're not really too worried as long as you have your point of strike. What a hook by Ta here. Able to keep it alive for now, but no flip used, and it does go in here.
Yeah, I mean, I think just opting to keep the flip when they have their open net, right? But they are going to be having to use it now in this final set deciding point, right? And on a map such as A10, where you have stuff like this Juno, like this Estelle, this first set might be kind of important in determining who gets that dash range to be able to cover an insane amount of the map.
Yeah, this Estelle would be very dangerous with any dash or projectile range, as you can pretty much just push up on the offense. But what a kill, the Rose Warp into the flip there to take the power play for not everyone has an iPhone, as they're slowly passing it around here. Two flips online. Ata doesn't end up flipping.
Yeah, I mean, use energy burst indeed, as Ata does not pop it in time. And Brack, the MVP, let's see what he is rewarded with. And potentially that missile propulsion, which could make Drakkar really lethal against Kazan, right? As we talked about, Kazan struggling against those multi-hits. When Drakkar has even more range, this is a little disturbing. And Ata probably just, yeah, opting for some sort of size. Stacks going over to Yodsman, so that's also pretty dangerous, but even more size for Kami, right? And the Among Titans means that the size is still answered, but I don't know. I still feel like this is pretty not everyone has an iPhone favored.
Yeah, I think that just the amount of speed they got, plus the missile prop Drakkar, I think this is just so dangerous, because now that Drakkar, like, now that Brack has this projectile range, you can shut down Kazan Hook. Like, it's pretty easy to shut down Kazan Hook now with this long range shotgun, as what a death touch by Kami here, able to actually get the barrier first, and they are slowly pushing up here with the Juno Slimes, as they are trying to potentially score on this open net here.
Yeah, I think the one thing, though, to keep in mind is that there are a lot of times where Kami was really, really close to being able to make a play, but he just didn't have enough size for it. And there, too, I'm not even sure if he would have had the size to hit Yankate safely if he didn't have that built diff, right? And I think the size is really going to come into fruition.
Yeah, the size is definitely a difference maker on both the Rasmus and the Kazan here. Two of the biggest enjoyers of size in the cast as... Oh, the flip revenge kill! Taking out Brack. We've seen a lot of KOs on this map so far. Everyone is just getting really close to the ledge to try to keep possession of the core, as a flip by Yotsman and a Giga Blast by Yankate to kind of stall for now as Brack does get back on the field.
Yeah, counter flip out by Yankate, and now it's on the opposite side. Ata needs to be careful, and slightly late slip pop-up, as the core is the one that actually slips by.
Yeah, that looked very weird. I don't know if it just hit into the Estelle primary or not, but it did just look like the core straight up clipped through Ata.
Yeah.
A little bit unfortunate either way, as not everyone has an iPhone. Doing a very good job here, but the hook kill by Kamiki is able to like take Yotsman off the field, reset those stacks as well. It's a very big deal here.
Yeah, and then there's that Strike War win by Kami that takes the barrier. That puts Breakthrough in an advantageous position, and that flip burned out by Ata, not really getting much. But Yodsman, he is finally back on the map. Stacks reset, keep that in mind. And looking for this barrier, he is, as Kami's the one that's taken off the map. And now there's that open barrier. Great save out by Ata. Ata looking for more. Lucas keeping this core forward as Juno really does well. Needs to be careful as Yodsman tries to catch this rebound. Flip is ready for Brack, as well as Yodsman in this corner. Flip down, intercepted by the crooked leverage. And now the core is forward to Kami. Kami dead touches it, but doesn't have much more to do with it, as now Kami and Lucas are looking to keep the core forward. Brack has this flip. One good pass is all it'll take, as Yodsman gets it forward. Brack, where does this flip go? Doesn't have many options. Actually, Yodsman angles it, and now the core is in pretty neutral territory.
Yeah, some very dangerous flips here. Just barely not able to get the conversion. Does win the 50-50 against Ata, but just not quite enough. But Yangate with the flip as well. Both goalies thriving in this open net. As what a read by Lucas. Able to take the goal here in what honestly looked like a pretty favored, not everyone has an iPhone point in terms of possession.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking very not everyone has an iPhone favored, but until that moment, or when that moment hit, it just completely flipped on its head. But now we're looking for another not everyone has an iPhone favored point. Yodsman not taken off the map by Kami Kiri's flip, and down a flip. This is looking very bad for them. Great clear out by Ata against the Crystal Thorns. Yankate has a flip of his own ready in case he needs it on the defense. And now Lucas needs to be careful with his life, but the slightly late or maybe just missed crooked leverage means that Yodsman gets it through.
Yeah, wasn't really expecting it to go right through Ata there, as trying to cover as many options as possible, but Yodsman is able to just sneak it through past the crooked leverage there, as everyone has an iPhone, has been dominating possession with this triple midfield comp, and it is so dangerous once they get up close to this Kazan goalie.
Oh, yeah, definitely. But they might not get the chance to, as a great flip out by Lucas means that the barrier does fall, and now they just need to keep this momentum. They can't lose it here, as two flips are ready on the opposite side, but a great Kazan primary kills Yodsman, and now in this 2v3 they need to be very careful. A great hook means that Yankate doesn't even get the chance to flip, and that's so well played out by Kami to tie up the sets.
Yeah, incredibly played by all of Breakthrough here, as they do even up the sets. It's crazy how many kills we've seen on this map, right? Like, you don't normally see it on Aten, but I think it is just that comfort of, like, people don't expect to die on this map. And everyone's been dying on this map, as Judo picks up Rapid Fire. Even more cooldowns for this Judo.
Yeah, I mean, Rapid Fire picked up for Juno. There's more size on Kazan, and the might is denied away from Kami. Extra Special does go over to Kai. But what does this leave Drakkar with, right? After the heavy impacts tonight, I guess prime time, but it's like, it's nothing special.
Yeah, there's definitely the argument to be made of maybe you do leave the size for Erasmus here, and then you also get the heavy impact for your Drakkar, as Yodsman attempts a KO on Kabi here, unable to get it, as Brack is looking really low, but I mean, of how many orbs are on this map, you're going to get one uncontested.
Yeah, definitely. And Lucas needs to be careful with his own life, as he's taking a decent amount of damage. Barrier is taken by the side of Breakthrough, hoping to break through more barriers with their offense. Instead, their own barrier is broken through. And now in this open net for both sides, it's looking pretty dangerous with the Estelle Drakkar on the offense. But it's actually just flipping sides, as Lucas and Kami are playing this top side so well together. Lucas trying to catch this rebound, but it's actually just Ata who has to flip, comes out, goes to Brack, and Brack flips in melee for the stun, as Ata tries to hook strike it away, but the stun means he only hooks it into his own net.
Yeah, honestly, really well played core flip usage there. Either you hit the core and confirm it, or you're stunning Ata and getting it anyways. So, incredible way to confirm that there, as they immediately try to push on this top side, but is shut down for now.
Yeah, and we may see a push on the bottom side coming in from Not Everyone Has an iPhone. Yodsman has this flip. Does it just go up to Brack? No, it doesn't. Instead, it goes for the rebound. A great pop-up out by Ata to keep the core alive for just a little longer. Flip out by Yankate. Where does it go? It goes down to Yodsman. Great pass out by Not Everyone Has an iPhone, and Kami needs to be careful with his life. Could get confirmed by Yodsman and Brack. Opts to just go and grab these 2 orbs to live for a little longer. Ata doesn't have many cooldowns left on this defense. Lucas has to step up and continue winning these interactions for Kami to get in there. But no, it's finally cleared out by Ata, but that's just after that, we have this blink coming in from Yodsman, so there's not much that Breakthrough can really do on this defense.
Yeah, Not Everyone Has an iPhone. They can just do that corner push with Brack, but speaking of, Brack goes down. Incredible kill by Kami here to maybe potentially turn the offense around, as incredible death touch confirming to the top side here.
Yeah, incredible death touch, but keep in mind, we are 1-1 in points, and Yodsman is fully stacked. So he does have that absolute speed pressure, about 70 speed over Lucas, so that will make a big difference. Kami and Lucas need to team up to maybe kill Yodsman, and in fact, Kami is the one taking so much damage, getting denied 1 orb, perhaps a second, as Yankate is just barraging to keep him low. Kami needs to be careful. Flip goes out by Lucas. Counter flip. Yodsman tries to stop it, but isn't able to, and now Lucas is just keeping the core forward as Brack is taking so much damage.
Yeah, there's actually been a lot of damage outputted by both sides here, but there is almost always an orb to heal up, and no one can really confirm a kill off of it. There, the shotgun almost converts, but an incredible flip by Ata here to keep it alive for now, as they're slowly pushing towards this bottom side. The Molten Bolt does hit Ata here, and the Giga Blast unable to convert anything for now.
Yeah, once again, a lot of damage on Brack, but Yodsman doesn't need Brack. He doesn't want to go for any of those Yodsman angles today as he takes the score.
Yeah, incredible Rose Warp there, catching Ata off guard. That hook just having a little bit too much startup, and Yodsman is able to confirm it.
Yeah, I mean, just very well played out by both teams, really. And now, Breakthrough needs to find a way to come back, as that's the flip already burned out by Kami, so that's not looking great for Breakthrough. Flip burned out by Yankate off of a great death touch from Kami. The child looking for some sort of attempt on the barrier. Ata dribbling so well in front of his own net, but the child takes the kill on Kami, and now Breakthrough needs to be really careful, as this could be a set going in the favor of the opposite direction.
Yeah, an incredible kill here, as Not Everyone Has an iPhone, pushing up with the Rose Warp, with the shotgun. So much pressure, but Ata just able to shut it down so well with all these cooldowns, as Brack does shut down the flip here, passes up to Yodsman, as they start pushing towards his top side. Brack does go down, though, as we now have a power play for the side of Breakthrough.
Yeah, power play indeed, but the speed coming up by Yodsman is so important, as it just allows him to cover both that corner, or that wall clear, and also the out clear so well, and it buys enough time for Brack to come back, but there's that barrier. It is taken, and Ata has the slip in case he needs it. A great pendulum swing, great step back out by Yankate. Yankate clears it to the opposite side, and now a great piercing shot, but even better slip out by Ata, and Ata still has a slip, but so does Yodsman. Great clear again out by Ata, and now this whiplash. Kami is just trying to generate the slip, trying to get a chance to score here, but there's the flip burned out by Yodsman to no avail, and now the child needs to be very careful with his life as he's playing close to the edge. Flip burned out by Kami, trying to look for the kill, but doesn't find it. A great stun instead on Yankate means that Lucas can secure the goal.
Yeah, the moment it hits overtime, this Juno just becomes online, and the core speed immediately picks up, gets the barrier off of it, and gets confirmed off of the hit stun there by Kami to end up taking the point, as we're in another 0.5 here. This has been a very close game overall.
Yeah, very close indeed. And now, looking at the flip economy, it is roughly even, slightly. Not everyone has an iPhone favored, but that's not where you want to be, even if you are favored in the flip department, as you lose that first barrier. Lucas trying to go on this offense here. Great passes, great playing his life and not dying to that Giga Blast. And now Kami pushing up with this whiplash. Great death touch, great flip out by Yankate to the opposite side. Ata needs to be careful as Ata loses his barrier, and the child almost actually has this flip now ready. A good pendulum swing attempt. Lucas tries to go on this offense, and it's very dangerous for him. A great friend fling to take the core back. And Yankate, with the size, has to be careful not to lose these strike wars. Great clear out to the child. Not yet found, as Yodsman is unable to strike it away after Yankate dies to the pendulum swing.
Yeah, you know, the difference maker of the heavy impact there is helping, ending up getting that confirmed there, as Breakthrough is able to get the third set here.
Yeah, and looking at what we have here, I was talking about the jump distance, the jump range. Looks like they might both pick something up, right? The aerials, Super Surge, both online. I guess maybe the Juno just saying, I don't think I want it. But it's actually the Kazan that's going to be going for it, and the Juno opts for Glass Cannon instead. Spec training, extra special Kai has potential to be dangerous. But I think the one thing I really want to talk about, how do you feel about this aerials on Kai versus Juno? Or sorry, Kazan versus Juno.
I'm surprised that the Kazan is taking it. You know, dash range Kazan is actually not bad in the goal box. I mean, it's honestly not terrible in general. And there wasn't a ton for Kazan there. That was like crazy. Oh, and they immediately take the point. But it was definitely not the way people were expecting the draft to go, I'd say. I think people were expecting the Juno to take jump range. I thought the Juno was going to take Super Surge, as I'm not a projectile range enjoyer myself. But I think you are more worried overall about like the Kai getting more speed or the Drek getting more projectile range. So it's an understandable take by Etal.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, right? Especially the projectile range does make it a little harder for Juno to play. Ooh. Although the 40% is not the end of the world. We do see Yodsman fall there, and Lucas and Kami looking so clean on this offense. Ata even supporting too, thanks to that aerials allowing to maneuver around the map so well. And once again, the aerials coming in clutch as he's able to slip away and go for that hook crooked leverage.
Yeah, and the big thing about that kill is Yodsman loses stacks. Kami gets another prizefighter stack. And Atal is able to push up a lot farther because of his aerials, as we've been seeing. And gets them even more option coverage as the Rose Warp. Unfortunately, out goals here. Yankate not ready for it. And very unfortunate play from not everyone has an iPhone here.
Yeah, I mean, we just call that one the Yodsman angle V2, as unfortunate Rose Warp own goal out by Yodsman. But hey, we are now on game point here, and how things have flipped after not everyone has an iPhone has been pretty convincingly ahead multiple times. Flip out by Lucas, a good counter flip out by Yankate to stop it here, but does lose the barrier. That's an open net and a potential end to game one. Ata has his flip should he need it, but he is playing this so patiently in order to not need it. And there's another kill on Yodsman, resetting the stacks once again, but more importantly, putting them in a 2v3. Great clear out by Yankate. Ata flipping in melee is stopped by the barrage, and Yankate needs to continue clearing, buying enough time for Yodsman to come back. And now the child has to find some sort of flip play here. Should he be able to, they might be able to turn this around. A good clear out by Yankate, but a death touch by Kami is what secures game one for Breakthrough.
Yeah, incredible death touch there to sneak it through the defense as Breakthrough taking this first game.
Yeah, Breakthrough absolutely breaking through the situation they were stuck in before, and Map 2, I believe, is going to be Atlas Lab. Interested to see how that plays out, but first, taking a look at this. Ata contributing so much. I mean, yes, we see 108 saves, but he has just been across the map, as he almost has as many redirects as his midfielder, and his midfielder is playing Juno.
Yeah, I mean, you don't normally see this out of like a Kazan goalie like this, but Ata did a lot to contribute on the offense, and like these quick counterattacks were really strong by Breakthrough. It didn't, like, they weren't like permanently on offense or anything. That was, a lot of the offense was on the side of not everyone has an iPhone, but when they were on offense, they definitely made it count. As that's kind of what you have to do with this comp, right? You know, like with the Kai pushing up, it's so dangerous when not everyone has an iPhone is in the offense, but it is just about how you counterattack them. That's what they did well.
Yeah, I will say, I don't think not everyone has an iPhone should be too discouraged. This was a pretty close game regardless. So, really have to see like how things would go in game 2. I'm not 100% sure whose map pick this was, if this is not everyone has an iPhones or if it was Breakthroughs. So that's something we will have to see, I think, once we go back to this map draft screen. But keeping that in mind, right, we have to see how the adaptations will happen for both teams. And yeah, okay, it was actually Breakthrough's pick. So we are going to Atlas Lab, which, yes, not everyone has an iPhone's pick, but it is a more traditional and comfortable map.
It is definitely a lot more neutral than that, more than this like Otten City, right? Like a lot of teams don't come in and expect to play Otten City every game. And if you can do that, it's definitely a big difference maker. And Breakthrough picking that map definitely means that they're pretty confident in it. But as like these next two maps, Atlas Lab Clarion, are a lot more traditional maps that are a lot more even. You know, we see it all the time. So it'll be interesting to see which team can win this more neutral state of like Atlas Lab.
Yeah, but also keeping in mind, right, Breakthrough opting to not pick up any of Atlas Lab Night Market or Taiko Temple on their first pick, and then when given the option to either pick EU's most picked map or one of EU's not never picked but slightly less picked maps, they just opt to ban out that Taiko Temple, right? So I think this really just shows Breakthrough is very, very comfortable going to a lot of these less played maps, I guess, except for Gates of Obscura, considering that was their first ban.
Yeah, it's definitely a real good advantage to be better on these more non-traditional maps, as a lot of teams are scared to take you to them. As we get into draft here, Super Search Missile Star and the IME is immediately banned.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise, right? Super Search so good for this IME, and Zentaro also banned with the Super Search start. Not everyone has an iPhone. Once again on the blue side here, yeah, okay, they are on the blue side. Estelle picked up, I guess, for Yodsman. They recognize that Lucas's Estelle is really, really good, and they don't want to give it to him. But he may still get to choose this Kai, right? Or we might see something like this Mako, I guess, picked up for Ata. Luna locked here for... Oh, sorry.
Oh, you got it wrong.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, I didn't notice what was different between the character drafts. So Estelle picked up likely for Lucas. Luna locked in here. And that, I'm not 100% sure if this is like Yodsman or the child. I don't think Yankate plays Luna.
Yeah, I mean, Luna is pretty valuable on the start with the missile prop, right? Especially on Atlas's Lab. This is way more damage focused, as with the X as well. There's going to be a lot of KOs traded this game.
Yeah, for sure. We already see the Luna X locked in. And Estelle, not terrible at damage here, especially when you have stuff like the missile prop and Super Surge available, too. It's no real slouch, and Lucas being a pretty expert pilot of it, we'll have to see how that goes. Mako locked in for Ata, no surprise on the Super Surge start, opting for more speed, or just picking up the missile prop to give more offensive pressure, but I'd personally opt for Super Surge. And then Rasmus and Atlas locked in to round out the draft.
Yeah, so this is definitely a Luna midfield here. Breakthrough playing a pretty traditional comp with the Estelle Rasmus forward with the Mako. And then, not everyone has an iPhone with the Luna X here is very interesting. And they also have this Atlas to kind of counteract damage, right? So I think in the damage department, not everyone has an iPhone is going to end up trying to get a lot of these KOs. And I think the difference maker will be how many KOs they can end up getting.
Yeah, for sure. And we will have to see. The core control side picked up by Breakthrough. Not terrible damage dealers, but as we saw from last game, this Breakthrough team is pretty darn good at playing this core control playstyle, and that tends to be the case when you're playing with Ata, who is almost exclusively like this lockdown goalie, right? He is much less inclined to play a lot of these eject button goalies, and in fact, I think even through all of last season, I'm pretty sure he didn't pick eject button once, right? So you can think of them kind of similar to how Barcode plays in NA.
Yeah. Which is definitely a good type of goalie style to have in this current meta. You know, melee goalies, lockdown goalies are so unbelievably strong right now, and if you have a good pilot of them, it feels almost impossible to score.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really just melee goalies, right? Ata plays a lot of the weird ones, right? His pool consisting of, like, Mako, Kazan, Rue, and he's kind of like a hybrid of Barcode and Moffin in a way.
Yeah, very entertaining goalie type to see, as a lot of Super Search pickups, you know... Oh, Yotskin immediately getting a kill with the Missile Prop Luna here, as this is an incredible way for them to start the game. Also, burning out Lucas's evade. as the pressure by Not Everyone Has an iPhone is incredible here so far.
Yeah, but Lucas trying to keep this core forward, and we didn't really talk about the Awakening selection much. Super Surge opted for everyone on Breakthrough, whereas we have 2 missile propulsion on Atlas and Luna. Both midfielders going for the Mag Souls, while both forwards opting for Slick Kicks.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty good dynamic, especially for the Luna, who is just going to be dashing across the midfield line. As you can kind of see it here, you get that Mag Souls boost as you're dashing across, so you can immediately use that speed. As Lucas does Rose Warp away from the Luna ult here, trying to stay alive for now, as evades are looking pretty low on the side of Breakthrough so far.
Yeah, but they are getting these barriers at least, and Yankate, he does have the slip, but Atta's slip is also almost built up. Great save and great flip out by Yankate. Missed perfect pitch out by Atta, doesn't really mean much, but the combo play out by Lucas and Kami, so well executed, living up to how powerful this duo of Estelle Rasmus can be.
Yeah, you definitely want this of like double hit stun or forcing the core into like hit stun. It's so dangerous with this comp, and so far incredible job piloting it, like near perfect synergy there. As Atala currently looking low with Flip as well, may have to burn it here to stay alive, as Flip is burned out, but Breakthrough is keeping up this offensive push. If they can keep it up for now until Atala can heal up, it'd be big. But Brak getting the barrier and the kill. And Yotsman pushing up, almost taking down Lucas and able to convert off of it.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe Lucas had to just send it down to Kami there in hopes that Kami could just win the strike war instead of just sending it back into Yodzun where he's guaranteed the loss, right? It's a tough decision to make in the moment, so I can't really fault him for it at all. But that's just very well played up out of Not Everyone Has an iPhone.
Yeah, they get their 1 KO and they immediately counterattack because they were on the defense for a while, but after taking down Atala, it's just so easy to push up, especially with the forwards of Breakthrough not getting that speed buff from Atala. As Flip burned by Lucas here, Brak able to shut it down, but is staggered for it. So very dangerous situation here, but Yodsman pushing up a little bit more with the slip, as Lucas does get the KO. And all the cooldowns burned by Yankate, and incredible play there by the forwards of Breakthrough.
Yeah, quangling into great duo play out by Lucas and Kami. I'll have to see, can they keep this up, or will the steam fall short? The flips are pretty much ready on the opposite side, so we could see something evened up very soon. A great play out by the Child, finding the double barrier and the flip to take Kami off the map, and now Lucas is in this solo play on the offense. Atta, great save, sending it through that Luna ult. 1 barrier taken by Lucas, perhaps a second soon to follow. Good stun, Yankate able to save it in time, and they buy time for Kami to come back.
Yeah, good back pass there by Lucas to kind of like help Kami push up with Atala here as they're trying to push forward here. But Yodsman able to shut it down for now. Incredible death touch to get the barrier. Yankate still having flip up though for now, as Brak almost gets the mix up on Atala, but the Mako primary saves for now, but Yodsman puts it in.
Yeah, I mean, really well executed by the Child, but I mean, just answered by Mako because that's what Mako does. But thankfully, Yodsman is there to back him up, and while we are going into this 0.5, flips about even, honestly. I mean, Kami's the only one really lacking it, so that could be that downfall for Breakthrough if it comes down to it, but we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, it is incredibly hard to break through these melee goals without flip, as Not Everyone Has an iPhone does take the first barrier here, as they are now traded back. Lucas trying to push up here, the flip by Yankate used, not able to clear it fully. Lucas trying to push up here, getting very low though in the process, and is taken off the field by Yodsman.
Yeah, taken off the field, and Atta, he doesn't want to have to burn this flip. He wants to be able to keep it for this defense. Flips there in melee with Brak, and Brak is taking so much damage and takes Atta off the map, but Lucas does respawn in time. May have to go back to his old goalie days and save the core for a little bit longer. A great death touch out by Kami, actually buys so much space as it just gets the core away from the play. And now Atta respawns, the strike shot already burned, so doesn't have it for this next offense. In this corner, it's pretty dangerous. Cleared out. Kami looking for the dribble, looking for the play. No barrier found just yet. Yodsman has the flip in the corner. May have to use it, but Yankate is able to clear it for now.
Yeah, and an incredible Rose Warp up, and the Death Touch to take the barrier here. Yodsman still having flip up though, but it is hard with Mako able to hold up this barrier for a long time, as Brak almost goes down actually. As we kind of reset to like a midfield advantage here.
Yeah, a lot of a lot of damage, a lot of knockback coming out, and now Ata needs to be very careful. Good stun on the child to make sure he can't play here. Lucas nearly taken off the map. A good bounce saves him for the time being, and Kami needs to be the one to play this midfield role while Lucas is staggered. Lucas needs to be careful as a dash could go onto him. The nuke instead dropped onto Kami to keep the damage going. A good combo play, but it's evaded out by Lucas. Yodsman stopping the forward attempt play by Lucas, and now there's that barrier open, but it's the Rose Warp that secures it right past the Atlas secondary. So well played by Lucas.
Yeah, that Super Surge Blink, it sneaks up on you, right? You're never ready for the Estelle to be at midfield and then just blink right in front of your face, as there's a lot of interesting stuff in draft here. I'm mainly looking at this perfect form, though.
Yeah, perfect form likely has to be denied, and yeah, it is denied out by Lucas. That means we'll probably see something like the Among Titans Adrenaline Rush, or yeah, Among Titans Big Fish maybe, picked up for the side of Not Everyone Has an iPhone. Ariel's picked up for Mako, and I feel like that is a very crucial milestone, as that means Mako, when she gets 2 speed, feels infinitely stronger than just 1 speed. So the speed is really going to start taking off for the blue team. And then the Adrenaline Rush picked up for Yodsman has potential to be dangerous.
Yeah, with this double speed Mako, Breakthrough has kind of turned into this like incredible rushdown comp, as the Death Touch put Yonkate away from the barrier as Lucas takes it, and the hitstun into the Rose Warp here. Incredibly well played with the synergy of the forwards of Breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, Breakthrough, so good at this Estelle Rasmus, and we can see why they took the Estelle away from Lucas last game, and deservedly so. He's been putting on an absolute clinic with it. The 1 barrier is taken, 2nd barrier does fall, and the offense doesn't end yet as a strike shot comes through as Yodsman and the child are keeping it forward. Lucas tries to answer back, and Yodsman needs to be careful. The Celestial Intervention popped to save him for the time being. The barrier is saved, and Not Everyone Has an iPhone is still at an advantage.
Yeah, but Yodsman is taken pretty low here, even with both barriers up, able to heal up with the orb, but out of the play for now, as Kami does take the first barrier. And Luna Nuke is dropped on a tall here, might potentially become low, as Brack is unable to push through, an incredible evade by Kami.
Yeah, well evaded, and we'll have to see what happens on the opposite side. Ata and the child emoting at one another, while Kami is working really hard to take this barrier. Ata dodging away from that bell ringer means that his speed still stays. A good Rose Warp to prevent that flip, but Kami is taken off the map, and there's that Adrenaline Rush finally popped out by Yodsman. Lots of damage coming onto Lucas. Lucas having to flip here, misses the flip, and may pay for it with his life, as he needs to be so careful against the child's flip. And the child looking for that Super Surge dash, but doesn't find it. Yodsman is the one that's kind of low now. Yonkate no flip to work with in this corner. That Death Touch could have been deadly, but there is that barrier. It finally falls, and the speed may be really dangerous. A good secondary coming out by Yonkate to Yodsman, to the child. No flip yet, but there it is. Now X is in the corner, misses the flip. Both members miss the flip there, and it's looking really awkward for both teams.
Yeah, a bit of a panic coming through with all this core speed, as no one's able to get the full conversion, as a lot of cooldowns are traded. Yodsman with the Luna Missile here, as the child is really low, and Kami able to convert on Yonkate around the Atlas primary here.
Yeah, I mean, really well played out by Kami, and I really thought for a moment there that Not Everyone has an iPhone would have been coming back, but unfortunately for them, they are now down to 2-0 into what could be going into set point, right? And the child, he also needs to be very careful as he's taking so much damage. Finds the first barrier, Celestial Intervention to keep him alive for the time being. Keeps the core forward in the corner and does heal up to some extent. Second barrier taken thanks to the Crater Maker, but needs to be very careful as damage now onto Lucas as well.
Yeah, both forwards on Breakthrough looking extremely low. And pretty dangerous situation. Lucas blinks back, and Yodsman gets a KO. Pops the Adrenaline Rush. Can potentially also kill Lucas here. Is unable to confirm it, but the evade does go down. Luna taking a toss out of the secondary. And an incredible play here by Yodsman to keep them alive for now.
It's not just taking Ata out of the secondary, right? That in and of itself was good. But the second thing is Yodsman also timing it perfectly to strike war his own Luna nuke to give Ata the least amount of time to react. So very well played by the Luna. And now we'll have to see, can they keep this sort of magic up, or will they be stuck down to 3-1 in the set? The child taking one barrier, not the one you'd expect, almost took the second, and Yosman dribbling, trying to get this core forward, but just gets sent back the opposite direction by Lucas so well. Yankate having to burn this flip after an awkward strike war loss, and now maybe in a bit of a dangerous situation himself. I think the really awkward thing here is that both barriers are on the same side for these goalies.
Yeah, it's actually pretty rare you see that, as Kami able to stay alive for now, avoiding the Yodsman here for now. If Yodsman does get this A-Rush proc, it's pretty dangerous, but Yankate doesn't end up striking. I think assumes Yodsman has a strike up there, as it just sneaks past both of them.
Yeah, somehow the hit stun lasted a lot longer than it really did, right? And Estelle being rewarded likely with a Deadeye Deny, or actually just a Stagger Swagger now that I think about it. The amount of damage means that if you just don't take the Stagger Swagger, even if they get something okay, it's pretty bad for you. And yes, this Deadeye is bad. And yes, the Stinger potentially on X could be bad. But there is at least a Stagger Swagger on Estelle.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the scaling comp of Not Everyone Has an iPhone comes through, right? You need the Frio with Team with X, and the Luna getting Deadeye, the X getting Stinger. Heavy impact on the Atlas. I mean, this is so much damage. And although Luke is getting Stagger Swagger, that doesn't help Kami or Ata, right? The Lei are going to be in very dangerous situations here with all this damage. It's Kami already with no evade and half Stagger.
Yeah, but hey, at least that X Maximus is burned for breakthrough, so they don't have to deal with that anymore. But a lot of damage still coming in otherwise because of the missile propulsion, Deadeye Luna. Second barrier is actually taken by a great Rose Warp from Lucas. If they can just keep this core control up, that's all they need. But second barrier taken on the opposite side, Lucas having to run away from that Luna ult. And now needs to be very careful as the pass comes up to the child. And Lucas nearly taken off the map. A lot of damage on him. The Mako secondary popped, looking for this core control play. But it's the Superman X that finds it here for the child.
Yeah, flying in with the dash, able to sneak it in the top corner here, as this damage is so dangerous, right? Like, even if they're not finding KOs, they're just forcing Lucas or Raikami out of the play completely. Because if you try to push in, you're just giving Luna that Adrenaline Rush proc, and your problem is 10 times worse. As this topside push is so much damage and getting both barriers with the flip by the child. Yodsman having flip as well. Could potentially find a KO. Does flip here with the hit stun, shutting down the Mako secondary for now, as an incredible death touch to clear it out, but Yodsman does also get the confirm out of it.
Yeah, I mean, Deadeye Luna is weak, but hey, it might just be if Lucas is playing the way he is, as he nearly has this flip ready. A great strike shot out by Ata means that the boost doesn't actually get anything. Well played out by Ata again on the defense. Kami needs to be careful with his life. Burning that evade, doesn't have it for any future plays now, as a great Sad Boys angle actually out by Lucas. I thought that was going to hit the barrier, and now Lucas, he needs to find this flip, a good flip to prevent that dash from getting anything achieved, and a flip burned by Ata perfectly as the missile comes through, and now Lucas needs to be very careful with his life. Rose Warp comes through, and a great hit stun on two members of Not Everyone Has an iPhone to secure the tying point.
Yeah, Lucas is doing an incredible job. Every time I see Yodsman push up with secondary, Lucas is immediately punishing it and getting a 2v1 on offense. Because that is the issue with the Luna midfield, right? You commit up for something, you have to win. And Lucas is doing a really good job of punishing it. Also putting a lot of damage into Yodsman here, but the Celestial Interventions will save him for now.
Yeah, as a wise man once said, hashtag save Lucas 441, but in fact, he is doing the saving today, as Kami is now taken off the map, and Yodsman pops his Adrenaline Rush, looking very dangerous for breakthrough. Ata, no evade, means he takes so much damage, but gets the clear in the end. The child actually taking a lot of damage himself. Barriers taken on both sides, one still remaining for Not Everyone Has an iPhone though, but there's that death touch, missed flip, that's the second barrier actually taken as well, and now Lucas and Kami, they just need one more good core control play, a good hit stun, a good Rose Warp. Lucas, he does it all!
An incredible play by Breakthrough here, able to burn all Yankate's cooldowns and still keep the pressure as the Rose Warp in on the line to confirm it. Incredibly played here by Lucas and Kami.
Yeah, very well played, and I mean, I'm just astonished by how well they keep playing this core control draft again and again, right? They need one more point to actually qualify to this promo tournament, but it's looking that way as they take the second barrier. Kami is in this 1v1 now with Yankate. And the Rose Ward means that the core can stay forward for just a little longer. There's that ensnare jumps. It's looking all but doomed, but a great primary out by Yankate to save it. Maybe they might not qualify in this moment. The child needs to be careful with his life. The Whiplash, not really committed, as Kami needs to be careful about his own life as well. Burns that evade, but doesn't have it for the Luna ult, and there's that Adrenaline Rush finally procced out by Yodsman. The Super Surge X doing a lot of damage to Lucas and takes him off the map. No second Adrenaline Rush popped, but now Ata has to hold here. There's that flip. It comes back to the opposite side, but it buys enough time for Kami to come back. The second barrier finally falls. Yankate needs to be careful in this 1v1. Death Touch not committed yet. The Super Surge X doesn't accomplish anything here, but it just goes right past Yankate. Breakthrough. Welcome to promotions.
Yeah, and I mean, an unfortunate way to end that game for sure, but Breakthrough played so well this series, and honestly was pretty dominant in that second game, which was not everyone has an iPhone's pick, right? Especially when the drafts didn't go their way, they were still able to confirm pretty much everything, and incredibly played, especially by Lucas here. With the 7 goals by Lucas here, pretty much doubling almost everyone else's redirects on his team.
I mean, he was an absolute force to be reckoned with. And I will say it once again, the Estelle getting banned away from him is probably the play. And I mean, yes, his Kai is really good. But hey, this Estelle is just insane. And he showed exactly why. But there's still another step for this Breakthrough team. They have to make it through promotions. But based on where they qualified from, it is looking likely.
Yeah, I mean, I expect this team to do well in their losers qualifier match, as both these teams look really good, right? Like, Breakthrough looked incredible, but not everyone has an iPhone. Especially in that first game, we're doing a lot. Like, they made it an incredibly close series overall.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now, we will have to see how this next series goes as well, as we'll likely be going to lower brackets. Not 100% sure if we'll be going directly to qualifiers, as there are still some games to be played before then. But I suppose before we go to that, we will be sending you all to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to not the qualifying game, but one of the games leading up to it, where we have a BO1 between NJT and Dash Punch and Prey. Interested to see how this shakes up. We're already into the map draft. Taiko Temple, Might of the Colossus, Spark of Agility. Jay, what do you think about it so far?
We do get to see another Spark start here as we get into it, and there's an immediate Octavia and Julie ban here, which is actually really interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, the Octavia ban is just because Jamie is pretty much an Octavia one-trick. 2 million mastery points, I believe. Number 6 Octavia mastery in the world. Tan Man, pretty high up there on the Dubu, which is why the Dubu does get picked up for NJT. Interested to see how this comp shakes up, where this Zentaro is going. Is this going to be some fun Zen goalie shenanigans, or just going to see like a Kai goalie with Jammy on the Zentaro? On the other side, Mako, Aimi, Asher, very standard pickups, right? This Asher getting picked up for Pigshot, who is a very, very heavy Juliet player, so that's where that ban was targeted to. And then Novus Delta picking up the Aimi, and then Mako going over to Wood.
Yeah, very much the difference between a very traditional comp and one that looks traditional, but if we're seeing what we think we're seeing, it's this will be a pretty interesting game, right? If this is in fact the Dubu on the forward. So this is a really interesting game. Taiko pretty commonly seen here, right? Who's surprised? Best of one Taiko.
Yeah, I mean, it's EU, BO1 Taiko Gaming, right? And I honestly, nothing. I wouldn't put it past NJT to do something really weird. Like, I wouldn't even put it past NJT to see Tan Man off the Dubu at this point. It's just so much stuff could happen.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what to expect here, right? I mean, it's a pretty neutral start, right? You're going to see a lot of Spark takes, and these... I am really curious to see how Dash Punch and Prey runs this very, very traditional Taiko comp, right? I think this is, like, the most oppressive comp on Taiko, and it'll be interesting to see what how NJT responds, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. As NJT, keep in mind, right, a team of 2 pretty much one-tricks, and then another player who has experience actually playing for Flames Kittens in EUSL, playing a lot of different picks. Yes, I know Tan Man has played on Eclipse, but Eclipse as a roster wasn't the most successful, as a lot of roster issues, shake-ups, everything happened. Interested to see if NJT can not replicate, but kind of go further than where they were last time, and perhaps take a win against Dash Punch and Prey, and then have to face not everyone has an iPhone after.
Yeah, as we do start loading in here, best of ones. Oh.
Yeah, we do have, I think, some technical issues, right? We're not yet starting the game, unfortunately. So we are going to be getting back to you on that. In the meantime, right, this Taiko Temple comp, it does lead to that Dubu forward being very strong. So I want to, and I mean, yes, it is Tan Man's pick, so he is very, very familiar on it, should it go to Tan Man. But the Dubu itself lends to so many trapping plays, akin to the Asher, but in some cases even stronger than the Asher.
Yeah, I mean, you have, like, your stun on your roll. The ult is just so oppressive, especially on these more laned maps, especially on Taiko. So, it would be very interesting to see here, and a lot of times it can be better. The only big difference is that Dubu forward is super killable, right? Like, you can...
Yeah.
That is the main thing, is it's like, you can very much just kill the Dubu, but if you struggle to do that, if the Dubu gets survivability or speed, it's so dangerous, and, like, in a lot of cases, it can be better than the Asher. So...
Yeah, and I mean, what better character for the killing than Aimi? Aimi, one of the most lethal characters, while still offering a great amount of core control. Although this isn't a start, really, that is particularly damage favored. I wouldn't put it past them to just dump a bunch of damage into this Dubu. Now, Mako Aimiasher, very traditional. You just get that core into the corner and then just dump all those creations and just look to take at least a barrier, maybe more. And yeah, we are seeing this Zentaro goalie with eject button for Nuru, so I am really excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, the Zentaro is going to be flying today, as this will be very interesting. I think Zentaro, the goalie, is not great into Asher, but with this eject button, you know, just like perma keep the core on offense, and you don't have to worry about the Asher that much, as that is what they're doing immediately. NJT taking the first barrier here, as Tanman pushing up here, but Nuru is unfortunately dropping the barrier there. Big shot, and Nova's pushing into this corner. Unable to get anything, but a good strike shot by Wood here to kind of keep the offense up for now.
Yeah, and the Firewall Sentry completely denied out of a great roll from Tanman, who finds that there. A Tofu Fortress stuck in the corner. Tanman, unfortunately, it's not an Atlas, so you're not really generating the flip. And that is the second barrier finally taken. Tanman needs to be careful, burning that evade, taking a lot of damage, and actually nearly getting sent into the middle. Taiko Drum taken off the map. The strike not enough from Nuru. Nuru keeping the core forward with this dash. Ejects back. But 360 Pigshot has his flip, passes down to Novus Delta, who tries to look for that cyber swipe, doesn't yet find it, and Tanman finally back on the map on the correct side. He respawns. It goes up to that Firewall Sentry. Once again, past to Tanman, flip burned out by Nuru, top side. Wood has a flip of her own, and Tanman gets it right through Wood's secondary. Well played by the Dubu.
Yeah, able to sneak it past Wood here, as this is kind of going how we've expected, right? They are trying to take Tanman off the field, but the moment Tanman is alive, this offense is incredibly strong, as Nuru actually burning the Zentaro passive off of kickoff. Doesn't really want that in the goalie role, right? You don't want to end up dashing too far past your own net here, as dash punch and pray, pushing up in this corner, doing a very good job at it, as the Mako ult comes online here, and Tanman gets a kill.
Yeah, I mean, they call him the top 10 Tannist men for a reason, as he finds that kill onto Novus Delta. Gigablast taking the first barrier flip, burned out by Wood, and that means it goes back around to Jammy, who has a flip of their own. And Tanman sitting in this offensive position. Nuru with a great dash forward, doesn't find anything for it. Firewall Sentry burned in the midfield to keep the core forward. Nothing yet accomplished. Wood keeping the core forward as well, as Nuru has to stay on this defense, but it's very awkward when you're playing against Aimiasher as a Zentaro.
Yeah, it's so incredibly hard to clear this core, as this corner pressure is incredible, but barriers are traded off of the flip, as Wood can't end up saving that barrier there, as they are pushing back up here on the offense, but can't really find anything for now.
Yeah, still unable to find anything. Tanman, though, has the flip to work with. Nuru has a flip of their own. Strike shot forward. Nuru passes up to Jammy. The Firewall Sentry in the midfield to kind of lock down a bunch of the space. A lot of abilities burned. Tanman burns his own flip and has no evade to work with as he's so low. Nearly gets taken off the map. But the pass forward from Nuru up to Tanman, and Tanman takes the second goal.
Yeah, incredible job cutting off the play there by Nuru. Immediately getting to the Tanman, and that is the advantage of the Zentaro goalie, right? You know, dashes in, dashes again with the strike, covers so much distance, able to cut off passes from pretty much anywhere. As an incredible conversion here by NJT.
Yeah, very well played by NJT, but look at the energy situation. It's not looking great for them, but they still have 2 goals of leeway to really work with. That's one barrier, though, first. Second barrier found with that Firewall Sentry, and Nuru has nowhere to clear it as it tries to time it through the Firewall Sentry, but unfortunately for him, the Firewall Sentry is too much, and Novus Delta takes a goal.
Yeah, the Firewall Sentry won 3 strike cores in a row and is able to convert. That is high variance and danger of the Firewall Sentry, right? Sometimes you can just clear it up pretty easily, but sometimes you do end up just losing to it, as Jimmy getting a KO here on Pigshot as they push him towards this top corner here. Nuru supporting the bottom side. They take the other barrier here. Tanman pushing up, unable to get anything off of the roll because of the hit stun. But does keep getting the barrier, winning strike core against Novus and Wood here. As Nuru now holding on to the bottom side for now.
Yeah, I mean, Tanman, really great strike wars as finds the second barrier. Perhaps looking for the goal here as he's just dribbling up. There's that Tofu Fortress, forces Wood to cancel that secondary, not Jammy. They have the flip and they could look for something here. Keeps the core forward. Kai, as you think about it, is just Octavia number 2. As now Tanman is looking really low. First barrier falling for Nuru. Flip from Novus Delta, waiting for Tanman to fall off the map, but doesn't actually. Barrier actually falls, and now Pigshot is in prime position to flip it through, and ties up the set 2-2.
Yeah, Tanman basically got rotated onto defense by the Tycho drums, but didn't end up mattering as Pigshot able to flip it through everyone. But the dangerous thing to look out for here is the entire side of Dash Punch and Pray has no evade. So they could be in a pretty dangerous situation here if they potentially get kit dumped.
Yeah, I mean, not just kit dump, but also just looking for that core control, and you don't want to flip in front of the Asher, but Nuru makes it work. Tanman nearly gets the kill on Novus Delta, but Novus Delta is careful enough. The Tofu Fortress actually saving the core. Good angle from Tanman to try and reconvert the play, but doesn't yet find it. No barrier found by Pigshot either there. The cage misses, but both sides, it's pretty even at this moment.
Yeah, this has been pretty back and forth so far. Both barriers still up as it's pushing towards his bottom side here. Unable to find anything. Nuru holding it down for pretty long, but does eventually lose the barrier here as Tanman with Flip online pushing towards his bottom side. Nuru dashing up towards the top. Tanman winning the strike core, unable to find anything. Nuru doesn't have an eject, able to ult to stall it for Jamie to get back.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie using the speed to cover where the Zentaro is weak. And now Tanman, great Tofu Fortress to keep the core forward, has this flip ready, but doesn't opt to use it there, and keeps it for another play. But there's that barrier, it finally falls. Novus Delta and Pigshot both almost have flip, so NJT need to be really careful. And there's that perfect slice and dice to keep it out of that Firewall Sentry for too long. But Novus Delta has this flip ready, but it's Jamie that clears it back into 360 Pigshot, who gets the rebound.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate clear, right? With Pigshot and Novus Delta in that bottom side, it's so incredibly dangerous. They're going to win that corner stuff like pretty much every time. And unfortunately, Jamie unable to find the out clear as Pigshot is able to convert it, and Zai immediately picking up Super Surge.
Yeah, but the Super Surge pickup here means that the Spark of Rizzo will almost certainly fall to Tanman, right? As they're probably leaving it for Wood, but it's likely not falling to Wood as the Stagger Swagger, yeah, it's taken. So Tanman's best option really is that Spark of Rizzo, and that leaves Wood with Prime Time, which is like, it's okay, but it's nothing game-changing.
Yeah, and I mean, this draft is pretty fortunate for NJT, as Tanman was guaranteed survivability, right? Either you get the Spark of Rizzo or you're getting that Stagger Swagger. As 360 Pigshot getting size with that extra power, immediately taking Jamie low, as they've just started focusing KOs here, right? With all the damage they picked up. Primetime Super Surge and built different here.
Yeah, and Pigshot with the size, finally finding that KO on Nuru. Jamie having to play this goalie role for just a moment. There's that barrage finally burned. And now Pigshot is in a great position to look for this rebound goal. Not yet finding it. Novus Delta with the dribbles. Good glitch pop attempt. Trying to find it to Pigshot. Nothing yet found though. Super Surge Cyber Swipe burned. There's one barrier taken by Tanman. Rolls forward to keep the core stalled. And just continues to win these strike wars. Mind controlling the enemies. No second barrier found thanks to the Ensnare Drums and the good strike layering from Wood and Novus Delta. Still nothing found. And it's so well played by Dash Punch and Pray.
Yeah, an incredible hold, right? Like, this team is so good at corner shuffling on offense, and then immediately on the defense, they're still good at the corner shoving, right? Like, they're still able to win as long as there is no Dubu ult placed. An incredible strike shot to flip by Wood here, but here goes the Dubu ult as they hold it! Tanman,
yeah, I mean, hold it, but not for long enough, as Tanman finally finds it there, goes back to Nuru, the Firewall Sentry, pretty dangerously placed, especially in the overtime, and now Tanman with the dribbles, trying to look for something, but it just goes right off the middle drum. That was the Tycho angle, as Wood absolutely cuts through NJT.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible point. Incredible holds, and then Nuru gets caught pushing up as the Tycho bounce is incredibly unfavorable here for NJT. As immediately pushing it to the bottom side is Dash Punch and Pray. With the Atlas ult here, able to take the barrier, and Jamie is also low. Could potentially find a KO here as Nuru pushing up for now, but unable to find anything.
Yeah, but the Stagger Swagger regens Jamie back to full HP. Tanman waiting for Jamie to close the distance, but unfortunately, Dubu's Tofu Fortress does not cordon off territory as it should, and the barrier is still left alive. Nuru needs to be careful not to be taken off by Pigshot. The core stays in this corner as Tanman is just waiting for some sort of double barrier flip, doesn't yet find it, finds one, and looks for a play in this corner, struck out by Pigshot, and Novus Delta is waiting for that Super Surge open net rebound. Doesn't yet find it, but no, out of position with the slashing strike, and that's the second goal for Dash Punch and Pray.
Yeah, that is definitely the unfortunate thing about having that Centauro passive on defense, unable to really do much off of it, as the strike puts Nuru out of position to save it. As this has been a pretty dominant set so far from Dash Punch and Pray. Their defense looks almost unbreakable at this point.
Yeah, we will have to see how this shakes up as one barrier already taken. Firewall Sentry, Pat Splitter dropped for the second barrier. Jammy really low. Pigshot's probably just going to flip them off. And Jammy finally taken off the map as Pigshot still has the flip available for the goal. It Yodsman's down to the bottom side as Wood is now looking for this flip. It gets stuck in Dubu's Tofu Fortress. Tofu Fortress cordoning off the wall for the opposite team as it takes the own goal.
And incredibly functioning ability as we see just clips right through the Tofu, as honestly there's not much that a GT can really do about that.
Yeah, and well, the Spark of Focus picked up for Aimee. That at least means it's denied away from Dubu. Aerial's picked up for Kai. I guess it's just more speed. But this is not looking that promising for the draft of NJT, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this draft, right, and Dubu does get the specialized turning, which is not bad, but it's not really what you want here. Even with the Mako not able to get aerials, the missile prop is still super valuable, right? And Aimee is continuing the spark scale, so this is just such a dangerous draft from Dash Punch and Pray, as Jammy looking low yet again as this corner push. Just doing so much damage to Jammy while also taking both the barriers. It's so unbelievably dangerous.
Oh yeah, dangerous indeed. As yeah, that's that both barriers falling. Maybe Tanman can answer for one back, and actually gets the second, the roll, keeping the core forward. Nura needs to be careful, as the cyber swipe means that Novus Delta is now in position to catch some sort of rebound. Strike shot forward. Firewall Sentry already dropped as Jammy is running forward and trying to close the distance. Flip out by Novus Delta, rebounded by Pigshot, passed down to Novus Delta. The Oni's blade to keep the core forward, and Nuru awkwardly has this slashing strike, but it actually comes in handy there, but not when Pigshot can find the rebound.
Yeah, and a good strike war win by Pigshot there to take it into the bottom side. The moment Nuru dashes up, immediately just switches sides and takes it down the other side. As
yeah, I mean that's really one of the problems with Zentaro goalie, right? You can cover these single sides really, really well, but when they switch it up, it is very difficult to deal with, more so than most goalies.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is it's really easy to pass it around Zentaro, and then Zentaro can't really actually do much about it. As you know, like, they can corner push a ton, burn all Zentaro's cooldowns, and then they immediately just swap sides and win, right? That's kind of also what the comp of Dash Punch and Pray wants to do anyways, but it works even better against Zentaro.
Yeah, and I mean, in that case, they didn't even need to switch sides there, as Tanman is now stuck in the corner. Novus Delta looking for a rebound. The drum and bass popped there. Tanman looking to flip to take this here. Flips, but doesn't actually get anything. It's the counter flip on the opposite side, but Tanman pays for it with his life. Nuru has the flip on the defense. Flips it right in front of Pigshot, looking for a goal of Nuru's own. And Jammy needs to help now on this defense in the 2v3 as Tanman finally comes back onto the map, winning this strike war against Pigshot, losing against Novus Delta. But it's a very awkward situation for the Zentaro against the size Asher, and Jammy is now the one that falls off the map, and it just goes right around Nuru, and Nuru even loses the recovery drone. The worst possible outcome out of everything that could happen.
Yeah, Nuru tried to burn the passive strike to kind of have just a regular strike, right? But that was like one of the situations where I think Nuru needed to hold on to that passive strike to cover that bottom side, as it was pretty wide open there for the side of Dash Punch and Pray, and they took great advantage of it.
Yeah, and one barrier is taken, but we've seen this situation numerous times before. We'll have to see if NJT can change their fate and perhaps finally take a goal here, but it's not looking likely, as Dash Punch and Pray is looking really good with it.
Yeah, I mean, this defense is just incredible, right? Like, the moment Asher walks back, you have like 4 auto win abilities in the corner, as they do just take down Tanman here. for the offensive push now as they're pushing towards this bottom side. Jamie looking low, ends up getting taken off the field as well, and Nuru in the 1v3, able to stall a little bit for now with the twin drive, but cannot really find anything out of it, and also goes down.
And finally, we see Dubu played in the position he's most known for, but unfortunately for Tanman, he is a forward in the net, and that means a flip from Pigshot will take them to the qualifying round.
Yeah, and Dash Punch and Pray getting their chance at qualifying in the next round, right? They looked very dominant after that first set against NJT. They just kind of ran away with the game, especially for how strong scaling their comp was.
Yeah. Now, we will have to see if Dash Punch and Pray can take it, but that's not what's going to be up next. Up next, we will have Big Bean Burrito versus Turkeen's Cats for a spot in promotion. I'm interested to see how that will be, but before we get to that, we will be going to a short break to let the teams get ready. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more EUSL Season 3 Qualifier 1. We are here for the first of our Losers Qualifier games, where we are going to be seeing Big Bean Burrito take on Turkeen's Cats. How does it feel, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting going into this match. It is go big or go home, right? You know, the final chance for these teams to actually call here. So this is where, we'll get the best of all the teams, right?
Yeah, for sure. And hey, I am by no means biased at all. Not cheering for one team over the other, but hey, we'll have to see how things shake up. Taiko Temple, what a surprise for our first map is we have rapid fire recovery drone starts.
Yeah, I am. Who's surprised to see Taiko Temple, right? As we get into a very polarizing start, right? Like, these are very strong awakenings.
Yeah.
So
I think rapid fire more than recovery drone, honestly.
Oh, most definitely. But recovery drone can lead into a lot of these size brawlers as well, right? And make them near unkillable.
Yeah, and another size start, right? I think the team of Big Bean Burrito really favors the size, just because Immaculator loves to play a lot of these size brawlers, like the Asher, like the X, right? And the Asher actually banned away by Big Bean Burrito. Swiftsy loving to play this Kazan goalie too, which is also really great with size. Swiftsy, notably a brawler player, swapped over to goalie, whose most played pick on brawler was Kazan. So yeah, that's probably why they opted to pick that up for the goalie position. And then the Imi banned away by Turkeen's Cats. Oddly enough, I feel like there might be a slightly wrong overlay here because the bans seem to be swapped from the teams I'd be surprised, or that I'm surprised that the bans went the way they did, but Kazan is first picked here.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, okay. That's more of what I expected. Turkeen's Cats banning away the Asher away from Immaculator, and Big Bean Burrito banning away the Imi from Spring Mastro.
Yeah, and I mean, the Asher and Imi, as we saw in the last game, are very oppressive on this map, especially with like this rapid fire recovery drone. And the Kazan pick making sense of the size, the Atlas making sense of rapid fire, right? We kind of have that hold it down goalie yet again. So strong. So strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the Kazan, a lot of Swiftsea's go-to picks are these hold-it-down goalies. Atlas picked up, X picked up for Immaculator, opting to really run with that recovery drone for the size on this map. Because when you have this Asher taken away, X is next in line for being a really great corner shover, and we have to see what Nitron will pick up to help with that. Could be something like this Estelle, this Now maybe, Rune. Estelle picked up, likely for Spring Mastro. Interested to see what Kitty Bagel will pick up here in the goalie position.
Oh, it's Kazan goalie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. It is probably just, it's just Kazan goalie on the other side now. And then we have Estelle Julie. So, yeah, Estelle for Spring Mastro and Turkeen picking up the Julie.
Yeah, this is kind of... This draft is kind of going how I kind of expected. I wasn't really ready for the Kazan goalie, but it is really good on the start, right? As, the Estelle Julie is a pretty traditional comp. And then, the Vice pick. A lot of damage is probably going to be dumped out here. So we'll see how that ends up going, especially with the potential of multiple people taking recovery drone here. See if they can end up converting those kills potentially multiple times just for the 1 KO.
Yeah, I don't think this is the Vice goalie, right? This is Vice midfield for Nitron.
Yes.
Right. So that would make a lot more sense opting for the damage here, especially with the rapid fire start. Not only damage, but solid core control too. So I think that's pretty solid, all things considered. So yeah, Turkeen also being known for being a pretty big Julie player as well. So another comfort pick for them. And then Spring Mastro's Estelle, right? If I recall correctly, I think this is like one of their secondary picks after the Imi is taken away. They are known to be... I don't want to purely say one trick, but known to heavily play this Imi in solo queue.
On the pick, yeah. So it does definitely make sense to ban, especially on a really good Imi Star, a really good map
Yeah.
for Imi. I mean, you're never going to look at Imi and be like, oh, this is terrible for her.
Bad start.
Yeah.
Too versatile of a character.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the meantime, I think we are waiting for the teams to get ready. Overall, you feel like this will be a pretty bloody game with the character choices and then a rapid fire start?
I think this game is going to have a lot of attempted KOs, right? Like, there is like the recovery drone to kind of counteract that, but that does only work one time, and it doesn't even fully heal you, right? A lot of the times, if you stagger somebody and KO them when they have recovery drone, you can just KO them again. And that's why I kind of consider recovery drone a fake damage preventer. It can prevent knockback KOs, but against damage, I don't think it's like the most real survivability awakening. So I definitely do think there's going to be a lot of this damage thrown out. Rapid fire is so good at doing that. Who doesn't love having more buttons to press, right?
I mean, yeah, that's so true. But I think the Kazan and probably the X too. Actually, honestly, I think both Brawlers plus Kazan are likely going to be opting for the size instead, as size is just so valuable in a lot of these situations. On the other hand, both midfielders and then the Atlas likely opting for rapid fire, as rapid fire is very, very good on Estelle, and then for Vice it gives her more damage to supplement the X, as well as KO potential. I think the thing to keep in mind is I probably have Turkeen's Cats winning a lot of the early sets, and then we'll have to see, can this Vice X scale?
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Especially if this comp ends up taking an early set, right? The X can just scale out of control so fast. You pretty much always have to free an X team.
Yeah, exactly. Pun intended. But the thing is, right, is I think especially with the awakenings that have been rotated in, X does have even more potential to scale, because if I recall correctly, whatever the ones that were rotated out weren't all amazing picks for X, whereas now you threw back in stuff like Stinger, which is also really great for X.
Yeah, I think the only thing X really lost in the Awakening rotation was the Fight or Flight, but I mean, everyone lost that. Everyone loved that.
Everyone lost it.
So, yeah, X is definitely pretty strong this patch, even with, like, I think he got a mild damage nerf? That might have been a couple patches ago, but he still, I mean, he starts with 120 power, he scales so fast with size and, like, pretty much anything. His knockback KOs are disturbing. Like, X can scale out of control. He doesn't have a Mako or, like, a Now to back him up, but that doesn't really matter a lot of the times when they can just KO people.
But, hey, we'll have to see how things shake up. Can these brawlers on Big Bean Burrito, or BBB also being brawler, as you have a brawler in every single position, can they figure out a way to get past Turkeen's Cats, or will they fall here?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a matchup that Kazan is a lot more favorable into, right? A lot of times you just won't let X get the core, and Kazan is really good at fighting back, as I've seen before many times. So, it will be definitely interesting. I kind of have Turkeen's Cats a bit favored in the comp department here, as we do get into this here.
Yeah, so interesting thing here is we, funnily enough, have 4 unique gears for the forwards. We have Siphoning one on Vice, Slick Kicks on X, Mag Souls on Estelle, and Pummelers on Julie. And there is no rapid fire pickup for Spring Mastro. It's actually going to be the recovery drone.
Yeah, a bit interesting to end up taking the recovery drone over the rapid fire here. I guess you do like take that extra life, and the size is pretty beneficial, but it does seem like that Turkeen's Cats are going for a lot more core control this game, which ends up making sense as they do immediately score because of it. As they're kind of trying to, I guess, counteract this damage and just score before they get the chance to get KO'd.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, a lot of damage still being even dropped onto Nitron, right? Nitron pops the Supernova to answer back with a decent amount of damage of his own. And now Turkeen is taking a lot of damage. The X Maximus popped as Turkeen's finally taken off the map thanks to that middle drum, but there's that recovery drone saving him for now. Immaculator dribbling in this corner as Nitron's looking to get in with his own Thunderstruck. Doesn't really opt to take it there as he stays back to help. Swifty on the defense, double flip, slightly awkward, and Kitty Bagel just hooks it into her own net. and now it's even awkward for the side of Turkeen's Cats.
Yeah, definitely a bit unfortunate, but Turkeen does end up getting a KO here, as especially with Swifty and Nitron having no energy. This is incredibly dangerous for them, as Springmeister pushing up a flip here. Turkeen unable to find anything. Now it's too many cooldowns, but Springmeister backing up with the Rose Warp, able to get it, but strikes straight through the Kazan primary.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what happened there. Somehow, it worked for the side of Big Green Burrito. I'll have to see if they can make more of those plays happen. But looking at the flip situation, it is heavily favored towards Turkeen's Cats. Immaculator getting saved by the drum there. Pops the X Maximus, has to pop the evade too, as they need to be very careful about their own life as they get staggered here, perhaps taken off the map. This Lester intervention intervening and keeping them alive for just a little longer and healing them out of stagger range.
Yeah, a well-played celestial interventions there, as two flips were burned by Turkeen's Cats to try to confirm the KO. Springmeister looking low, uses the Rose Warp, has no evade in a very dangerous situation here, but is able to get a barrier for now.
Yeah, is able to take the barrier, but Immaculator takes a barrier of their own, and as the bell ringer throws Springmaster out of position, Swiftsy is the one that collects the goal.
Yeah, really well played hit stun there. Kitty Bagel not quite ready for Springmaster to get knocked back there, as a little sneaky conversion there with the hit stun. As immediately though, Turkeen's Cat's trying to push back and unable to get the dash punch kill on Immaculator, as Swiftsy running out of cooldowns slowly, but does end up getting a flip up here.
Yeah, has the flip in case he needs it, pops it a little prematurely. The Supernova also popped to take Turkeen's flip, but that's the second barrier finally falling, and a slightly awkward bell ringer sends it into Springmaster's piercing shot, and the set is tied up 2-2.
Yeah, very fast, very back and forth game. But seems like it's just super swinging on, like, you get one offensive possession, you're pushing up your scoring a lot of these times, right? So
yeah, I think part of it is, especially for Big Bean Burrito, with a character like Vice, it is very, very hard to defend in some of these situations. So if you can get that offense going, it's good. But if you're unable to, it's just going to look lethal on the opposite side. And speaking of lethal, Turkeen is taken off the map, and so is Immaculator off of a great Rose Warp flip from Springmaster. And now Nitron has to see if he can take these barriers, or if they can stall for Immaculator to come back up. 3 more seconds is all they need. The Supernova greatly timed to buy time for Immaculator. And now Turkeen misses that dash, so no first barrier taken. Kitty Bagel needs to be very careful. Clear down to Springmaster, gets it back to Immaculator. Missed strike shot means that the core could take both barriers. And now Springmaster, he is in a great position. He just has to get it to Turkeen, and we just need one good dash punch or piercing shot to secure it here.
yeah, incredibly dangerous situation, but Swiftsy ends up getting the KO. Almost isn't enough. Incredible Rose Warp, unable to convert anything. The piercing shot, unable to do enough as well, as oh, a bounce off the Taiko drum ends up taking the set, even when down a player.
Yeah, I mean, this is really not looking great. I think Swiftsy's slight inexperience in the goalie role showing, not recognizing a lot of these angles that are coming in and reacting slightly late. First pick available to Estelle, opting for the missile pop. I mean, it kind of sucks because there's so many good things here for the Atlas, and likely this also means that the Vice will get one of Heavy Impact or Deadeye for sure.
Yeah, it's a very, very dangerous draft here. They do deny the Heavy Impact, but Julie actually does end up getting Perfect Form as well. I'm kind of surprised by how this draft ended up. The X kind of stuck with pretty much nothing, as ends up opting for the aerials to maybe fly in, but it'll definitely be interesting to see how this shapes up, as honestly this draft overall, like all around, doesn't really look like anything crazy besides like the Dada and the Perfect Form.
Yeah, I think the real thing I want to see from the side of Big Bean Burrito is if Nitron can actually use this Deadeye, because that is the crucial pickup for Big Bean Burrito in that draft, so they have to put it to good use.
Yeah, and so far doing a really good job at it. Turkeen looking really low here. Does get the orb, is able to get evade up, and it's still below stagger for now, but is alive and well for now.
Yeah, for sure. And now Turkeen staggered once again, a lot of damage. Kitty Bagel needs to be very careful. Supernova takes Turkeen off the map. If there are more abilities committed, Turkeen could just fall here. And now, once again, re-staggered. And there is that X Maximus popped. Immaculator finishes off Turkeen, but gets taken off the map himself, losing the recovery drone. And now, Nitron and Swiftsy, they just need to convert this power play. Kitty Bagel loses their own recovery drone, and a great rebound off to Nitron means that no flips are needed for the goal for Big Bean Burrito as they sit on all three.
Yeah, pretty impressive play to take advantage of this power play, keep the flips, as they're kind of a double-edged sword in this case, right? You could just dump all your cooldowns into somebody who has flip and just burn it immediately, but with all three online, it doesn't really matter if they lose one, right? They still have the other two on board, as Immaculator fighting for their life here, as Nitron, with the Deadeye proc on the Supernova, ends up getting them both low, and Swiftsy finds a KO with Turkeen.
Yeah, Turkeen taken off, and Spring Mastro losing their recovery drone flip to take them off and score 2 flips for a goal and resetting others' energy. I'd say that's pretty worth it.
Yeah, incredibly well played here, as they've scaled. The X-Comp has scaled. I mean, all they needed was the Deadeye, the Siege Machine helping with damage on that secondary as well, as that's all they've really seemed to need to end up getting all these KOs, as they're doing an incredible job at dumping damage here.
Yeah, but you can't speak too soon yet, right? There is a chance that Turkeen's Cats could come back as Nitron, he doesn't have evade. He needs to be very careful against Turkeen's dash punches. One barrier taken. Immaculator should also be pretty careful. Supernova popped there, likely going to do a bunch of damage, and Nitron does fall off the map, but the X Maximus is running wild. That's 1 kill, perhaps a second, a great carried away by Kitty Bagel to survive Immaculator for now, and Immaculator not finally staggered, but not taken off the map just yet, opting to grab the orb. The Celestial Intervention also available, and Nitron looking to catch that rebounded clear from Kitty Bagel, doesn't find it. Core goes up to Immaculator, perhaps looking for some sort of play here. Not yet found. Swiftsy needs to be careful not to get caught out by Spring Mastro. Good clear down to Nitron, as Nitron's keeping this core forward, losing that strike war and sending the core backward. The Supernova dealing a lot of damage, and now Turkey needs to be careful with their own life.
Yeah, very dangerous situation. Immaculator flying in with the Aerial's X, almost finds it, as a good clear by Kitty Bagel there for now, but the offensive push is just so dangerous, especially with Spring Master low, but an incredible dash punch kill by Turkeen, comboed with the piercing shot, as KOs are now traded here, and we're kind of in a 2v2 state, back and forth between the two goalies.
Yeah, I mean, crucial kill out by Nitron, as when he takes Spring Master off there, that means Spring Master can't catch the rebound off of Swifty's clear. But then Nitron also just gets another rapid fire primary to take that goal, and oh dear, this is a draft if I ever seen one. Spec Trading, Stinger, Prize Fighter, Ad Rush, Stagger Swagger. The Stagger Swagger is denied, and that can make it really dangerous for Turkeen's Cats.
I think X just became the most dangerous character in the game now. I mean, he's gonna be so incredibly hard to kill, right? And I mean, with the Vice picking up A-Rush, you know, you now have your, like, Primetime Siege Machine, Primetime Rapid Fire Siege Machine Atlas primaries, right? You have so many cooldowns in your face, and then Vice just gets an A-Rush proc on it, and you have even more.
Yeah, a little disturbing build here, and I mean, yeah, most people would have said, yeah, okay, Vice, take the Stinger, more damage. But the thing is Vice is already doing a pretty good amount of damage with the Deadeye, and you really don't want to give the Ad Rush to Julie to be able to win. But hey, maybe the Julie doesn't need Ad Rush, as Turkeen gets a great dash there to take the goal, but I think that was actually the Twin Drive dash proc there.
Yeah, you know, just having so many cooldowns with this perfect form Twin Drive, it makes Julie so much more dangerous, because honestly, if Julie doesn't have dash, she's like 10 times less of a character, right? You don't have your dash punch threat, you don't have like your confirm threat. But, I mean, Turkey does pretty much infinite dash punches, almost gets one on Nitron, but does get both barriers, and immediately converts off of it.
I mean, I don't even know what's happening. That draft was supposed to be so favored for Big Bean Burrito, but I guess Turkeen's Cats really just doesn't care, and they're just going to force it down directly through Big Bean Burrito's defense, and they need to find a way to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what Turkeen's Cats want to do, right? They want to immediately roll in, win, kick off, and score, because if the core gets to the X, it is so unbelievably dangerous. Or if somebody goes down, it's just dangerous, but all three members still having the recovery drone for now. Turkeen might lose it here, but stays alive with the dash, actually.
Yeah, stays alive, but Nitron, he is looking to maybe look for some sort of kill. The anti-synergy there as they were looking to send Turkeen into the middle drum. Immaculator nearly taken off the map and nearly losing his recovery drone as Turkeen loses his. The flip actually goes up over to the opposite side. Swiftsy just dribbling to perhaps get it to Immaculator. And what the heck just happened as Immaculator wins that 1v2? Holy Big Bean Burrito.
Yeah, Kitty Bagel unfortunately whiffs the Kazan strike. Not wide enough, right? That is the one disadvantage of that point of strike. As Immaculator does a really good job of being super patient, ends up strike scoring Spring Master instead, and converts off of it, right? As we now push into this corner, Immaculator is looking so dangerous here. 2 flips burned. As they immediately convert. Spring Master losing the recovery drone as well. This is incredibly dangerous, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it was a goal, but it was 2 flips. However, Swiftsy has his on the defense to buy more time for Nitron and Immaculator to generate these flips. Now it's just a question of how they can play this offense. That's a double barrier misclear out by Nitron and missed flip angle out by Swiftsy. He has the flip, flips it over to the opposite side, just hooked away by Kitty Bagel, and just going to the opposite side. Swiftsy needs to be so careful and misses the primary. That's Turkeen's Cats taking another set against Big Bean Burrito.
Yeah, and that is such a big set to have, right? If Big Bean Burrito takes that set, I think the game's just over, right? Because of how good their scaling comp is, but this draft is still kind of dangerous. Julie does get that 1-2 punch, but X is going to get Size or Stagger, right? That's the big thing.
Yeah, and I mean, could opt for both Size and Stagger with the Big Fish pickup, or may just opt for the Might for even more damage, or perhaps something like the extra special. No, just go simple, Big Fish, right? The Might available for Kazan, but it's actually denied away. Good pickup by the Atlas to make sure Kazan doesn't have it. And then the Vice not only getting Stagger, but also more cooldowns in order to help. But crucially, I think this extra special on Spring Master is going to do a lot of work in being able to keep the core forward at the start of the round.
Yeah, especially with this missile prop, right? You have so much range on it as Turkey immediately taken down. The recovery drone does save their life temporarily, but immediately taken down just due to the fact that recovery drone doesn't heal you. So
yeah,
the A-Rush proc here on Nitron doing a lot, bringing Spring Master low, but they can't convert yet as 13 is back online. Immaculator unable to push through. Spring Master pushing up, still staggered though, in a pretty dangerous situation. Does get the orb to heal up for now.
Yeah, and still saved out by Swiftsy. Nitron needs to be very careful standing near the edge and there. And then once again, Turkeen taking so much damage and could just get taken off the map. The Supernova burning there, evade. And Spring Master also needs to be careful. Good flip out by Nitron to live. Barrier taken by Turkeen's Cats. No second one just yet as a good self-pass to Nitron. Nitron nearly taken off the map as they just need a combo play to find it. But no, it's just the power chord from Nitron as he takes Big Bean Burrito up 1-0.
Yeah, Nitron's been playing in some very dangerous spots, but has been getting away with it for now. Playing perfectly around the KO range, pretty much, as Turkeen's Cats can't seem to find the KO.
Yeah, I mean, they just are not, but they might be able to find the barriers as they find one. One answered by Immaculator, but Immaculator taking so much damage, but it's actually Turkeen who's taken off the map. Immaculator finding the second barrier, and we just need a pass from Nitron to Immaculator. So well played teamwork as the pass back to Nitron means that they go 2-0 up in set 4.
Yeah, an incredible passing play here, just forcing it around the Kazan. So many buttons needing to be pressed by Kitty Bagel, but it's just not enough as the power chord confirmed it.
Yeah, and there's that Supernova. Spring Master greatly blinking out to make sure that they don't suffer the damage there. And they do take both barriers. Turkeen nearly taken off the map. And it's really good for Turkeen's Cats if Turkeen can get taken off and then they score. But no, it's just the rebound caught by Turkeen. Well played by Turkeen's Cats, even burning Swiftsy's flip in the process.
Yeah, Immaculator's flip ended up actually saving Turkeen's life. They bounce off the Taiko drum just to get saved by the flip, as then Swiftsy also ended up burning flip. They burned 2 flips just to not get a KO and end up losing their life there, but Immaculator with the recovery drone to stay alive for now. Still doesn't have evade. Turkeen's the one looking low though, stays alive. Springmaster loses the recovery drone. Nitron gets a kill, gets the A-Rush proc, almost takes on Springmaster immediately, as their whole team's looking low. Another KO is procced. The recovery drone saving Kitty Bagel for now, but can't get the conversion as they lose a barrier.
Oh no, this could look really bad for Big Bean Burrito. They just need a good passing play. They don't find it. The double Yodsman. This is terrible for Big Bean Burrito, but they find it in the end as they take themselves to set 5.
I mean, they got 4 KOs, still dropped the barrier, and then almost didn't convert, but they do end up taking it. As we are into a set 5 here.
Yeah, but going to set 5, what does this Vice pick up here? It could just opt for something like the stacks because they're not dying and they need this core control. And yeah, they do. And Estelle perhaps opting for something like the Spark of Rizzo. No, just goes for the built different to deny X. X doesn't really have any great picks. Could just deny the Rizzo away from Julie. No, denies the Spark of Agility instead and just picks up the speed for himself. The Julie going for Super Surge is very interesting, as it's something that not all Julie players enjoy, but I'm interested to see if Turkeen can make good use of it.
Yeah, I think Ro just wanting that extra damage, right, to get that KO range. I think you're using the dash range too much here on Tycho, but Turkeen is looking low here, a bit dangerous. Almost gets taken off the map by Immaculator. Stays alive for now. The Super Surge actually gets the kill confirm, as recovery drones are traded, but Turkeen is still low.
Yeah, Turkeen's still very low, and nearly takes Immaculator off the map again. Finally re-staggered, and would have actually taken the barrier if Swiftsy didn't have the strike there, and does there. It goes down to Spring Master, who doesn't manage to collect with that piercing shot, just dribbles it forward. Kitty Bagel passing it up, Nitron cutting that pass, the Supernova burned, the Adrenaline Rush procced, and now it just needs to get forward to Immaculator, who can potentially look for some sort of secure, but Swiftsy needs to be very careful. A stray Rose Warp could take this goal here if he isn't.
Yeah, this is a pretty dangerous situation. Even though if they're on the power play there, you have lost both the barriers, and Atlas not really well known for this open barrier coverage, right? As Turkey's taken down, Immaculator staying alive for now with the flip. As Nitron pushing towards his top side. What a save, but the recovery, Immaculator getting the kill. The recovery drill proc taking Kitty Bagel away from the net.
Yeah, and an absolutely cinematic game 1 is it's the bell ringer to take recovery drone away from Kitty Bagel. That's actually what scores for Nitron there, hilariously enough. Now it's one barrier taken for Turkeen's Cats, perhaps answered back, but no, not yet. Swiftsy needs to be very careful. Popping the secondary here, just goes back into his corner, and Kitty Bagel, good offensive pressure from this Kazan, and the Supernova finally popped there. Turkeen taken off the map in a moment's notice, and now Big Bean Burrito needs to convert. That's one barrier from the Adrenaline Rush proc, and the second barrier also falling. 2 flips available. First flip burned by Spring Mastro. Nothing achieved, as Immaculator needs to be kind of careful with his life as he's taken a decent amount of damage. Swiftsy with the clear. It's a little awkward. Another Supernova popped. Turkey nearly paying for it with his life. And now Immaculator in this corner, ready for a pass from Nitron, as Swiftsy continues to clear these cores. The X nearly getting it with the dash range, but it's just looking so awkward for Turkeen's Cats.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of panic coming on as Kitty Bagel unable to clear the core flip, but they get it out for now, but Nitro pushing it back up to Immaculator flip, has the X Maximus procced, almost actually ends up taking out Kitty Bagel. Both Turkey's low as well. They get 1 KO, they get 2, and they get the goal.
Yeah, I mean, Nitron is at this point just kind of farming aura there. He's just charging the Supernova while everyone is damaged for both the goal and the kill. This is an absolute massacre by Big Bean Burrito, but it's not over yet, as Turkeen has shown some really good dashes this game.
Yeah, they're just going to try their best to fight back here as Immaculator does live the dash punch, and good defensive play by Spring Master and Kitty Bagel here for a little bit longer, but Swiftsy pushes it back up, takes the barrier. Immaculator's running back. Nitron trying to do it by himself, and gets the power core. Ends up KO1, gets immediately primaries again because of Adrenaline Rush.
Yeah, I mean, there's that primary, and now it's just one more good play out by Big Bean Burrito, and they find it. Big Bean Burrito taking game 1 on Taiko Temple.
Yeah, the strike reset at the end of X Maximus gets Immaculator that extra strike needed to convert there. And this is just the dangerous thing about giving this X comp a single set in the early game, right? They won a set, the X got Stagger Swagger, the Vice got A-Rush, and it was just so dangerous from there.
Yeah. It's just insanely brutal. You can just take a look at the damage for a second. Nitron nearly doubling the next highest damage in the game at 53,000 to Spring Mastro's 31,000, which is insane. Also with 8 goals, Immaculator just, showing up, passing to Nitron again and again on these offenses when everyone just crowds around him, and the Nitron just takes the free shot when they're giving it to him, and that's just showing that Big B and Burrito, they have this synergy. But on the other side, we were seeing some really awkward misplays sometimes on the defense. The Swiftsy and Nitron really not coordinated with each other. But then for Turkeen's Cats, their offenses were looking pretty good, but they just really struggled against the damage.
Yeah, I mean, once they just started getting KO farmed by the Vice, right, that A-Rush proc turns into another KO, which turns into another, and it's like, the scaling was just out of control. And it's hard to really do much about it at that point, because, like, you can evade, like, a Vice secondary, and then you just die to, like, an ult. And it's really hard to really do anything about it. Especially if you end up, like, building up a flip, then you, like, lose all your energy pretty much just from one evade. It's a really, really hard situation to play against, especially on a KO heavy map, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Now, we will have to see what this next map is going to be. It is going to be Night Market, which is actually going to be the Big Bean Burrito pick. So that is going to be a fun one here. Night Market playing relatively similar to Tycho in my experience. It's just the main difference now is now you have speed to rotate around a lot. Still laned, but the speed allows you to cut across the middle a lot more easily.
Yeah, it's a very lane-heavy map, right? Fight one lane, win, and then use the speed lane to rotate if you need to. It is very volatile. You can push up a lot as goalie on this map too, and get pretty good value just due to the speed lane. So it's a very, like, aggressive map in that sense. It's hard to score, but it's really easy to keep pressure.
And hey, there were talks about Night Market being an issue for competitive play because of how hard it is to score. We think of Oni Village as being that really, really long map, but honestly, more recently, it has been Night Market. Night Market has been where we've had a lot of these 30-minute banger games, and there's a chance we might see another one if this first game was anything to go by.
Yeah, you do expect this game to go pretty long, right? I mean, it is so easy to triple defend on this map just due to the speed lane. Like, Brawler can rotate back so easily, especially if they have Mag Souls, and it's like, it is so hard to score if you play this map really well. And I'm curious to see if these teams will do that with this 1-2 punch extra special start, so we might see a lot of damage.
Yeah, and 1-2 punch extra special definitely means we'll see the damage. Could even see the Vice repeat, as extra special is a pretty great pick for the Vice. Big Bean Burrito on the blue side this time, assuming this is correct. We'll have to see what they opt for, perhaps just this IME ban away from Spring Mastro, as it's an extra special start, which is very, very good for the IME. But outside of that, I'm not really sure. Are they just going to ban the Asher away from Immaculator once more for Turkeen's Cats?
I think banning the Asher would be interesting, just because I think if you have to do that, you also have to take the X, right? Because this X is just so dangerous, especially on this map, because he gets to a point where he can just cover a whole lane by himself, and with these Awakenings especially, he is just such a threat on the field, and that scaling in these longer games is so dangerous, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Now, we will have to see, I think, as the teams are both getting ready for the draft. I wonder if Swiftsy is just going to get his Kazan, or if he's just going to go back to the Atlas. Did look a little uncomfortable on the Atlas, but it's not the end of the world. It is still Atlas. You can still get at least a baseline level of value. And as I suspected, IME banned away by Big Bean Burrito. Just not comfortable on the pick themselves, right? Not wanting to first pick it, and not wanting to give it over to Spring Mastro.
Yeah, the Ami ban definitely makes sense here. She's really good at covering these lanes, right? Especially with the extra special. Just able to shut down a whole lane by herself. And we do see the Kazan ban here by Turkeen's Kittens. Makes sense with the 1-2 punch start, with the Kazan goalie. It's very scary. You can just send the core max speed with just Pauldron's Kazan 1-2 punch. So, it's very dangerous here.
Yeah, and Juliet first picked for Immaculator, one of Turkeen's big picks. and this is on the 1-2 punch start, so it looks very dangerous. Interested to see if Immaculator can capitalize. And then the other question is Immac going to just opt for the Pums for Pums 1-2 KOing, or just say, okay, I have the 1-2 punch, it is good enough. Maybe I opt for a little more core control and pick up something like the Slicks or the Mags. And then on the opposite side, we see the Kai picked up. Curious to see if this is going to be for Kitty Bagel or Spring Mastro.
Yeah, Kai makes sense on this map, right? Like, the barrage, good at shutting stuff down. I do think it is a bit scary to pick Kai on the start just through the fact that he's such a low stagger character. But it does look like it's probably going to be in the goalie role. So that would end up making a little bit more sense in that case.
Yeah, that would make sense, right? As if I recall correctly, Kitty Bagel does play this Kai from time to time. And we just saw Spring Master on the Estelle, and it looked pretty clean, all things considered. So now this goes over to the opposite side. This also leaves Turkeen as being last pick. Vice picked up once again for Nitron, and there are always talks about Vice Julie being a very awkward comp to pilot, because Julie really loves it when you have a midfielder who can continue to feed you the core and give you a lot more reliable attempts at looking for these dash punches. But Vice doesn't really do that nearly as much, as she's a lot more damage focused and doesn't do great in the core control department without much cooldown, and then we see it paired with the Atlas as well.
Yeah, I'm personally a big hater of the Julia Vice comp. I've never saw it as really that good. But it can work in a map like Night Market where Julia is a lot more often fishing for KOs, especially with the 1-2 punch. But it's a different type of KOing, right? Vice wants to damage people down. Julie wants to just find these knockback kills. It's still not ideal in my opinion. I think something like the X is a lot better. But I think it can work in the right hands, as the Asher is picked up here for Turkey's Kittens. And
yeah, I will say, like, with maybe this start specifically, Vice Julie can maybe work, right? The extra special on Vice, the Juliet getting 1-2 punch, and then the Atlas also, perhaps, I guess it's weird, right? Because you could pick up the extra special to make the KOs way, way less prevalent for the other side altogether. But when you're a little less experienced on goalie, I think 1-2 punch is just always better from a standpoint of, okay, it's just like a pseudo team player in a way.
yeah, especially like in that overtime, right? You are just red coring like Kazan goalie, and that is a pretty nice thing to have on these like a lot more lane focused maps where you can just like cross lane clear a lot faster, and it's a lot harder to cut down, especially with like it is still dangerous with the range of the like Estelle and the Kai, right? But it is with 1-2 punch, it definitely makes it doable to do these cross lane clears. So it'll be interesting to see if it gets picked up here.
Yeah, for sure. Now, we are loading into game, so that means we'll see the Awakenings in just a moment. Once again, Siphoning Wand for Nitron, Slick Kicks for Imac, and Vambrace for Turkey, and the Mag Souls for Spring Master, I guess learning from last time. 1-2 punch picked up only for Atlas and Juliet, everyone else going for extra special.
In a sense, that kind of makes sense, right? You just kind of want cooldowns on a lot of these characters. The Vambrace, I guess, assume it's just because Turkey doesn't want to get perma killed again. But yeah. I do think it is a little bit less useful into like the Julie. But you don't really need the speed too badly on Asher if your forwards are doing, or if your forward and goalie are doing a really good job of keeping the core up towards you. But trying to push towards his bottom side, not able to find anything. Immaculator with the dash punch does take the first barrier here, as both bottom side barriers are traded for the most part here.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming onto the side of Turkeen's Cats. Nitron taken off, the Celestial Intervention a little too slow, and now Swiftsy and Immaculator in a very awkward situation. Good dash punch to keep the midfield presence alive, and now Nitron needs to come back very soon. Swiftsy holding as long as he can. Good flip in the corner. It stays in the corner. Good clear out to Nitron. And now Kitty Bagel pushing up with the flip. Doesn't opt to use it there. And the Supernova just charging. Kitty Bagel waiting it out as Imac looks for that dash punch. Doesn't yet find it. Flip burned by Kitty Bagel. Where does it go? It goes straight to Swiftsy. Nitron sending it forward. Spring Master intercepting these. And Turkeen making sure Nitron can't step into that corner to keep that aggressive presence there. Good secondary out by Swiftsy, but it might not be enough. Good save once again out by Swiftsy. He is doing what he can on the defense, but unfortunately on an open net, Atlas's abilities will eventually run out.
Yeah, that's the one thing about this open net against the Atlas, right? You really need to hold down one of these barriers because once you use your primary and your strike shot, this open net is pretty free range, especially for like this Estelle Kai. And Turkey's doing a really good job at kind of pressuring the forwards of Big Bean Burrito to stay off these edges, right? As Swiftsy using the primary to save Nitron's life for now, but pushing towards the corner here, unable to find anything with the piercing shot for now as we kind of step to a more neutral state.
Yeah, I mean, just good plays right now out by both sides. Once again, Turkey looking for these dash punches. Interested to see that he didn't pick up this 1-2 punch with how often he's going for them and so much damage on Turkeen, but this Vicious Brand Brace will help to heal it up. Good clear by Nitron with that flip up to Immaculator. Swiftsy needs to be careful with his life. Immaculator maybe looking to flip Turkeen off and does. Opts to flip it forward, but now, do they have the scoring materials they need? Maybe not, as Kitty Bagel continues to score. There's that dash committed. There's the ult committed by Immaculator, and he doesn't have any more cooldowns left for the offense.
Yeah, I mean, Spring Master doing a good job of taking that barrier. Swiftsy with the unfortunate angle, dribbling back and forth off the bumpers as Spring Master does eventually put it in here.
Yeah, I mean, this map so far has really not looked great for Big Bean Burrito, and I think part of that might just be because of the Vice Julie combination. Not great for them, and that is one barrier already taken. Perhaps a second with that Path Splitter getting dropped. Swiftsy needs to be very careful in this corner. Rose Warp taking the second barrier. Immaculator, good dribbles here. Looking for that one barrier, gets it, but no more, as now Nitron has to sit on this defense and look for some plays. It just gets pushed forward by Spring Master, doing a great job, and now Turkeen forcing the secondary to be committed by Swiftsy, who has the flip, but you really don't want to be using it in this sort of situation. You want to save it for a better one, but when you're down 0-2 with an open net, that's about as good as you can get.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous situation. Swiftsy forced to flip in front of the Asher. Unfortunately, can't get the bumper clear, and Turkey will convert on him. And it just really seems like this Vice just can't get the core to Immaculator, right? It's just so hard against this Estelle and this Kai, who can just very easily force it through Nitron and right into Turkey.
Yeah. Now, we'll have to see, right? This Estelle likely picking up the Primetime or the stacks. They're not really a threat from the Vice Julie just yet. I guess it's holding, yeah, picking up the Primetime. The stacks going over to the Atlas. The prize fighter denied away from Julie, pretty big. And I think, all things considered, the Vice Julie get almost nothing to scale.
Yeah, you're getting a single spark, which is future scaling, but the issue is two of them are already gone, and you're in a dangerous situation because you're already down one set. If you lose the next set and no sparks show up, those are pretty much near useless awakenings.
Yeah, exactly, and we already see Immaculator taken off, or not nearly taken off the map, getting healed up by the Celestial Intervention, and yeah, it takes one barrier, but that's about what we've been seeing from Immaculator's Julie here. A lot of what happens is, yeah, the core gets forward, he takes one barrier with a dash punch, and then now it's just all Turkeen's Cat's offense.
Yeah, well, that's just it, right? Like, as soon as Immaculator loses that dash punch, it's hard to keep the core up with Vice's abilities. So they immediately just like pretty much give up possession after taking a barrier. As Kitty Bagel pushing up, almost converting on Swiftsy. As they push back into this corner, Turkey pushing up to the top side. Swiftsy has to flip for it. As they hold off for now, but it just goes straight back to Turkey. And like, what can you do at that point?
Yeah, not much, that is for sure. And at this point, this is looking, I'm not going to say done and dusted, but this is looking really bad for Big Bean Burrito.
Yeah, Turkey's Cats, honestly, just winning with their comp, right? Their comp is just so much better in general, as Swiftsy can't find the clear, unfortunately, kind of tapped back into their own net here, as that's an immediate second point in 8 seconds.
Yeah, I am also apparently getting insider information that apparently Nitron has 80% packet loss right now.
Oh.
So, yeah, not having the most fun time of his life, that's for sure, but I think even without that, this doesn't look great for Big Bean Burrito.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal, right? You don't, with ping like that, it's near unplayable, but even in that case, it's still so unbelievably hard for them to get anything going, and oh my god! Kitty Bagel surprises Swiftsy with the flip angle, and Swiftsy not ready for it. Unfortunately, mouse flick's a little bit too far. as that's the second set taken.
Yeah, I think that almost looked like a MOBA moment there, as I think I heard the audio, it sounded like SwiftC redirected it directly into their own goal, so yeah, definitely a MOBA moment. The Kai picking up Castellast, I guess just opting to have this aerial's speed last for longer. Maybe the Stinger somehow gets all the way down to Vice. I highly doubt it. Yeah, no, gets denied away by the Estelle. And then looking at this, right, once again, nothing for Julie or Vice, right? The rapid fire for Julie, a deny away from rapid fire primetime. And then a reverb, I guess more cooldown for the Vice. I don't know.
With the Spark of Rizzo, the reverb isn't bad, but it's like you really need another spark to get things going, and they they get a spark by taking another set here. But it'll be hard to do that with how strong Turkey's Cats have been playing, as this offensive pressure is impossible for Big Bean Burrito to deal with. But with Turkey going down, maybe there's a chance Immaculator getting that dash punch KO as they try to push on the offense, but Spring Maestro ends up winning that.
Yeah, winning that interaction and then flipping to make sure that Immaculator and Nitron can't take the second barrier in that power play. Awkward dash punch out by Immaculator. They do get this barrier, and finally they open up the net for the first time in a long time. And now Swiftsy, he just needs to get the quarter. Immaculator is just waiting with the flip. He kills Spring Maestro, and maybe he doesn't want to use the flip, but he just waits, and he waits too long.
Yeah, unfortunately waited a little bit too long, gave the Turkey time to get back, but Nitron is able to convert at the end of the day. So it's a little bit unfortunate here to burn the flip and not convert, but they do end up getting the goal in the end, and Asher with 0 prize tags, notably.
Yeah, I think that's really all they can hope for right now. One barrier taken, and a second barrier taken in the opposite direction, slightly awkwardly. Immaculator maybe looking for some sort of dash punch kill here on Spring Master. I think that's the way to win. And now Swiftsy has to stop this path splitter push. A good flip out by Nitron, and a good dash punch to catch it there by Immaculator. Nitron needs to be very careful staying near the edge, as Turkeen has looked really good with a lot of these dash punch attempts. Good damage onto Turkeen, and the core gets up to Immaculator. Missed punch by him, and the core continues to stay forward. Nitron, he is looking for some sort of rebound. Good dash punch, and wait, maybe this is what Big Bean Burrito needs.
Yeah, I mean, if they take a set, they're guaranteed, like, near guaranteed spark scaling another Immaculator or Nitron, right? And that's, like, such a big thing. They've set up for the late game. It's all about if they can get this one set to potentially scale the game fully in their favor here.
Yeah, and we will have to see, right? Good clears out by Swiftsy. No barriers taken still yet. A lot of damage onto Turkeen from Nitron, despite the lack of a stinger. That's 2 barriers taken by Immaculator, and a kill on Turkeen. Swiftsy just needs to get the core forward. A flip missed and stuffed out by Spring Master, who's keeping the core forward in the opposite direction. And this power play is completely stalled out by the Estelle.
Yeah, Kitty Bagel does eventually have to burn flip, though, unfortunately, so the energy situation for Turkeen's Cats is looking low, and Nitron catches the eject back with the Supernova.
Yeah, definitely doing a great job there, but now has to get through this Asher. Asher, notably another great goalie. Swiftsy playing in this midfield and trying to keep the core forward on Immaculator. Immaculator needs to be very careful. Has the Celestial Intervention to keep himself alive, but still near staggered. And Spring Mastro is trying to keep the core forward as well and make sure Immaculator cannot play the game. Core gets forward. Spring Mastro flips it forward to Swiftsy. Doesn't yet find anything as Immaculator is just playing his life, dash punching to buy himself time. Core goes over to Spring Mastro, who's trying to take this barrier, but Swiftsy, he is just holding again and again while Immaculator is just playing his life and finally gets taken off the map. And now the Adrenaline Rush is popped for Turkeen. The Supernova, very awkward charge, just long enough for Swiftsy to clear it. And now Nitron and Swiftsy, they need to hold this 2v3. A slightly missed angle means Immaculator is able to come back on time. The Flame Flurry goes down to where Nitron is. And with Swiftsy's flip, this is looking pretty good for Big Bean Burrito.
Yeah, Swiftsy does burn the flip here. Nitron able to win the strike core, try to get it up to Immaculator, but unable to do much against the Kai here as they're slowly pushing towards this top side. Turkey trying to find a KO, can't get it. Immaculator with the dash punch forces out the flip from Kitty Bagel. Swiftsy kind of pushed back by the Asher ult here as they're pushing back towards this bottom side. The Supernova doesn't catch Kitty Bagel as Swiftsy trying to push up, misses the strike. Turkey punishes, takes the barrier as this offense is just so strong, and Turkey able to convert it. so unbelievably dangerous how fast these games can change.
And that was an absolutely catastrophic mistake for Big Bean Burrito, and there is a real world where it just snowballs in the opposite direction because of it, because I think that was their best shot at winning that set while they had the barrier advantage, and now they lose the double barrier from the power chord, unfortunately, and the Supernova nearly takes their own goal, as Spring Master needs to be very careful with their own life. Perhaps Big Bean Burrito can look for a kill and then convert from a power play, but a great dash punch kill on the ejecting dash for Kai, and that's a second barrier found by Immaculator. They need to be careful about Spring Mastro's hit stuns and ability to catch the rebounds, and while he is staying up, Kitty Bagel is able to respawn.
Yeah, Immaculator did a really good job at knowing the Kai was going to push up there, but Spring Master just stalled the power play completely out, as the Owl's Expanse almost ends up taking the goal. Power chord unable to reach due to the Asher ult, as Nitron and both midfielders having flip here. Immaculator almost getting the dash punch kill, but can't find it. Nitron pushing up the power chord, gets the core flip and gets it in! This is their chance!
That's Big Bean Burrito, and now they just have to pray they get a good draft. With Nitron up first, there is definitely something going to be good. Perhaps a heavy impact, and there it is. Ooh. There's the heavy impact, but there's also a spark of strength. It's really up to him what he wants. I think the heavy impact is just so good because it's just such reliable damage, but no. Opts for the spec training instead on extra special. I guess maybe also wanting to deny it away from Kai. It feels a little awkward. I'm not sure how to feel about it.
This draft is not going the way I expected. You expect Vice to either take the heavy impact, of course, or like the spark scaling plus reverb. But ends up taking neither. Goes for the spec training. I guess mainly just wants damage on the ult. But I just think that the heavy impact damage plus cooldowns is just better. As Kai does take Deadeye, Asher ends up getting heavy impact. And I feel like this draft it still favors Big Bean Burrito, but it should have probably favored them more than it did.
Yeah, for sure. Now, that is both barriers already taken by Big Bean Burrito, and a kill on to Kitty Bagel. Maybe that's why they wanted the spec trading, because you can do that every round now.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, the danger of that, but as long as evades are down, the spec trading does give you a lot of value. As, especially at this extra special, I guess, with the reverb, you are having your ult on more often, and this comp does a very good job at forcing evades.
Yeah. For sure, and we might see this reverse sweep come out as that power play. It's not going anywhere, surprisingly enough, as Kitty Bagel held for so long. Immaculator burning the flip there too, and still doesn't get anything but so much damage. A barrier paid for in return, but Kitty Bagel absolutely 1v9ing that point.
Yeah, Kitty Bagel realizing that the Vice was camping with the Supernova on the eject. Just go all or nothing push, right? You're either getting KO'd upfield or you're getting KO'd as soon as you teleport back. So, makes the correct call of pushing up forward and converts off of it. Incredibly well played here.
Yeah, but incredibly well played is a great Supernova, and then the flip from Swiftsy. That's one barrier taken, perhaps a second with the melee flip. A good combo play from Nitron and Immaculator as they take the second barrier. One barrier answered in response, and Spring Master has abilities to answer, but loses their life, and now it's a 2v3. Favoring a Big Bean Burrito, and I think Nitron's packet loss might be returning once again. It feels very awkward, a lot of those plays. Spring Master finally returns to the field, and damage dropped on Immaculator, but damage dropped on the opposite side too. I think this Supernova is also going to be coming up relatively soon. Good strike shot to save the barrier there by Swiftsy.
Yeah, Supernova should be online now, and especially with Turkey having no evade, Kitty Bagel also having no evade. This is a very dangerous situation. A lot of damage dumped out, but does lose the barrier. Kitty Bagel gets KO'd by pushing up. Unable to convert because of the Rose Warp. Incredibly well played by Spring Master there, but they're pushed towards his top side and are going to convert.
Yeah, well played by Nitron. I mean, he had the option there to steal that speed and run forward or just take the TP. Opts to take the TP and then gets a good shot there, which Immaculator is able to rebound.
Yeah, incredibly well played. Big Bean Burrito getting the KOs they need as they are punishing the lack of evades on the side of Turkey's Cats, and Turkey almost goes down. Survives for now, does get the orb, but yeah.
Yeah, very awkward as Turkey has to go for another orb, and it's one barrier still actually taken by Big Bean Burrito, so it's not the end of the world for them in this open net. Swiftsy has to keep this core saved. Can't really let this go in at this point because they really don't want to tie it up. Another Supernova popped, forcing Swiftsy to use this flip, but now Spring Master has the flip in melee range. Good expanse to stop it, but Swiftsy doesn't have many more cooldowns left. Immaculator has to convert off this punch, doesn't, and the core just goes back to Swiftsy. The Crystal Thorns, meaning that the core can stay in the midfield. Immaculator, clutch save out by Swiftsy with that Celestial Intervention, and a great Thunderstruck TP from Nitron, who now starts channeling the Supernova, buying so much space, but the space is not capitalized off of, as the core is still sitting in this midfield, and the barrier is still up.
Yeah, incredible back and forth. Kitty Bagel and Spring Master are doing a really good job of holding it down. Nitro with the flip, comboed with the dash punch, takes the second barrier. Immaculator trying to push up. Unable to find anything for now, but Immaculator with flip. Does flip it across. Good barrage by Kitty Bagel. Nitro trying to find a KO here, but unable to find it as Spring Master really low. Kitty Bagel forced the flip. And we're back into a bit more of a neutral state here.
Yeah, pretty neutral, but Nitron, he really needs to win these interactions. Swiftsy walking forward to expanse there, but we could see an awkward angle caught up by Spring Master pretty soon, as Nitron needs to get this core to Immaculator, uses that ult, nearly KOs Turkeen. The core gets back to Immaculator once more, and the great stun from the punch gives Nitron the leeway to take the shot, and we're going to set 5.
Yeah, incredible comeback here by Big Beam Burrito as they're scaling incredibly hard. And there is a spark on the board, you know. Although they declined the other spark, this one could be taken, especially with the reverberation plus spark of Rizal. It'd be very good on Vice for pretty much infinite cooldowns. Atlas taking the Twin Drive, of course, and Vice ends up going for the missile prop.
Yeah, I think the missile prop on Vice, I mean, it's good on Estelle, but I feel like it is also just a slight misplay. I would have personally preferred the Spark of Focus because that's even more cooldowns, even more stagger too. It just goes completely undrafted, but crucially, Immaculator also gets some size. So yes, there is a lot of size picked up on the opposite side, but Immaculator getting size, this allows him to go for way more of these reliable dash punches.
Yeah, I mean, both brawlers getting size, plus the size on Spring Master to kind of revert that among Titans, right? And get that recovery drone. As, I mean, immediate KO found by the side of Big Beam Burrito.
Yeah, good secondary there by Swiftsy to buy some space for his forwards. No barriers actually taken there, as Swiftsy is now the one pushing up with this primary Supernova in everyone's face. A double barrier found from the Night Market angle. That's not something you see every day. And now Swiftsy has this flip on the defense should he need it, but his forwards are there to help him. The Flame Flurry putting out a decent amount of damage as Nitron's actually KO'd off the map. Immaculator needs to make a play happen here, and he is in position to do so with the dash punch onto Turkeen, and he nearly has a flip, so if he gets more cooldowns, he can look for a KO on Spring Master as well.
Yeah, burns the flip early, tries to sneak it past Spring Master and Kitty Bagel, but they're on for it, and the dash punch by Immaculator, and they take the first point.
They definitely do. And while I was thinking, okay, maybe this Spark of Focus is better for Nitron, I think this Missile Propulsion now gives him even more threat on the primary, where he really didn't have much anymore. A lot of his damage threat was coming from the ults.
Yeah, and they're doing a very good job of comboing these power chords and dash punches. As you see there, the flip burned by Swiftsy, unable to find anything. A good Giga by Kitty Bagel as they flip it back, unable to find as much for now, but incredible stall by the side of Turkey's Cats. Ooh.
Yeah, incredible stall, but they may need to do it again as Kitty Bagel's now the one that's taken off the map, and Kitty Bagel's probably one of the most crucial points of their stalling, as this Kai can bring the core so fast and outplay a lot of people, and that's why they lose the double barrier there when Kitty Bagel is down. Immaculator nearly taken off the map thanks to a lot of damage from Turkeen's Cats. Nitron looking to catch this rebound, and Spring Master needs to be very careful with no evade to work with. Late flip out by Swiftsy, well weighted to deny Turkeen any attempt to score there, and now the core goes up to the top side, missed by Immaculator. It's just a 1v1 between Turkeen and Swiftsy, won by Swiftsy for now. Great flip out by Nitron to buy space. The recovery drone taken off of Spring Master, and no flips on either side makes this really awkward.
Oh, but the Atlas secondary here, pushing it past Kitty Bagel, who tried to push up to convert, unable to eject back in time. And honestly, Big Beam Burrito has done a really good job of punishing these ejects up by Kitty Bagel, either by getting a KO or immediately counterattacking.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But as I said, right, at the end of the last point, we had no flips on anyone, and it's still the same thing here now, right? So we could see a lot of volatile plays as one barrier is taken by Turkeen's Cats. No barriers on the opposite side as Turkeen takes a lot of damage and is finished off the map. One barrier paid for, though, as Spring Mastro takes it. Now Atlas can't really push up on this offense. Great save out by Kitty Bagel, and another great piercing shot as Spring Mastro is nearly taken off the map. A good answer on the Kitty Bagel flip by Nitron, and now Spring Mastro needs to make a play. Nearly does. And he is very, very low. We'll have to see if the Vice and Julie can convert, or if the side of Turkeen's Cats can finish it off. But no! It's Big Bean Burrito! They make it through to promotions. Welcome, BBB.
An incredible comeback from behind victory. You know, they invested in scaling early, and they were able to get a lot out of it as they just started finding these KOs that Turkeen's Cats weren't really ready for, right? You know, catching Kitty Bagel ejecting up, or like just honestly finding a lot of like power chords into dash punches, right? And Swiftsy did an incredible job holding it down. 126 saves.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Swiftsy being the rock that this team needed when they pick Vice Julie, and then they show that, hey, maybe this Vice Julie is not that bad. Even though we probably should never be saying that again. Kai Estelle Asher still a pretty good comp on this map, but it seems like Big Bean Burrito just managed to outplay through damage, right? And we'll have to see, can Big Bean Burrito continue this form into the promotion tournament and do this against some of the better teams that are waiting for them there?
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see, as Nitron overall was just did a really good job at dumping damage, forcing people into bad spots for the Julie, and it'll be interesting to see how they end up doing in future games.
Yeah, for sure. However, that is this series done. We do have another series coming in with Dash Punch and Pray versus Not Everyone Has an iPhone. I am very, very interested to see how that goes. But before we get to that, we will be going to a short break, and we won't be joining you guys on the other side. So anything you want to say, Jay, before we hop off?
Oh, well, thank you all for having me on here, and I'm excited to watch the final game.
Yeah, same thing. It was a pleasure getting to cast, and not us, but a new set of casters. We'll see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, party people. We are back once again. EUSL, Omega Strikers. We are up here, Season 3, and we are getting ready to rock. This is P-Flare on the mic, along with SMG. How you feeling?
I'm doing great today, people. Watched a lot of fun of Mega Strikers games. Excited to see how this one goes. There's going to be a couple, on these teams. I'd say everyone on these teams I'm quite friendly with, so I'm hoping both of them do well. I'm just excited to see how it goes, yeah.
Yep. 2 teams in question. 1, not everyone has an iPhone. Very apt message. Something for the kids to learn. On the other side, dash, punch, pray. Very apt advice, very scary when you have to warn them. You said you know these folks, so tell us a little bit about them.
Alright, so going into Night Market, I'd say this is a good map for both of the forwards. Pigshot and Brack both like to play these stuffing forwards like Asher, Julia X, which I think both are really good on this map, especially on this Stagger Swagger stack start. And we do see the Juliet banned from Pigshot, kind of what he's known for. And then the counter ban of Atlas, a very annoying pick on this map, something they don't want Yan to get. I know also, in the midfield department, both of these players, Yodes and Novus, would want an IME as their primary pick probably. And the goalies, a bit more flexible. They can play defensive goalies. They can play some off picks. But yeah, and the IME is picked first. For not everyone has an iPhone.
Yeah, and you did mention that, they can play like defensive and offensive, and you already see like one of their defensive, options being banned out in that Atlas. Very, very, capable, very good with defending, especially on like a map like this where you can shut out one of the lanes pretty much entirely. And we can see that both the Estelle and the X have been picked, giving them some pretty solid like offensive pushing material, a lot of being able to bully the core.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm interested to see what Brack will want here on the forward. He does opt for the Asher, really strong pick. X Asher, I think definitely the best picks on this map. And not everyone has an iPhone, rounds it out with the Mako. I think their comp looks very good here. Mako Asher, classic pick together. Just Asher having speed, really scary, especially with whichever one of these Awakenings they want to go for. But that's not to say that the start of Estelle X is also not really good. I think it's very good synergy with the stuffing and the range coverage. And they do pick up the error here, which does make me think that this might be an Estelle goalie we're looking at.
I would believe that. I understand Era has fallen off in recent days. That's correct.
Yeah, Era, not a particularly popular pick. I do know that it's something that both Wood and Novus could pick. So I'm curious to see how things will go. Of course, Era kind of a classic, kind of iconic goalie on Night Market. Not necessarily the comp you would pick her in, but I wouldn't be surprised either way this Estelle and Era go. As we do load into the game now.
Alright, so we are going to see how these picks end up shaking out, as well as how good all this synergy can be, because like you said, a lot of stuffing potential. I'm personally a little bit curious about like kind of the heavy defense that Team iPhone kind of has, if I'm understanding this correctly. So my concern is, can the IME like provide the offensive flavorings alongside? I'm presuming the Asher is also going to be a forward, right? You said that?
Yeah, I definitely think that's how they'll go for it. I do think, I would say right now, I'm leaning towards not everyone has an iPhone in terms of their comp. I think Estelle is both good goalie and midfield, but I wouldn't say the same for this era pick. I think it's going to be either less solid defensively than the Mako or less core control than the IME. And they do pick it in goalie with the momentum boost. So we'll have to see if Wood can prove me wrong.
Yep, just about everybody on that stagger swagger start except for Yos, who decided to go for stacks.
Yeah, very, high risk, high reward type of pick. With this X who has a buff from the era, could do a lot of damage, but right now this Mako buff, allowing not everyone has an iPhone to retain pressure. Yo's been rotating the core super well. Novus hasn't really touched the ball yet, and they do break the first barrier there, trying to break the second. Lots of pressure, they force it through, and back with the flip, and this is just a perfectly executed offense from Not Everyone Has an iPhone.
That was a wild first point already. Just a lot of bullying, imposing their will, Brat coming up, and just kind of like helping shove everything in the goal alongside Yodes. So if that keeps up, this is going to be a rough one.
Absolutely, but now Pigshot claimed the first barrier with the support of this Arenado and Novus in the bottom side here. Wood trying to hold an offensive position, under threat of the Asher, loses one. The Asher still pushing up, but the ball goes back. Now it's the turn of DPP. Pigshot goes for the strike reset, doesn't quite find it, and Yankee holding strong right now with this Mako and has the buff for the other side here.
It's been honestly a lot of good passing already on both sides. Neither of them really trying to like give up core control easily, but they both have the capacity to kind of like get the core in front of the net and just kind of like try and like shove it on through, whether it's with that Arenado, whether it's with that X, whether it's with that Asher, whether it's with that Ami. So I feel like a lot of this is going to come down to who can actually, hold that offense for longer than a couple of seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Wood's going to have to do a lot on the offense to counteract the defensive capabilities of the Mako. But right now, we're in an open net situation. Yodes and Wood, the ones with flip. Yodes just got his stacks prop, which is really, really massive. If they can get the ball forward and he can get a good use of his flip, it's going to be really scary. Goes for a nice angle, doesn't quite find it. Core is still in a threatening position that Not Everyone Has an iPhone would want, and now it's Brack with the flip. They're trying to rotate the ball towards him, going up to the net. They don't find the opportunity yet, but it's very, very tight here. Wood's going to have to play really well, and now Asher with the flip, but it is saved.
That was an how was that not a goal? I don't know, but that was an incredible save by Wood, not giving anything up early. Like we're only 2 points into this, but they already kind of like battling, like it's almost like it's set 5, So good on them. Good on them. A beautiful save again. Yan says like you can do it. I can do it too.
Absolutely, these goalies are going insane with these edge of the map core flips. No team finding any conclusive pressure so far. Scary situation for Yankee, but Yodes, it's really scary for them to play around him with this stacks on stacks. Pigshot with the flip, finds it to the bottom side. Yan can't quite find it with the flip. Very well played.
Beautiful shot. Everybody was kind of like stuffed up in the top corner there and realized there was a bit of an open situation on the bottom. Just had to get the angle right, and they did. So good on them for being able to recognize that situation and being able to find that angle. So they're going to definitely have to keep that up, because that was second point, and that was already a struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. I must point out that Yodes, with the stacks and the Mako buff, has 745 speed, proccing mag souls, I believe, which is just completely ridiculous. And it's kind of showing here with this offensive pressure already. Brack, I mean, there's not much Wood can do against the Asher in her face, and they're looking to mount some pressure on the goal again. Brack with the dribble, can't quite find it. Core is still in their possession though, and Yodes is looking for some really nice rotations right now.
Yeah, and as we're getting very close to overtime already, about like 10 seconds left, I have noticed that I was about to say that KOs have been light this game so far, but there went one and there went the goal. So excuse me for premature caster curse.
Yeah, I guess they're a bit fortunate there that they didn't lose any stacks on stacks. Interestingly, we did see Yodes use that spread out ping, which, funnily enough, I don't believe was like a misclick. I think that's just properly how they're trying to communicate, which is quite funny as Yodes doesn't use his mic. But right now they have two flips. Opt to use one on the defense. Pick shot, his ult is out, finds one barrier, but that's all they've managed to find. On the other side, the barrier does fall. More offense here as Yodes is still really fast. Flip still for Yankee. Brack in the 1v1 now against this era. They can't save it. Wood does find her flip now though. Can they try and use it to save this upcoming offense?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. Woods has been like she's been doing very well in being able to actually like defend a lot of these scary situations and a lot of these scary shots on goal. And I feel like as long as they can keep that up, that's great, but it is not Era's like best thing. Like she's basically got that Era NATO to go for her and flips. If she doesn't have that, it's troublesome. So it's going to be something to see if iPhone can actually like take advantage of that.
Yeah, Wood, as this era with momentum boots, you're kind of wanting to be the fastest one in the lobby so that you can walk up and apply pressure. But without those stacks, to be able to contest Yodes' speed with the macro buff, it's really difficult for them. And it's kind of showing as Brack, not even needing to use that flip to score. And Yodes, the MVP here, has perfect form up, really solid. They've also got, a dash training for their macro to take, which is really scary. But there are good other picks, like the rapid fire for Estelle, Monu or twin drive for this era would be really good, and size or reverb or sparks are also all solid picks for the X.
Yeah, I feel like almost everybody got what they really wanted. The Era's the only one who kind of got a little bit shafted. I feel like they would have wanted maybe that Monumentalist, get a little bit more extra size on that tornado, but that's not to say obviously twin drive is not good. Being able to keep things up a little bit faster, a little bit more consistently, that's always good, but we're going to have to see like definitely how it plays out. If you were to ask me, I definitely think iPhone got the better of it.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got this perfect form. I mean, maybe the best abuser of it in the game, and then of course the dash training on Mako is so solid. Right now the barriers are even though. Pigshot trying to break through the Mako, which is so scary. The strike layering of Yodes and Yankee in that corner really strong, and without the ult anymore, Pigshot won't really be able to get it through them. Yodes does have the flip now, a bit damaged. They might want to pressure him. He doesn't have the stagger swagger, but if he does get the stacks up, it's going to be really hard to hit him. So they might want to start applying some damage. But right now, 3 flips, so not everyone has an iPhone. This point seems very set in stone for them. However, the barrier does fall for them, and Pigshot has the ball in front of the net. Can't quite find it though, and now the offense is on the other side.
Yep, 1 flip, 2 flips, and they just push it through. At that point, there was almost nothing you could do there for that. But it's very interesting how DPP is actually still is actually managing to keep things close, keep things tight, and keep forcing iPhone to continually like play up, play aggressive, and like play out. They're not resting on their laurels. They can't afford to, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely. They will need to play aggressively, like Wood is trying to do. If you watch her, she's looking for opportunities to walk up, but it's so hard when the enemy midfielder is just so much faster, and they've got Asher who can just very easily press his buttons and get it through, as Brack does. Lots of damage on Novus here. He does have the stagger swagger, so if he can survive for a bit longer, he'll be fine, but really scary spot with their barriers down. Pigshot does have pressure though, but if they find it out, they've got this flip on Yodes and the threat of Asher. But the ball is finding its way back, and a huge kill from Wood.
Yeah, very timely. And I feel like if they can solve that problem a lot more consistently, manage to take out Brack, take out the Asher, they will have like a much better chance, because they've been able to navigate this impressively aggressive IME from Yodes surprisingly well. So I feel like just Brack being able to kind of like sit there and kind of like bully their way into the front line and just constantly be this present threat is something that is really stifling the offensive pushes. But if they can get breaks like that, then fantastic.
Yeah, unfortunately, Pigshot did use his flip, but they won't be too displeased about that. I definitely agree. I think, you know, if you've ever played with Pigshot, you know he's a player who likes to go for those cheese kills. And I think we need to see a bit more of that. We need to see him go for those dash punches, especially onto Yodes, who has his full stacks up. Brack does have the flip on the offense now, and Yankee has one to defend. They've got this Super Surge Mako buff right now, and they are just walking the ball forward in a line, and there's not much they can do about it. And Yodes rotates the ball with his dash, doesn't find anything on the other end with his flip though. Now lacking energy for all of the forwards in the game, and flips on both the goalies. Maybe Wood is going to use her flip right now, stuffed out by the ult though.
Yeah, Woods has been basically playing as honestly as fantastic a game as I can tell. Like for Era, it's just so, again, like we mentioned earlier, it's just so hard without like the speed, which can get, but it's kind of almost, it feels almost in like fits and spurts, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, that's why I would say she should have gone on those stacks, because she's not necessarily under too much damage pressure. Unlike her barriers though, under threat of being broken. Yodes does misuse that flip though, and a crazy bounce on the Mako ultimate just flies into the net. And now 1 goal away from DPP winning the set.
Hey, night market angles, ladies and gentlemen. That's how they work out sometimes. But yeah, now it's DPP with the momentum, and if they can ride that, then absolutely fantastic. I would hope so that come this next draft, that Wood can find a way to kind of like extend their influence, you know, a little bit across the map. I have noticing like that those tornadoes constantly ending right before like the goal line. If there's like a missile prop that they can get it or something, I don't know, then that would be fantastic. Anything of that nature. Yeah,
really, I would say also something like the glass cannon to support those momentum boosts, to allow her to walk forward. Because a lot of the aid that this Era goalie will give would be from being able to hit everyone with her beam, like the X and the Asher at the same time, giving so much power to him. But Pigshot doesn't need the power right now as he breaks that barrier, maybe looking for some cheese kills here. Lots of flips going around right now, but definitely the advantage to DPP, who have both their barriers and a flip for this open net, who Mako not necessarily known for being able to defend, but of course that will require Pigshot to get the ball up front, which he does, and Yankee saves it with the flip of his own.
That very beautiful like flip defense. Wood a little bit late on the flip for that barrier. Both of those barriers going down. 3 flips. Flips going out everywhere. Flips for days. Flip. So like flip bargain sale. So if Brett can actually like push this, we got Yodes right there in the back trying to support it. Does not manage to get hit it. 360 big shot. Trying to make a big shot for the plate. Not quite able to. Very careful close game. Back and forth we go. Tied up. Woods under heavy threat. Not able to handle it.
Yeah, nice attempt at that Soren angle there, but Brack reads that bounce and just finds the hits done. And now 2-2. This set is so crucial. DPP really want to win this to keep themselves in the game. Low energy right now. On this top side, everyone just fighting to get the ball through. Whoever stuffs it through might be the decider of this game, and it is DPP, and they almost break that second barrier, ever so close. And their barrier still holds strong, but not for long against this Asher primary. Not much Jera can do against it. And now, not everyone has an iPhone, looking to get the barrier on the bottom side.
Yeah, Wood's trying to, like you said, like Wood's trying to play up a little bit more. That's kind of like been the issue this whole game in terms of like being able to keep that sustained offense, being able to reach out with those skills. But with that open net and down a player, it's looking a little bit yeah.
And there you go, another set that's ended with Brack scoring without needing to use that flip. Very dominant, showing that those Asher abilities are strong and that he knows how to use them. Now, pick of the litter here, really, for this Aimi. You know, has that Deadeye heavy impact, has anything that he wants to deny, takes the Deadeye. This does leave the arrow with a lot. You know, the glass, the caster last, the prime time. Goes for the caster last, and I do like this among Titans pick as well. Gonna buff the size of the X, which they might need. Who does opt for the heavy impact, could do a lot for the ultimate. Glass cannon, maybe not necessarily what you want on Mako, a character who slows herself down a lot of the time, but has pretty much what she needs already with the super surge.
Yeah, this is like a bit of a rough situation for DPP, but I actually wouldn't say it's anywhere. I wouldn't say it's over. Like from this, they got some very good awakenings for their build. At this point, it's really just a matter of kind of being able to shoot around the opponents. Unfortunately, it's going to be because they're just a little bit too dangerous at this point.
Yeah, Pig Shot with this size, a big threat now. It's going to be up to him a lot on this offense because I think this Estelle will need to support the Era a lot on the defense against this Asher. And the side will definitely help him do that. However, Brack is the one in front of the net with the flip, going for a bit of a 1v9 play. Doesn't quite find it though. Yodes was low but manages to heal up, trying to retain those stacks. His build does look quite ridiculous right now, and now they're mounting pressure once again. He hasn't got them fully online yet, so this is DPP's chance really. They need to find something here.
Yeah, nearly did. Very nice sequence there, but Yan actually managed to save it briefly. Interesting shot angle by Novus to actually get that point. Very, very much needed. We've seen comebacks happen before. Could happen here.
Yeah, well played from Novus, and 60 stacks away for Yodsman. Does have the flip, which kind of makes him a target. As you can see, Pig Shot looking for something here, doesn't quite find it, as their barrier does fall. This Asher in front of the net does force him to flip, but it comes right back. Yods has his now, and now DPP trying to apply some pressure with this Aeronado. Can't quite find the barrier though, and it's the turn of not everyone has an iPhone.
Yeah, this one, they are fighting very hard over this core, as should be expected. But honestly, Brack's just very, very hard to kill. Just kind of like this big threatening stone wall in front of them, and it's just it's been giving them like so many fits.
Yeah, and Yo just got his stacks online, and he's gone for that play very often. Where, and that's a big kill though, from Pig Shot onto Brack. Very, very important. Now he's speeding around, trying to break this defense of Yankee. Forces out the Mako ultimate, which they won't be too disappointed about. But they will be disappointed about that kill. And now this looks undefendable forward.
Yeah, that went down, and Estelle went down, and that was kind of it for that point. The core was moving too fast. They were in too good of a position at that point. So now, kind of getting in dire straits at this point are DPP.
Yeah, Pig Shot looking for the dash punch kill. Can't quite find it though. Now pressure's mounting on the bottom side. Very, very scary for this Era goalie. Does find the out, but Pig Shot under a bit of danger. He does have the stagger swagger in the recovery drone, so he's not too worried. This Aimi turret really, really scary on the top side, looking to find its way through. Wood does have the flip, however, for the defense, and is holding solid right now.
Yeah, so far they are doing okay. You can see Pig Shot like really trying to make something happen. They do get one barrier, and really that's kind of like been the whole situation with Wood and Novus having to both kind of like two-person defend, and Brax just kind of like throwing their body in front of it, it's been just it's been almost an unsolvable problem. There have been situations where Brack's been, you know, like KO'd and they managed to make something happen, but it's usually not for long enough, and that's just it's just been such trouble.
Yeah, and now this is match point for the side of not everyone has an iPhone. DPP really gonna need the lock in right now. You have to find everything. It might be rough to score on the Maka with the flip now though. Aeronator isn't able to find what they would want right now, and their barrier is the first to fall. Pigshot stuffed again by this Mako ultimate, and Yod speeding around so much faster than Novus with these stacks. This Imi turret in a really scary spot, but very well played from Novus and Wood to save it. But the side of Yods and Brack are rotating the ball around so well. Pigshot, you know, unable to touch the ball because they're just rotating from top side to bottom side way faster than he can get anywhere, and they do break the barrier from it. And the Mako speed, they have both barriers. They have the flip up. Pigshot trying to find something. He does have the flip. He might need a bit of a miracle play here.
Yeah, for sure. They do get one barrier, so that's something. But the question is if they can like keep that up, because like you said, the passing has been pretty much immaculate. Pigshot has been not able to really get an extended hand on the core, and Wood has basically been having to guess for these Arenados, and because the core has been rotating around so fast, it's not been hitting, and that's it by just a straight shot by Yodes, and it felt like both Novus and Wood thought the other would get it, and so neither got it.
So unfortunate there. Such a big miscommunication. It looked like everyone thought another player on the team was going for it, and he just strolls by when they have two flips. Yeah, very unfortunate way to go, but they're not out of the game yet. Let's take a look at these stats. We've got a very impressive performance. There's 300 redirects, most damage, most kills from Yodes, and the 7 goals from Brack, really showing his prowess with the Asher, stuffing through the arrow so well. Yeah.
Yeah, not really a whole lot else to say about that one. Just very good, very solid play from team. Not everyone has an iPhone, so if they can keep that up, then, you know, at this point, sky's kind of the limit for them.
Yeah, definitely impressive to see. However, you know, I would say that's kind of the optimal situation for them, where they get the macro they wanted, they get the Asher on a strong map, and although, you know, the Alab is their map pick, I would say that there are maybe more chances here for Team Dash Munch Prey on this Atlas Lab, where there's more open space, where they won't get stuffed through by those Imi turrets and Asher ults as much, and there's more play for them to rotate. And maybe they'll, you know, opt for a different goalie pick. I know Wood likes to play maybe the Imi on this map, or also a defensive pick like Mako herself or Asher or something like that. So interested to see how the draft plays out here.
Yeah, it's going to be something to like take in mind. That lab very neutral by all accounts, all respects. So a lot of this is going to come down to, yeah, like you said, like draft and awakenings. Those are going to really dictate the direction of this next match.
Yeah, very much so. I think I would say if the awakenings here, which we don't have just yet, you know, end up being something like a damage start, I'd say like Wood and Pigshot, especially on the enemy team, would, you know, could play something like the Imi with Prize Fighter, and we know Pigshot loves to play for KOs.
Prize Fighter.
Yeah, this is the draft that could go their way. Hoping to not. Sorry for any Era fans in the chat. Hoping they don't get baited by the cast last start here. Yeah, I'm interested to see if this Imi pick will will go first again. We do know that Yodes and Novus both really like this pick. It's probably their best midfield pick, and of course it's really good on the price right to start and on this map. And it's potentially a pick that they could flex to wood if they also get the Estelle. So let's try and see what not everyone has an iPhone up the ban on this start.
Yeah, that's going to tell kind of like the story here. I think it's gonna just start off with the bans, and that's going to tell you
Yeah.
everything about how they want to like approach this one.
Yeah, I'm curious. To my knowledge, these midfielders are not the biggest now players, but I do think it could be a very strong pick here. I also think the Atlas that was banned in the last game also very very solid as a goalie on the price side to start. Not a very unsurprising ban here. The Juliet ban from Pigshot, of course. It's a very good pick for him, and not everyone has an iPhone. Absolutely respecting that. DPP, they've got the second pick here, and they opt to ban the X away from Brack, which kind of, leaves him with just that Asher to pick up, and the Imi is first picked here. For that everyone has an iPhone. Once again, very strong pick. Definitely going to go over to Yodsman, and we'll see how he can play with that.
Yeah, I'm personally expecting I wouldn't be surprised if a bit more damage came out of DPP this match. Just a feeling, really. I feel like a lot of their issues last game could have been solved with being able to do a little bit more around that. And you can see they've got Estelle, but they've got like Rasmus as well, which honestly, fair pick on AtLab.
Yeah, I'm curious if this is maybe Erasmus goalie. I might be slightly out of my mind, but I wonder if that's the pick Wood is opting for. But right now, not everyone has an iPhone. Very, very solid comp right here. With the Zenpar and the Atlas rounding it out, and the Kai rounding out for DPP. So both of these teams not too heavily invested in the damage. I'd say this looks like a Kai goalie for Wood and then an Atlas goalie for Yankee. Myself, I haven't seen the Rasmus from Pigshot too often, but I'd say Zenpower is also not a pick you see Brack on commonly, so both these forwards kind of slightly out of their comfort zone. The same probably couldn't be said for the other picks. Imi Estelle, we saw in the last games, we saw both these midfielders can play it. We know Jan comfortable on the Atlas, maybe even his best pick, maybe apart from Mako. And the Kai pick, of course. Every EU goalie has a Kai in their back pocket. I'm curious if Wood will opt for the momentum boots, which has been rising in popularity recently, or the eject button, which has been more popular historically.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see how this turns out. I am very, very, very curious about that Zentaro, just because of it's Zentaro, and on AtLab there's just like a lot of chaos. I feel like Zentaro in general can cause, especially with you got this prize fighter as a start. So that is in particular what I'm looking at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I think this game could revolve around which midfielder is able to peel around the damage from the enemy forward. I would say the advantage there definitely lies with not everyone has an iPhone. Having the support of the Atlas in the back is so valuable. But of course, the core control still very, very strong for DPP. Estelle Erasmus, kind of classic hit stun scoring combination that if Jan is not careful could break down his walls very quickly.
Yeah, just have to watch for it, because Atlas does not run, he walks menacingly, but sometimes that walk doesn't get you to where you need to go quick enough. So we are going to see about that. Does go for like the strike shot, Castellas, everybody else on prize fighter, just Yan on Castellas, which honestly makes sense. So here we go.
Yeah, the thing I've noticed first is Yode's picking the mag souls as he always does, but Novus is on the van brace. Definitely not a common pick, especially in the midfield. I would be hesitant to pick it after I was kind of just outsped in the previous game, but basically going all in on the fact that if they don't kill him, he believes that they can win the game. So let's see how that plays out. As they do have the kind of first offensive push of this game, Yode's just kind of hoping to end it with this turret here, and he does. And Wood finding the nice clear to pig shot, but right now not too much pressure on either of the goalies.
Yeah, from what I'm seeing already, like Novus trying to like get very stuck in, trying to kind of like force themselves to be a known presence. Because like you said, if they don't kill him, then they're definitely going to. They're positive they can handle it, which I can kind of understand that confidence. They did hold it close, so gonna need to see how it plays out for them. There's both goals open, so. Yeah, my thing is definitely going to be looking at Novus this game as well as Pigshot, see how they can get the core around this Atlas.
Yeah, and Novus does have the flip for that purpose. Uses it, which does force out the ultimate and the secondary, so perhaps not a terrible trade, although they don't find the goal. Pigshot now walking up in front of this goal, isn't able to find anything. Wood using that eject to speed up, and this flip from Brack is super scary. Opts to the flip with the passive, doesn't quite find it, and now he's low, and if they can find the kill on him, which was very close, it could have won them the game right there, but the Atlas doesn't find the defense on the flip, although Brack does keep his life, so, you know, highs and lows there for them, but they really don't want to feed these prize fighter stacks.
Nah, that was a beautiful, like, run up by Wood. She saw the moments and just immediately pop flip, launched it, and Yake just could not react in time. So fantastic ability to kind of like sense the moment, sense the opportunity. Like if Wood can keep doing that, then by all means.
Yeah, and Wood locking it down so well in this corner as well. Now Pigshot with the flip. Call ends up in the hands of Novus. Forces Yost to use his flip, and he's still low now. Wood walking up once again, can't quite find the goal, but their goal is open. Yod still under KO pressure. Pigshot with the flip, doesn't need it though, just strikes it in, and that primary for the guarantee on the hit stun on the goalie, which had it hit, maybe it would have found them the kill. But still, everyone who has prize fighter only on one stack right now.
Yeah, not as many, you know, like KOs being found in the early going, but that may change the deeper we get into this match. But I have to say, very interesting how Wood is playing like so hyper aggressive this match. Like, kind of, I guess she felt like, you know, last game with the era, just felt like playing a little bit too far back. Sad boys, shout out to NA, and. Yeah, Wood just making sure that they are a constant presence, almost playing like as a third midfield, really.
Yeah, Wood showing how eject button Kai should be played, and Pigshot showing how flip should be used. Baits out the abilities, finds it to the top side, and this is looking like a completely different game here. I think a big part of that is definitely the fact that Wood, although she had the momentum boots on the arrow last game, didn't really have any opportunities to fly, as it were, and now has the safety net of the eject button, so can apply a lot more pressure. Heavy impact on Rasmus. I really like this pick. It's a good deny, and the cheese kill potential, very scary. Some extra damage potentially with the spark scaling for Novus. And another spark also taken for Wood. The resilient spark could be useful. No one getting anything particularly crazy here. The Monumentalist, very good on the Atlas, but maybe won't help if their forwards are, you know, getting killed on cooldown. Although it is Pigshot who's taken to low HP.
Yeah, some very interesting like pickups. I'm a little bit concerned about like the dual spark pickup for DPP, although I can understand this just, we don't want the other team to be able to have it, so might as well get it for ourselves. So they're going to probably have to decide, okay, who's going to try and go for the spark build, before anything kind of like gets out of hand. But right now, yeah, they're making the most of it with both of those barriers taken down. They need to try and like get a push going right now, get something over with, or else that's gonna happen. So they're in a power play now, but I have to say Wood has been doing an excellent like job, basically being an all-rounder, defense and offense. It's been very impressive to watch.
Yeah, Wood, her barrier not falling. I guess you could say that the child has found his parent right now because he's unable to break the barriers. Is saved by this Atlas ultimate. Big shot low once again. Gonna really want to find the goal here. Doesn't quite get it, but he finds it on the crazy angle in between Yodes and Yan on the bottom corner. Big shot. I haven't seen him play Rasmus, but he's absolutely walking down this defense right now, playing so well.
Yeah, you might not have seen him play, but that doesn't mean they ain't got one. One barrier, two barriers down. Big shot tries to go for something, gets intercepted by Brack. Not very long. Wood clears it out after a Sad Boys angle. Beautiful, beautiful clear as DPP in a very, very good position now. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a Zentaro destroyed.
Yeah, he did play his life really well, but just unable to survive. Wood trying to walk up once again on the power play, uses the flip, and Yankee also his primary down the middle, and Wood finds it on the top corner. So well played.
Wood is out here and playing lights out, if I'm being honest with you. Just very incredible saves, being able to like pick and choose the moments, going for offense, quite literally like storming in and just saying, hey, what's up? I'm about to score. Boom. Very, very nice. I'm loving the aggression.
Yeah, absolutely. How Kai Jack button should be played. The middle does pop, which does a lot of damage to Pig Shot, and any damage that Yodes took is being healed by this massive ultimate. Pig Shot played his life well, and the first barrier falls on the opposite side, which it hasn't on the side of DPP. They're looking for the offense though, as Pig Shot's still low, playing his life super well, but he just runs out of evades, runs out of survivability, and that's 2 prize fighter stacks for both of the enemy forwards, and no prize on Pig Shot and 1 on the rest of his team. In the power play though, the core is cleared once again. Wood holding this barrier with Novus so well.
Yeah, it's been a very good so far, but I'm starting to worry a little bit, like I said, about these prize fighter stacks, like just stacking up, so to speak, and it's going to start getting a little bit out of hand if they keep going like this without a reprisal. Center pops, and well, that'll help.
Yeah, my god, Wood's barrier will not fall, and now she's on the bottom side, conquering the barrier, and flip force from Yankee. Novus has his own. And Pig Shot, in the moments where he's not getting shot by everything in the game, is finding so much value. Looking for a play right now. Almost a misplay from Yankee. Doesn't quite cost him the barrier. No, Yodes is low, but has the Atlas ultimate once again. Pig Shot almost on this flip. Crazy sad, not even sad boy. She had completely intended that. The barrier does fall though. Pig Shot looking for something on this offense right now. Ball is going forward, but Brack's not in the best position. Is able to find a play, but it's saved by that barrage from Wood, and Pig Shot unable to find it on the other end.
Yeah, Pig Shot trying to go for the killer angle there, trying to fake Yankee out. Went for the cross up, didn't, but Yankee did not quite bite, did not quite get the angle, and yeah, now with not Novus, excuse me, that is Pig Shot out of it for a little bit. Power play for iPhone, and they couldn't quite make anything happen on that, on essentially like a clear board.
Yeah, and as you, wow, and Yodes just waits out that barrage from Wood, and they are finally able to make this goal happen. I must point out, I was questioning this Van Brace pick, but Novus has not died at all so far, and they have been choosing to focus on Pig Shot, which means that their defense is really solid after all the cooldowns are used on him. So maybe this pick is really working out for them. Novus is low, but a couple of abilities and he'll heal. Speaking of which, the Atlas ultimate is out, so if there ever was a time for any damage to come out, it would be now. Wood unable to hold the barrier for once, and a massive dash punch kill, and Brack with a very clean dash strike play on the bottom side finds it through, and although they were kind of getting stomped, now they've got 3 prize fighters and 2, and they have really good chances right now.
Yeah, so definitely a concern now going out. Beautiful Giga Blast to save that core, save that barrier. But yeah, now with the damage scaling going on with Yodsman, just a very scary situation at this point for anyone in the way of those glitch pops, of those cyber swipes. Like, that's going to stack up real fast. So right now it's on, I believe, like Pig Shot and Novus try and find a way to get around this very dangerous IME.
Yeah, it will depend on Pig Shot's ability to survive, which he does against Dash Flip, and really smart play there. Opts to just leave that corner, even though he had offensive chances. He said, if I stay here any longer, they're going to hit me a lot. I'm going to go back, regenerate, and now it's Brack, the one who's low. Atlasol is out, which, now he's still staggered and the Atlasol is gone. If they want to kill him, they need to find the kill right now. But now he's back off stagger, and they still are looking to apply some pressure in this side of Wood, who has the flip on the bottom side, although Yan has his also.
Yeah, in overtime, this core is flying, and right now it's going to be down to who does not make the first mistake. And with how both of these goalies have been playing, that is going to be a long time in coming. It's going to have to come down to something gregarious. Beautiful pause, wait up, and there's the mistake. Wood trying to clear it out behind, but doesn't quite judge the angle correctly, kind of own barriers, not what you want to see. So now there's an open goal, and they've got to make sure that this aggressive push from Team iPhone does not manifest into a score.
Yeah, this would be a really tragic one for DVP to lose after going 2-0 up, but it seems so scary with Yodes having this flip. However, Pigshot uses his, breaks the barrier, and gets out Yankates. Yodes forced to flip on the defense. It's so scary, and now both barriers open, but this feels like DPP's chance right now with all their pressure on the bottom side here. A pass to Pigshot, the perfect primary though, and Brack with the flip, looking for something on the top side, can't find it, and now it's all up to Pigshot to try and find something. The strike shot is missed from Yankee, and he makes it in, and now they're up 2-0 in sets, despite losing all these prize fighter stacks.
Very frightening situation, but they do manage to pull through. Pigshot manages a beautiful bank shot. Wood, I believe that basically got the Soren angle in order to save that core from going in, but save that they did, passed out, and now they're rewarded with it. Estelle, rapid fire, very dangerous. I'm also looking for, again, stacks on stacks, chrono boost. Kai's, gonna be looking for that, or quite even possibly aerials. I would say chrono boost though.
Yeah, let's see what Wood opts for, the combination of the reverb and the spark of resilience there. Kind of sad, to let the chrono boost and the arrows go, but maybe saying if we lose this set, at least I'll have other scaling options. But they're not looking to lose it now as they break both of their barriers right there. None of this fallen so far. Looks like there's might fall here. It doesn't though. The Sad Boys angle once again. Crazy. And Pigshot looking for something here. Doesn't quite find it. Wood adding some pressure with the Giga, and the barrier does finally fall. now Brack and Yo's trying to find an offense, but can't find anything on Wood, who's walking up. Maybe a bit too slow though. No chrono boost or aerial speed. Novus rotated into the defense because he was low. Very nice play from them.
Yeah, Wood's definitely still holding up, and I can kind of understand why they would want to be like, why she would want to be cautious about like all the damage coming out. But I don't know. I think I still think I would have went for like chrono boost just because of how aggressive Wood's been playing, and that would have definitely assisted with that. But they seem to be holding on very well so far. It's just a matter of being able to find that moment and being able to kind of like push past this honestly still very good, very capable goalie in Yan.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is scary for them. They're very close to flips here, but Brack is the one who gets it first. Very perfectly placed barrage, and Wood finds the strikes and finds the flip. So well defended, but can't quite find it again, and the kill comes out on pig shot. I didn't really see what happened there. All I know is he's got the adrenaline rush and the prize fighter stack now. Yodes and Brack looking for some passing plays. Doesn't quite pan out how they would want it to. Now pig shot looking for something. Can't quite find it. Novus uses the flip. It is stuffed, however, by that Atlas Expanse.
Yeah, and everybody trying to make these like timings happen. Everybody just like slightly off on when to hit it, how to save it, and the core is just flying around. Like overtime play is always a lot more risky just because of how fast the core is going. You're just not able to expect it as well. You're not able to react quite as well, and a lot of these shots on goal that would have almost been like surefire wins just go missing because they're trying to like. They're going off timing that's not happening now because of that overtime speed.
Wow, and Wood, such perfect strikes there, saving everything, but can't save that goal. Brack was 1 inch off death there, would have been huge for DPP, but they do find the goal, and right now, if we look at the Awakenings, they've got the Atlas with full stacks and then 2 stacks on both of their forwards. So it's up to DPP to kind of play better here because they're definitely disadvantaged right now. And Pigshot is low. Wood goes for the behind the barrier angle again, but not in the best spot to do it and does lose the barrier there. Brack with a very nice dribble off the back of the black hole, and Wood walks up to apply some more pressure.
Yeah, at this point, it's definitely going to be on DPP to just kind of like outplay Team iPhone because at this point, like the stacks are getting too high, both like pancake wise and damage wise. Brack just like completely erasing like Pig Shot and then erased Wood. This is kind of a worst case scenario for DPP. The scaling has gotten pretty much out of control for iPhone. And now like all that damage coming out, all that speed, Atlas is not plodding along anymore. Actually running at a respectable pace. The damage is just starting to become too much for them to handle. That's Pig Shot again going down. Wood was almost down again as well. Yeah,
and this just looks like not everyone has an iPhone, is just executing on their comp in a way that they won in the previous set. They had the prize fighter stacks, they had all they needed, and now they've kind of figured it out. Intelligent deny here from Brack. If you're playing to kill, you always want to deny the stagger swagger. Wood has this lots of options, but the way she's been drafting, I would expect the spark to come out. Doesn't go for it though, which is surprising to me. Goes for the specialized training to get some cheese kills. The miss up on Atlas, a lot more damage will be applied to Pigshot here, which is quite scary. Who was forced to take the Deadeye, not exactly what you'd want, especially with no size to help at blocking it. But the specialized training already finding value for Wood, who absolutely blows up Brack, and their hit stuns are all coming out into this top side.
Yeah, I can definitely see how like specialized training can help, but I'm just a little bit worried about Rasmus not being able to like get anything, but that Deadeye out. I am a little bit worried about not getting that extra that second spark. I feel like that would have been great, but hey, if Big Shot can make those shots like that, manage to thread the needle with Yen's Expanse not quite being able to save it.
Yeah, perfectly placed shot here. And Pigshot, his role right now is, do things when he's alive. And he's basically the one who's going for the denies because he knows his team will basically be playing the game most of the time as he gets shot. So it's really good that Wood picks up this specialized training that gets yet another kill, and that Novus has this rapid prime time, which is so scary as well. And now the situation is kind of reversed. Brack with no prize fighter stacks would and the enemy team having 2, 3, and 2 respectively, 3 going on to Pigshot, but Novus taking a lot of damage now. For kind of the first time in the game, he's been staggered, although he does have the Van Brace to heal up pretty much immediately, and has those primaries to just spam, and Yosman is sent flying away, but he finds the kill onto Novus with the dash flip. Absolutely well played from him.
Yeah, very scary situation, very reversed at this point, but still definitely not out of it for Team iPhone as Novus comes back and boom, just manages to hit it through. Does Brack. Wood's not able to like just respond to that one at the moment. So now we're tied up. It's been a wild one so far. And right now, at first I'll admit it, I thought DVP was kind of like over, but they are still hanging in there.
Yeah, and Wood there just used that Giga to try and apply damage to Yosman, but because this Atlas ultimate is in their bag, it didn't necessarily do much. Wood, unfortunate flip there, and even more unfortunate kill for the side of DVP onto Pigshot. Now Yods with the three stacks. Very scary. They're trying to break this second barrier. Wood walking up to control the midfield so that they can't get there, and they've done it successfully. Gotten out of the woods with this one, and Yods is kind of low again, and no more Atlas ult to save him if he's damaged anymore.
Yeah, they still can't get either of these barriers down on side of iPhone though. Like even with the flips, even with all these abilities coming out, and that's just Pig is not allowed to play the game anymore. Apparently that rule was implemented in late, but the rule it seems to be, because Pig has been getting like KO'd very consistently.
Yeah,
throughout the rest of this game, yeah.
Yo's definitely a player who knows how to go for the dash punch on Aimee, and Yan finding a kill and a goal here. Yeah, this just looks like their builds are online, and you don't want either the Zen or the Aimee to have all this damage, and they do. And right now, low energy, low cooldowns for the side of DPP. It's a scary situation. They might want to, try and find a kill onto one of these players with a flip, as they do, and Yods is low as well. He's kind of lurking there as a threat still for the dash punch KOs. 2 flips on the defense, so they are fine, but that was a really massive kill. Getting the prize fighter stack back for Pigshot.
Yeah, they very much needed that one. They're still not out of the weeds yet though. They're going to have to try and like get the score to happen. Wow, Red Core nearly manages to get past Yankee, but does react in time. So definitely, yeah, Yankee is not trying to like let this go. They are up ahead 1. This will be the last one to tie them up in sets. So that will definitely help. And there goes that last barrier.
Wow, Wood's so close to finding the kill on Brack, but as she doesn't, this looks so doomed for them. The passing plays coming out, a team that's very good at passing, but the pass is punished there by Pigshot. Yods unable to find the kill, but Brack is able to find the goal, and we're going to set 5 here, and the Awakenings here could decide everything.
Yeah, this is their last chance to come back, because at this point, Team iPhone is fully online. They are ready to rock, and I see some theoretical opportunities here. That twin drive isn't going to help, but I feel like Kai could go for like Super Surge or possibly Spark, maybe even Recovery Drone. No, they go for that Super Surge.
Yeah, so miserable being the Kai here behind Aimee with Super Surge, Perfect Form, and Stinger up. They do find the double deny of Surge and Stinger onto the Zentaro. So he's left with only size, and Pigshot finally getting his first size. Something that is really, really helpful for Erasmus, kind of a limit breaker. So maybe going to be able to find a lot more on the scoring plays. Very good evade from Pigshot to avoid all that damage, and now Brack is the one who's quite low. Very good barrage as well from Wood to get Brack away from the orb, but the Atlas ultimate, of course, healing him up to completely full, while Wood is holding down the barrier really, really well.
Yeah, it could help, as well as like you saw that recovery drone immediately pop, because Pigshot been getting killed like left, right, and center. So even if it was just for that one time, that could help. Although there goes another one at the hands of Yodsman. There goes Novice. So we'll have to see if they can actually like hold out and get these awakenings to work in their favor. They already do seem to be a little bit better prepped at this point, and if they need to make these shots though.
Yeah, they really want to score here, and they also really want to find this kill on Brack, although, once again, it feels like this Atlas just doesn't have a cooldown on his ultimate. Every time one of them is low, Yan using it to heal them up to perfection. Although this threat on the barrier really scary now. Pigshot trying to look for something will be difficult on the Atlas with Flip. Forces out one of his massive monumentalist secondaries, but he does have another, of course, with the Twin Drive. Now they're looking for the kill on Brack, and the Atlas ultimate is gone, and they do find it. Now Pigshot with all those prize fighter stacks with Flip coming towards the goal. He does feel somewhat inevitable right now.
Yeah, if they can set up a scoring opportunity, which they weren't able to do before the team's back up to full strength. The question now is, like, how are they going to make that happen? Flip comes out, they guess, and Yanke just flipped to stuff that. So right now the problem isn't even survivability anymore, I would say. It's just being able to like create these scoring opportunities and then like actively act on them. And there we go. Was that a miss input? Because that ultimate came out and I was expecting Expanse.
Yeah, I think maybe just it's bound to a mouse button or something, but gotta point out here, Wood found the really crucial kill, so now both Wood and Pigshot onto 3 prize fighter stacks, and it's showing on the damage onto Brack, and they now don't have the Atlas ultimate, which is really, really scary for them. It's kind of a reversal of the last set situation where the prize fighter stacks now all on the side of DPP. So much damage, Brack with no stacks, and his life is gone as well. Now they're mounting pressure on this barrier again. They do find it. Looking to score on this open net has been somewhat of a struggle with the Atlas having so many cooldowns and the width of their defense with the expanse and the missile prop. Something Atlas kind of usually struggles with, but if they are able to find these kills consistently, the defense won't last long.
Yeah, beautiful Giga by Wood. Saw the opportunity, realized that this was probably their best shot at it, and just timed it perfectly, countered the clear from Yan.
Yeah, perfectly played there. Wood finding so much value with Gigas consistently this game. Novus with a nice attempt with the flip. Isn't able to find the double, but breaks the first. Now Pigshot lurking Yod so hard, and that damage is so ridiculous on the primary and the hook with those 3 prize fighter stacks. But he's almost killed there by the black hole. Somewhat lucky to survive. You're kind of unhappy to see that if you're the side of not everyone has an iPhone, but they do find the kill and the barrier, and now Brack with this adrenaline rush isn't able to find the goal right there. Now Wood pushing up to try and control the midfield a bit. The Ami turret is out, but it's just the black hole bounce that eventually rolls into the net there basically.
Yeah, I feel like Wood struck just like a millisecond too early and was just out of range. Otherwise, I think that would have been savable.
Yeah, but now they just need to focus on this point. Remember, they still have, those prize fighter stacks. They still have the advantage here, I'd say, trying to find this barrier break. And that's the Atlas ultimate out, and Bragg finding some healing, but you know he's not full HP. If Picture wants to do something, he can. Novus able to find the barrier, kind of in the 1v2 there, but Yodes now has the flip. And another kill from Wood, so well played, and Yodes is also low. 1 HP, gonna die from one ability here, basically from Big Shot.
Yeah, okay, maybe that, you know, like that specialized training was on the ball, cause Woods has been making money off that Giga Blast, but yeah, just made money off of that.
Oh my god. Yeah, Yode's going into the corner to try and play his life, and Yankee just completely punishes Wood and Pig Shot from being there, and not much Novus can do, despite being a goalie player in that 1v3, and set 5.5. Fate of the universe on the line.
This is basically it for DPP. Giga Blast goes a little bit askew and own barriers out of it. Not how you want to start it when those Giga Blasts have been so reliable so far for Wood. Kind of like just a bad aim at a critical time, but they do manage to keep it tied up. So now it's on DPP to kind of like try and get ahead of this damage, get ahead of this frightening situation, and tie this up.
Yeah, this Imi turret so well placed. Not much they can do. Now Bragg has the flip, but he's knocked away and he's killed. So crucial there. Now Pigshot and Novus need to find something. Yodesman in the 1v3 though, isn't able to find the goal right there, but still just long enough. The Bragg's gonna be up by the time they need him to be. Flip is forced out of Yodes there, and this is anyone's game right now. The Imi turret in a scary spot, but they do manage to clear it. They need to break this barrier fast though. Yankee with the flip, gonna be so solid, and the Atlas ultimate is out.
Yeah, Atlas ult is done. They are trading back and forth, trying to kill. Pig Shot with the kill. There goes Yodesman. Been a very reliable source for them at the moment. Brack also looking low, having to retreat for a little bit. They are threatening this goal with Brack so low. Flip going out. This is they are fighting desperately for this when it nearly dies on both ends. I don't know who can get it. Beautiful save.
Wow, and really, if you're DPP after these power plays, you just want to convert on the barriers, but it's so difficult with the Atlas. Novus finds a crucial kill, finds the ball forward. Pig Shot gonna be killed here by Yodes. Yodes finds his first prize fighter stack after so long. Yankee doing some Wood cosplay, trying to walk up there, and really scary spot now. Wood has the barrage to save it. Two forwards on that play there aren't able to find it. Yodes now low again. I don't believe they have the Atlas ultimate. That massive Giga Blast damage comes out. The flip is out from Yodesman. So much pressure in this corner though. The Atlas ult does save Brack. But now it's open net, anyone's game. Wood and DPP have tried so hard to save this goal with the open net, and they do find it off Novus Delta's dash.
Hell of a final point there. Good gracious. They beat each other bloody for that last one. KOs going out left and right and center. But in the end, it just came down to just like who cracked first, who dropped and could not get up. And for that game, it was Team iPhone that cracked. That screen is black, but they aren't done just yet. Look at these stats.
Wow, this Estelle, such a good performance from Novus Delta. You know, we talked about Wood so much during that game for holding the barrier, but this damage menace Estelle with the most redirects, the most damage, the most assists, doing so much, and maybe it was all because of that Van Brace pick. They did not often find kills on Novus, whereas all of the other forwards were getting killed. And you know, maybe that stacks the slicks or the mag speed not finding you any value if you're dead. So a very intelligent pick there. And of course, we must point out Wood, a really strong performance, and Pig Shot as well, finding so much damage and kills. Super well played from DPP.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely, I would say this, not to take anything too much away from Team iPhone. They played super, super solid. Yosman was just like a constant threat with those firewalls. Brack constantly pumping out the damage. Yankee making some amazing, amazing saves, amazing plays, really. So, like, take nothing away from them. That was a close, 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 close match there.
Yeah, and I think, gotta say, maybe it came down to the fact that both these forwards were taking off comfort picks, but Pickshot was a bit more comfortable off the stuffing characters, and that might be a more consistent win condition for them in this game on Taiko, which is maybe the Zentaro start. So we'll see if Brack will opt to take it again. Perfect form Super Surge. We know the Ivy, the Centauro, the X as well. Everything really, really solid on these Awakening starts. And maybe we're in for another very damage heavy start.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if either of them got banned, or hell, both of them might even get banned. Who knows? But nothing is promised in the bounce house. That is all I
Yeah.
can really say about that one. Nothing is promised in the bounce house. Things go crazy in here.
Yeah, certainly. And we have talked about, the forward picks, the Imes, the Zens, the X's that would really be strong here. But a more quiet pick that both Wood and Yan really have shown to like is the Mako. Likes both perfect form and Super Surge, of course. Could be a sleeper pick that might go a bit later than those heavy hitting characters. But just will be able to support the team really well. Curious to see. I wouldn't be surprised if not everyone has an iPhone, just sticks with the game plan of the Juliet band, but maybe they'll do something different.
At this point, who knows? They might just be like, well, we haven't had to worry about Juliet. Maybe they're confident that, maybe the Julie's cold by now. Who knows? But at this point, it's kind of, I don't really feel like I can predict anything going on, just because there's been so much, like a lot of good counterplay, a lot of good counter picks, and them really being able to read what the other teams are going for. I would not be surprised, like you said, to see Team iPhone, and they do go ahead with that. They do continue the Julie ban. They just do not want to risk it at all, which, especially, again, here, especially, I can understand that. So, not horribly surprised. I would not, but again, Team iPhone, I could definitely see them going for something a little bit more damage heavy, actually. I feel like the best way to play the bounce house is to just accept that it is the bounce house and accept the chaos, but that's just me. I feel like trying to mitigate the chaos can cause too many, troubles, too many accidental, some misplays. So just, accept it and just, go crazy.
Yeah, and definitely accept the chaos, maybe with the damage here. And it seems like that's what they've opted for with the Atlas ban from DPP. And once again, I think Imi first picks in every game. Yosen picking it again. Interesting that DPP have always said, okay, you can take the Imi. We're completely fine just taking the Estelle. We think we can beat your Imi. Go ahead and play it. And I really like that mindset for them. Opting to ban the Atlas, which I definitely think was a strong defensive wall in the last game. That after that I might not have wanted to play into either. And this Asher Mako, very, very solid. I really like this from DPP. They know that they're probably going to get the Estelle, so they opt for those two melee picks. I think this Asher with the perfect form start and being that kind of second pick for both Brack and Pigshot is a really high value pick, a really strong forward. But we are probably going to see, the X on the counter, and I'm curious what Yan is going to pull out here with all these defensive goalies gone.
Yeah, they going for the vice. So yeah, definitely. It just looks to me like yeah, they are just going to kind of accept the chaos. At the very least, one team is.
Yeah, this is looking to be a fire game right now. We've got Jan on the vice goalie. We haven't seen him off of a more defensive pick, so I'm really excited to see it. I know he can play it. We've got Wood, who, you know, coming off that super aggressive Kai gameplay, has now switched to the definitely more defensive Mako play. And for certain that, you know, the comp of DPP, solid, kind of tried and true. You know what you're getting with this comp. They're going to be able to apply pressure. They're going to be able to score. But if not everyone has an iPhone, is able to find the damage, find the kills, as they were able to in some sets of the last game, they will certainly be able to kind of steamroll through this game. So it just depends on who's able to execute on the kind of core control versus damage of these team comps.
Yeah, bit of a classic, you know, showdown in that respect. But the saying "brawlers get it done" is there for a reason, in my opinion. So I say bring on the hurt. I really do think that is how it's going to end up shaking out. Like, even though Asher is, you know, Asher can be an absolute unit, an absolute wall, I still think, like I said, what with the X counter and the Vice and the Aimi just providing that kind of like extra backup, that extra support. Nah, I think this is going to be a lot of damage in a very short amount of time. I think that's what they're going for.
Yeah, definitely. And I think when you have this Vice X, it's definitely going to be on Yodes to find the kill confirms, which he's shown to be able to, because you know they have very explosive damage and they can often one hit people. But after using those cooldowns, you know the best kill confirm of X is on a really cool long cooldown. Same advice. So Yodes is going to really have to step up on these kill confirms, and we'll have to see who they target again. And you know, I was going to mention it, but Novus once again on the vicious van brace.
Yeah.
I was wondering if he'd go for it again. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And now
Yep.
Brack has picked that up as well. Wanting to live, not really caring about the speed.
Yeah, Bragg just decided like, that was nice, let me try it. So we're gonna see if they can execute that in this game. They already got like one barrier a bit down, so that's a big concern. But that damage is already starting to like come out a little bit too.
Yeah. On the topic of the Awakenings, of course. Oh, and Brack does find the first barrier break and open net of the game, and Jan able to find the first kill of the game, finding so much aggression with the Super Surge. All of these characters really like both Surge and Perfect Form, but I do like the way they've drafted, and it does pan out for the side of not everyone has an iPhone. Yodes with a well-placed dash, and Yanke threatening with that special. Not much Wood could have done there.
Yeah, very just almost a checkmate situation there. But we can see like that damage coming out. But they're saying like they can do damage too if they need to. Beautiful KO on Yodes. So they've already got that open, and we need to see if they can like just finish this one off.
Yeah, and now they're kind of looking for this kill on Pigshot. Asher, you know, a character you're not too sad to play damage into, has a lot of survivability and has that dash, which Pigshot uses for the goal there, very well played, but can also be used to get that 30% damage and knockback reduction on her side of the field. So, a nice pick, and of course, the Van Brace on the Estelle means that this team is not really easy to find kills on, but the barriers seem easy, although Wood holds the last one. So much damage and pressure in that corner, and Brack finding 2 kills, has the flip, and this point seems all but over right now. Just one strike will get it in. Nice angle from Yodes off the drum to find it to Brack. Or Wood not too disappointed to retain that flip though.
Yeah, that one was just a rough one. That was not everyone has an iPhone. Just being able to find like the optimum situation and just being like perfect. Just run the game plan, run the flow chart, and they managed for that situation. That's not gonna happen every time, but it's always nice when it does.
Yeah, now Pigshot running for his life from this damage. He has played his life really well, managing to dodge dashes, ultimates, everything. Not killed yet, which doesn't last long because Yan finds the kill with his flip. But on the other side, Wood and Novus holding it down well until I somewhat cast them. Now Brack with the flip dash, classic combo, and Yodes does find the kill on Novus in the meanwhile. Very, very strong, dominant performance there. We'll have to see if they can keep it up as the stagger levels grow and as maybe some survivability comes out. X with the first pick here.
Yeah, I don't know about that survivability, Chief, but what I am seeing is a lot of damage for the damage-heavy comp. Like, aerials come out, that'll be nice, but that 1-2 punch being taken, that spark build already being started, I would not be surprised if, yep, and there goes the specialized training. All of them, not surprised whatsoever with how they've been playing. And in response, DPP trying to get a little bit more survivability, maneuverability, size, just trying to survive this onslaught that Team iPhone is going for.
Yeah, the iPhone draft really strong, but I think that DPP is also a team with a very good draft right here. You know, they've got the size to kind of win their interactions and kind of try and score faster than they can get blitzed, and they've also got, you know, the survivability. It doesn't work for them right there though, as their barriers do fall. Yosman has flipped, but was somewhat caged there, staying kind of forward, hoping that the ball would get to him, and they've got this kind of mixed up positioning. Big Shot unable to find the goal right there, and it does end up on the other side where Brack is able to get it in cleanly. And right now it's looking like the pressure is just conquering the defense of the Mako and the Estelle.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit dangerous already for him, but I'm not gonna say like it's over just yet, because here's the thing about like about damage comps. Brawlers can often get it done, I won't deny that, but a lot of the times if the point can go long, if the surviving team can go the distance, then they can usually find something to happen, but that's not, you know, like going long. That was a very quick goal. Yeah,
and Brack, you know, flexing his muscles this game, going out just absolutely beating Wood up, forcing her out of the play, and Yankee doing the same. This massive spectating ult has to be respected with the flips. Brack finding so much damage onto both Wood and Novus, and Brack just, you know, knows his role just to beat up this goalie, and even though the barrier's down on the other side, it doesn't matter. He's looking like Sake on the X right now.
Oh, this is rough. Just letting X run roughshod over everyone. He got them bullhorns for a reason. Just monstering through everybody. And that heavy impact is looking real scary. Our Might of the Colossus.
I think
our adrenaline rush.
Yeah, they've got the adrenaline rush. The thing is, they haven't denied this stagger swagger. But nobody's taken it. I'm really surprised that the stagger swagger on this damage game has fallen to 5th place to the goalie who's kind of doing the damage. Although, you know, they've still got good awakenings on both sides. The double sparks, which both are assisting the damage, the adrenaline rush, of course. But on the other side, on the side who have broken the barriers first, they've got, you know, this kind of size build starting, and some extra damage with that heavy impact Estelle, which is really good. Although Pig Shot getting blown up all over the map, as he has been in these games, but the barrier isn't falling, and he has managed to play his life well. Manages to get the orb, and he's unstaggered, although his barrier is gone in return. This Imi turret in a really good spot, but very nice clears from Novus and Wood to get it out. Yosman, unfortunate flip there, and Pigshot kind of scared to get into a position where he might take a lot of damage. He's playing his life really well there.
Yeah, definitely managing to do well at saving their own life, but Pigshot was just trying to run away, and Brock was just bullying. Like, where you going? Where are you going? Why are you running? And just nothing can save him at this point. It's just been kind of a bit of a nightmare. Nightmare on X Street, here we go. But they do manage to get that goal open. Pigshot trying to make something happen. And Wild Bounce, Novus is the one, I believe, with those Crystal Thorns, managed to get it past the defense. So, hey, that's a point.
Yeah, they find the point, and you know, a lot of this relies on Yan and Yost to be able to get the ball up while Brack is just punching people, because he doesn't really have the speed to be able to rotate, and he doesn't have the speed to get out of that one. Dies with the flip. This is a really good spot for DPP. They need to convert, but Yost converts on the flip with the kill onto Pigshot. Goes for one on Novus, who evades wisely, but now Wood, unfortunate, maybe that was a flip buffer, and their barrier does fall, and now Brack and Yost in a really threatening offensive spot.
Yeah, but with Pigshot's like just size and presence, they aren't quite out of this yet. They are holding this one. So I'm wondering if perhaps they might have found maybe not a solution, but a beginning to the solution. They may be trying to puzzle out that equation, because they are holding better.
Yeah, Yan looked for something there, but unable to find it. Brack uses his flip to kill Wood. It doesn't find it, but Yost does with his abilities. Now forwards in the net, but Novus Delta, an experienced goalie, he is able to find the clear, and Wood is back up, but Pigshot might go down soon. Flip comes out from Yost, tries to do something with the primary, isn't able to find it. There's the kill, there's the Adren Rush proc. Yancake still with the flip, so much energy for the side of not everyone has an iPhone. Brack going for some passes, going for some angles off the Taiko drum. They aren't able to convert yet, but perfect dash from Yosman, able to redirect it, and with the overtime speed, Mako has no chance of saving that after the pass to Brack.
Yeah, Yeoman with that very nice rebound off the top, gets the demon angle and gets it in. Very well calculated. So gonna need to see if that holds up. But right now, both goals down. Pigshot in a reasonably threatening position, and there was an opportunity there briefly, and need to see if they can make something happen out of it.
Yeah, and it finally looks like they're able to do what their comp wants to, you know? They've got this Mako with double speed twin drive, and this Asher with perfect form 2 size awakenings, and they're just running down Vice. So yeah, if they're able to keep this up, despite all the damage, they are winning this set, right? 2-1. And it all depends on if they are able to execute properly.
Yeah, it seems like who can like get their win condition kind of like set up first, because they're both good. Like you see Brack already like started the bullying again. One barrier and another one down, both of them down, and Novus looking very dangerous. Does manage to get saved though. Thank you recovery drone. So both sides open now, and at this point looking very scary.
Yeah, and this just seems like for the first time in this kind of series that Pigshot is the one not being damaged. So as they damage Novus, Wood is buffing Pigshot, and Pigshot is just doing everything on the offense, finding both barriers 1v2 all by himself, and playing so well. Now this kind of a more neutral, lots of creations in this draft. There is the Deadeye, but that's about it for the damage. We do see the survivability taken by Wood, and there's another one, that Reverb, which goes to Pigshot, although, you know, lots of damage from this Deadeye and potentially the rapid fire for Brack.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, at this point they are locked into like unstoppable force and movable object, I feel like, and at this point DVP just has to survive. If they survive, they can win. That's how this game has been playing out. last set they survived and they won. So they need to repeat that against the even more increased damage that Team iPhone has managed to acquire in this situation.
Yeah, and now they've got like this really, really scary, huge Asher to deal with. And they've also got like the Estelle, who now is kind of harder to hit because of that lesser size and the speed, and now the barriers have fallen, and for once it's Yodsman who goes down. So they really want to convert now before he comes up, before Brack is able to do something with this flip. But Brack is able to do something with the flip, finds the dash, punch, flip, kill, finds the barrier, and he's doing so much on the offense right there with the support of Jan. And now Yodsman is back trying to coordinate, but Pigshot's alive too, and if they can get this buff maybe from the Mako, look for something here with the Asher and the Estelle coordinating with the speed. He's so fast, he's so big. Jan with a very nice outclear to Yods, and they aren't able to find anything just yet, but the pressure is too much for Wood. Misplay on the primary, and that might hurt them very dearly in this set.
Honestly, this has become a lot more even. I'm gonna be real with you. I feel like the drafts have gone DPP's way well enough that now they can really hold court with the damage that Team iPhone is putting out, and their plays on goal and their passing ability has proven able to circumvent defense. So I feel like at this point iPhone is gonna have to try and just like monster slug it out before DPP can get into position. So
yeah,
it's definitely going to be a lot of bloody brawling being thrown about here.
Yeah, and in that second game, it looked like Wood was kind of adopting Brack, but right now, Pigshot breaking everything anytime he gets the ball. Brack looking to do the same with this flip, isn't able to find it. Now if Pigshot once again gets the Mako buff with the size and speed, completely, just running around the vice anytime he manages to get the ball in a favorable spot. But Brack sticking to the game plan of killing the goalie, Fox the Adren rush, maybe looking for something on Pigshot here too. Asher goalie very solid, but unable to break that one, and there's the kill with the ult, with the double Adren Rush proc on Brack, and now they're one goal away from qualifying to EUSL, the promotion tournament.
Yeah, just like that was just a rough goal with all that damage coming in. They couldn't survive long enough. They tried, but at this point, I think like iPhone is like, we need to kill them. We need to kill them now. We need to kill them fast. They are burning everything almost, it looks like. And there's one down. There was Wood 2 down. That recovery drone saved him, but not for long. Already nearly dead is Novus. They are all moving in up to try and polish this one off. Flip goes out. Yank has to move back in order to save an offensive attempt. They do manage to transition it back forward. Pigshot manages to catch the core. Novus behind with the support. Knocks it straight for Pigshot. Pigshot gets the corner. Beautiful goal there. They're not out of this just yet.
Wow, and I must give all the credit to Novus there, holding it down in such a scary spot in the 2v3, and once again the Asher with the Mako buff proves too much for the Vice goalie, pushing up once again with the buffs, saved by the Taiko drum, and that could be critical as Yodes is the one low now, looking to break this final barrier once more, but now this offensive damage heavy pressure coming out in the top side of the corner. The longer it stays there, the more damage is dealt, but it does leave soon, and now the Mako buff is out, and we've seen this before. Pigshot approaching, Yodes using everything in that corner to deny the opportunity that has crushed them so many times before.
Yeah, they do get one barrier, however, and Yodsman and Brack trying desperately to like take out at least one of these characters, try and relieve some of that pressure, but it's not happening. There's just a little bit too much survivability on them now for it to happen too easily, and never mind, very important kill goes out. The Asher goes out, and Brack and Yodsman just immediately collapse on the goal and throw everything plus the kitchen sink to finish this one. It is not everyone has an iPhone that goes on, qualifies.
Very well played from them. That one kill from Yodes with the flip onto pick shot, finishing it all. Let's look at these stacks. The stats: 8 kills, 41,000 damage from Brack. Monstrous performance on that X there. Not too far behind, 6k less damage for Yodsburn. They've got this really nice offensive synergy you can see from these assists on both of them, the goals on both of them. Really nice to see their passing plays all the time. And we must still talk about DPP. They played so well. So many moments in this series. They had such great defense, and I'm excited to see what they do in Qualifier 2, hopefully.
Yeah, that's the thing you gotta remember. They are not out of this yet. DPP still having a shot, but for now, it is not everyone has an iPhone with that valuable life lesson going through.
Yeah. Really, really good day of games, of really exciting matches. We saw some North American imports, some up and coming teams that we haven't seen before, some returning teams who, some qualified, some were close to it. Yeah, very exciting. Excited to see how Qualifier 2 will shape out. I am playing in that one, but yeah, gonna see how that goes.
Yeah, very much. So I believe that is wraps for us.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we're gonna go now into a raid pretty soon into Bastion slot, who are currently, in their own version of
Oh yeah.
of this. They're in the launch pad for NESL and NASA and Nasty. So let's see how their up and coming teams do. Launchpad 2. Stick around to watch them. Thanks for coming.
Gonna be exciting. Peace out.